Within the valley, smoke flooded the sky as the burning flames raging on sealed all of the ways in. Liang Zhong and the generals of Dark Azura Hall could only anxiously wait and watch outside as they had no way to charge into the valley. Although Tu Zhe, Zhu Qian, and the rest felt uneasy about Qin Lai, they also had no way to charge into the flames, so they could only anxiously wait and watch the valley. As the flames continued to incessantly burn at the edges of the valley, the fire further in had already become less fierce due to the destruction of the formation and the frigid air which spewed out of the cold spring. Roiling heavenly lightning repeatedly descended, obeying Qin Lai as it struck him like a waterfall. Thunderbolts coiled around his body like dragons, constantly rumbling as every bone in his body crackled. Every vein, strip of muscle, piece of flesh, and drop of blood had already reached the limit of soreness and pain. Clap after clap of thunder echoed in his ears and resonated non-stop within his mind. The heavenly thunder and lightning, like a hammer forging a blade, tempered and grinded away at his body, cleansing his muscles, bones, blood, flesh, and soul as it helped him truly form the heavenly thunder sacred body. On the other side, Xianxia sat atop the profound nether beast, wearing the finely wrought black-scale armor. Her graceful body turned stiff as the imprint of the main soul of the soul-devouring beast emerged within the pupil of her left eye. The imprint within her left eye, along with the enormous savage mask which covered her face, caused her to suddenly seem extremely evil at this moment. "Get out!" Her chilly voice seemed to be somewhat anxious and angry as wisp after wisp of black-colored smoke quietly flew out from within her body like fine black lines and slowly moved towards her body, trying to entangle her so that she would be completely controlled by them. The lower half of her right arm, which was snow white as jade, was entangled by the fine black lines. It was as if an insidious evil design had appeared on her arm. The soul-devouring beast's soul imprint within her left pupil began to become less blurry, clearly up bit by bit as it continued to take over more of her consciousness. "Qin Lai!" suddenly shouted Xianxia. A cold light flickered within her bright and clear right eye as it fixated itself on Qin Lai's body. "Come over right now. Quick! Come beside me. The soul-devouring beast's main soul has invaded my body through my spirit artifact. Get over here now and use heavenly lightning to attack me. Don't hold back." Qin Lai was still wondering why the main soul of the soul-devouring beast had suddenly disappeared when he heard her words. Naturally, he immediately understood. At this time, the sky filled with lightning still constantly descended as before, submerging itself within his body, still raging throughout his body to temper his bones, muscles, veins, blood, and flesh. The pain had directly reached the depths of his soul, but he was able to endure it and had yet to lose his sense of reason. He did as told and walked towards Xianxia. "Hurry! I can't hold it back much longer," exclaimed Xianxia as the glow in her right eye began to dim and the imprint of the soul-devouring beast's soul in her left eye became ever clearer. Enduring the wild strikes of the heavenly lightning within his body, Qin Lai grinded his teeth as he sped up his pace and finally reached Xianxia. "You really want me to use the heavenly lightning to attack you?" asked Qin Lai, suddenly hesitating. "If you want to let this soul-devouring beast charge out using my body, if you want to leave behind future trouble, then you don't have to do it," said Xianxia. Even her voice sounded exhausted. "Otherwise, you must use as much of your power as possible to try and exterminate its soul, to truly destroy it. Let's first try some other methods," said Qin Lai, raising his head. Gathering his mind and consciousness, he prevented thunderbolts from descending onto Xianxuan's body, immediately saying, "Give me your hand. Let me hold your hand." "I can't move," replied Xianxia as she became increasingly weak. Qin Lai furrowed a brow, no longer hesitant. He simultaneously stuck out two thunderbolt-covered hands, taking Xianxia off of the profound nether beast. Afterwards, he immediately clenched her two delicate, white, jade hands. Bzzzt, bzzzt, bzzzt. The violent electric current which enveloped his entire body, accompanied by the rumbling of heavenly thunder, followed his two hands and wildly surged towards Xianxuan's arms. Instantly, Lightning began to crackle on Xianxia's two jade hands as the energy of heavenly lightning directly surged into her body like a river which had overflowed her banks. Xianxia's body instantly began to uncontrollably shake as traces of lightning leaked out from within the black scale armor. Zzzt, zzzt, zzzt. The black soul lines which had covered her whole body like a vine suddenly began to break apart as it was attacked by the thunderbolts. Xianxia's arms and the skin on her neck once again became snow white. Her eye, which had been about to lose its light, suddenly glowed with a radiance once more as she endured the thunderbolts ravaging her body. She controlled a portion of the energy of heavenly lightning and directed it straight into her mind. Boom! The moment the thunderbolt entered her mind, she suddenly calmed down, as if heavy shackles had just been blown apart. Upon being struck by the surging thunderbolt, the soul of the soul-devouring beast which had entered the depths of her mind was no longer able to hide and suddenly began to wildly release an evil mind consciousness, crazily bombarding her soul. An expression of blank helplessness surfaced within Xianxia's eyes. As if she had taken a heavy blow, she began to unconsciously mutter, "Daddy? Don't leave me. I'm afraid. I'm afraid." At this time, the soul-suppressing orb between Qianlai's brows suddenly began to shine with a radiance, directly shining into Xianxia's eyes. From within the soul-suppressing orb emerged a mysterious suction force. A pitch-black soul strand was sucked out from Xianxia's left eye, and the strand connected with the soul-suppressing orb between Qianlai's brows. Wisp after wisp, strand after strand. The soul-devouring beast soul was directly pulled out from within Xianxia's mind. The soul-suppressing orb's radiance suddenly greatly increased even further. At the same time, a soul connection had seemingly been formed between Qianlai and Xianxia. As if he had entered Xianxia's mind, Qianlai was able to witness a memory which had been deeply hidden within the depths of Xianxia's memories. It was a most profound scene. It was a dark red sky devoid of the sun, moon, and stars. The depressing, silent atmosphere was enough to cause anyone to go crazy. Not even a single piece of vegetation could be seen atop the crimson-red ground. Looking in the distance, all that could be seen were bare mountains, and littered between the mountains were massive humanoid and beast-like bones. Many of the bones were covered with dust and were already in the process of decaying, as if the mountains had been left unattended for 10,000 years. Many exotic, ghost bird-like spirit beasts circled in the desolate sky, their cries resounding like a doomsday bell. Right in the middle of a group of pure white spirit beast bones was a beautiful young girl wearing battle armor and wielding a short knife. Her small body was faintly trembling as tears emerged within her crystal-clear eyes. She couldn't contain her sobs as she begged, "Daddy, don't leave me. I'm scared. I'm scared. Jingxian, no one can help you. You must live on by yourself." A robust, imposing male figure with his back facing the little girl gradually walked away. The man never turned his head, only indifferently saying, "If you cannot even handle the first level of the nether battlefield, then just die here and never return." Ignoring the bitter entreaties of the young girl, the man slowly walked away until he finally disappeared. After the man disappeared, the girl wielding a short knife powerlessly crouched there, sobbing. The sobs eventually attracted a ghastly-looking spirit beast with strange thorns covering its body. Once the spirit beast appeared, it immediately opened its bloody maw and prepared bite down, wanting to swallow the delicious-looking immature body in front of it. Her eyes still extremely red and crying, the little girl wielded her short knife and began to fight against the spirit beast with great difficulty. In the end, she won. Her body was covered in blood, some from the spirit beast, some from herself. She sat beside the corpse of the spirit beast for a very long time. She was very hungry to the point of dizziness. However, her father hadn't left her anything to eat, nor had he left her any fire stones. She looked at the spirit beast corpse beside her. Then, as she cried, she used her short knife to cut off a piece of meat from the spirit beast's body. Grinding her teeth, she forced herself to eat the piece of raw, bloody flesh. The scene abruptly ended at this point. Qin Lai returned to his senses and discovered that there were still black soul strands flying out from within Xie Jingshuan's eye, but the soul-suppressing orb had hidden itself again. Xie Jingshuan's eyes were still closed, her hands still in Qin Lai's. She had seemingly gone into a coma. The blazing flames encircling the valley were still as monstrous as before as the thunderbolts in the sky continued to descend on Qin Lai. The energy of thunder and lightning within his body was still in the process tempering his body's flesh and bones. He temporarily didn't bother overthinking it as he slightly moved away from Xie Jingxian and sat down. Meditating, he began to circulate heavenly thunder eradication, attracting over the energy of heavenly lightning and wildly circulating it within his muscles and veins to cleanse his body, and use the energy of the lightning and thunder from the ninth heaven to form the heavenly thunder sacred body. He became fully focused. Time gradually passed. After who knows how long, the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the bright moon suspended in the sky. The flames within the valley had already died down. Only the flames outside were still burning. Those originated from the crimson stone pillars which had fire-inciting spirit gathering boards within them. Outside the valley, Liang Zhong and the generals from Dark Azura Hall were all solemn as they worried about the situation within the valley. Tu Zhe, Zhu Qian, and the rest were also anxiously waiting as they hoped to learn about Qin Lai's condition. However, because the flames had yet to completely die out, they had no way to enter the valley. They could only helplessly wait. Another period of time passed. As the cold spring exuded frigid air, the temperature around Qin Lai and Xie Jingxian decreased further. Perhaps it was due to the coldness, but Xie Jingxian was the first to wake. She opened her eyes, which were now as clear as a pristine lake, and looked at Qin Lai who was sitting in front of her. Lightning had concentrated itself atop Qin Lai's body as the rumbling of thunder emanated out from his body non-stop. It seemed as if he were bitterly cultivating some secret art. The soul-devouring beast had long since taken its last breath, and the flames within the valley had already stopped burning. Only the outer ring of flames had yet to extinguish. As she pondered and observed Qin Lai, her memories slowly returned and her expression gradually became complex. After a while, she stroked her shrunken scythe, and upon discovering that everything was normal, inwardly let out a breath of relief. Afterwards, she then analyzed the circumstances of her body. She discovered all her aches and sores. Every muscle and vein was inflamed, as if they had been mangled and stretched. She slightly narrowed her brows as she, like Qin Lai, also sat down. Taking out a medicine pill, she swallowed it and began to recuperate her body so that she could recover her combat power as soon as possible. The moon hid itself as the sun rose, and the flames outside the valley had now completely died out. Liang Zhong, Tu Zhe, Na Nua, Xiong Ba, and the rest all entered the charred valley, arriving beside the central point of the cold spring. Immediately, they saw Xie Jingxian and Qin Lai. Both of them had their eyes closed, and they sat face to face about 10 or so meters apart, both seemingly using their mind to attune themselves. As for the body of the soul-devouring beast, it was still beside the cold spring, completely lifeless. It had clearly died long ago as its soul fragments were no longer active within the valley. Not even a trace of fire could be seen within the valley. Liang Zhong, Tu Zhe, Na Nua, Xiong Ba and the rest all circled around Xie Jingxian and Qin Lai, looking at the two with puzzled expressions. As they had no clue what had happened, they didn't dare ascertain whether or not the soul-devouring beast had been killed and extinguished. Thus, they all looked on with heavy expressions. Ban Hong, check the soul-devouring beast's body and see if there are any abnormalities, commanded Liang Zhong. Ban Hong and 3 generals of the Dark Azura Hall, who had recovered some of their mind and spirit energy after taking out their spirit artifacts, moved to the soul-devouring beast's side and cut open its skull as they began to carefully analyze it. Mr. Liang, the soul-devouring beast has already died, loudly reported Ban Hong a long while later. There aren't any fluctuations of life within its thunderbolt-ravaged head. However, its main soul is gone as well. I don't know whether or not it was able to escape. Liang Zhong silently nodded and then said, "Yesterday, Miss already said that the soul-devouring beast had given up breaking through. Thus, even if it escaped, it will be unable to bring about any devastating calamities. Everyone all clearly let out a deep breath. It's good if it's like this. It's good if it's like this. Na Nua's tensed nerves also calmed down as she looked towards the soul-devouring beast's corpse. Then, she looked at Xianxia and Qinlai's bodies, asking, "Those two should be fine, right?" "I'm fine," suddenly said Xianxia as she opened her eyes. Circle after circle of dark light released from her black scale armor. The scale armor which covered her shoulders, waist, and legs detached piece by piece from her body and flew into her ring. After the black scale armor disappeared, she, who was wearing black, skin-tight clothing, became movingly graceful and beautiful. She put away her hideous mask, exposing her delicate and slightly pale face, which added another level of moving beauty and delicateness. The soul-devouring beast's main soul should have been eradicated. She looked towards Qinlai, then uncertainly said, "Qinlai seems like he is about to enter the natal opening realm. He's currently at the crucial period of developing his first natal palace. Once he has formed his natal palace in his Dantian spirit sea, he will wake up." Natal opening realm? Everyone's eyes revealed surprise as their gazes all turned towards Qinlai, and all of them were inwardly astonished. "Tu Zhe Zhuqian, you two watch after him. Don't let anyone disturb him at this time, and make sure you two also don't converse too loudly." After Xianxia said this, she suddenly stood up. "Ban Hong, retrieve the spirit materials from the soul-devouring beast's body. Be a bit more careful when dealing with its 3 eyes and beast core. You must not damage them." "Don't worry, milady." Ban Hong's face was full of happiness as he hurriedly collected the other generals of the Dark Azura Hall. Using their weapons, they began to dissect the soul-devouring beast with their weapons. "Miss, did the soul-devouring beast's main soul truly die? This breakthrough didn't succeed, did it?" asked Liang Zhong in a whisper. At this time, Liang Zhong and Xianxia were already a fair ways away from the masses as they began to quietly converse. Tu Zhe, Na Nua, and the rest couldn't hear anything. "I'm not certain," replied Xianxia as a glimmer of uncertainty flashed through her eyes. "Once he wakes up, I will thoroughly question him. Whether or not the soul-devouring beast was truly extinguished, only he knows." She continued as she looked towards Qinlai. "What happened?" asked Liang Zhong again. "Nothing," said Xianxia, narrowing her brows as her face showed a slight hint of annoyance. Thus, Liang Zhong didn't dare to continue asking about it. Within Qinlai's world, spirit energy, like thick white clouds, wound around every outer corner of the boundless spirit sea within his Dantian. In the middle of the boundless spirit sea, bolt after bolt of blue lightning gathered and twined together. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the lightning was currently forming an existence which depended on the spirit sea. But at the same time it seemed like an independent small world, a natal palace. The bolts of lightning, like intelligent snakes or twisting earthworms, surged into his Dantian spirit sea from outside, constantly moving towards the center of the gradually forming natal palace where they turned into sturdy walls, resulting in the true creation of a small space. A small domain was formed with spirit energy as the base and thunder and lightning energy as the core. Gradually, the initially unstable little domain became increasingly sturdy as it slowly took shape within the spirit sea. Qinlai's mind consciousness, from the start, had also entered into his Dantian spirit sea and had been observing the formation of his natal palace as it slowly condensed and took shape. He knew of the intrinsic differences between the refinement realm and natal opening realm. In order to break into the natal opening realm from the refinement realm, one had to establish a natal palace within their Dantian spirit sea, a small domain. The formation of the first natal palace meant that one had successfully opened their natal palace and entered the natal opening realm. Advancing along the stages of the natal opening realm was like constructing a small domain within a boundless sea which would gather to become a small island, then a small continent, forming into an independent small world that existed atop the sea. A natal palace was as such, a small domain within the Dantian spirit sea. These natal palaces could contain powers which were different from spirit energy. Whereas spirit energy was created from the gathering and refinement of nature's spirit energy, and thus was a fundamental power of the world, natal energy could be transformed into various kinds of different powers through the usage of special spirit arts. For example, it could be turned into powers such as blazing fire energy, frigid ice energy, sharp metal energy, and thick earth energy. Although these kinds of powers were different from spirit energy, they were all able to be cultivated by martial practitioners through those special spirit arts. Only through turning spirit energy into these kinds of energies would martial practitioners truly become able to display the power of their spirit arts, thus greatly enhancing their combat power. This special quality of spirit energy caused the spirit arts of martial practitioners to be extremely strange and their combative styles to be splendid yet mysterious, resulting in numerous unique sects. Xiongba cultivated blazing fire energy, Yan Ziqian cultivated frigid ice energy, and Tu Zhe cultivated nebula energy. These were all cultivated through special spirit arts which transformed spirit energy. Each art had different special qualities, and thus the resulting powers and effects were all different. In general, when refinement realm martial practitioners fought, they would use the special characteristics of their spirit art to transform spirit energy to create fire energy, ice energy, or nebula energy. However, it was different for natal opening realm martial practitioners. This was because within their Dantian spirit sea, they had created natal palaces. These natal palaces had the ability to store other types of energy in addition to spirit energy. Martial practitioners of this realm, during their daily cultivation, would be able to turn spirit energy into these specific energies and then store them within their natal palaces. When fighting opponents, as soon as they activated their spirit art, the specific energy within their natal palace would immediately surge out without the need to transform any spirit energy. This made it possible for martial practitioners to greatly enhance their fighting strength. Natal palaces completely relied on the Dantian spirit sea to be formed, but could be considered to be an independent small domain. It was the intrinsic qualitative difference between a refinement realm and natal opening realm martial practitioner. ZZZT. Blue bolts of lightning condensed together, and the natal palace within the spirit sea of Qin Li's Dantian began to glow resplendently as it became increasingly sturdy and compact. It was finally completed. A clap of thunder suddenly emanated from within Qin Li's body. Just as Tu Zhe and Zhuqian let out cries of shock, Qin Li finally opened his eyes. Lightning snaked through his pupils, causing his eyes to greatly attract their attention. You actually entered the natal opening realm. Just from glancing at his pupils while they walked over, the two knew that he had succeeded. The two of them smiled, truly happy for Qin Li. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder constantly resounded within Qin Li's ears, shaking his head till it was dizzy. Only after quite a while was he able to recover and finally see the others clearly. Big brother Tu, sister Zhua, Kangji, said Qin Li with a slight smile. How do you feel? Asked Zhuqian, her face full of concern. Is there anywhere where you feel uncomfortable? Don't respond right away. Carefully feel it out and check if everything is okay. Qin Li immediately closed his eyes again. As he felt his body's condition, he suddenly discovered that his muscles and veins had seemingly become radiant, as if they contained wisps of thin lightning. Lightning also fluctuated amidst his flesh and bones. A lightning aura even emanated out from within his 5 visceras and 6 organs. This is the initial stage of heavenly thunder sacred body. Qin Li felt great joy within the depths of his mind. He once again circulated heavenly thunder eradication. As soon as his mind moved, a pure, wild strand of thunder and lightning energy quickly surged out from the natal palace within his Dantian spirit sea. This violent thunder and lightning energy didn't circulate out through his Dantian spirit sea and then connect to his muscles and veins, but instead directly entered his body's acupoints. It was from within his body's meridians that the energy then surged out into the radiant muscles and veins. As soon as Qin Li gathered his energy again, the thunder and lightning energy in his meridians returned back to the natal palace within his Dantian spirit sea. This kind of circulation of thunder and lightning energy and the circulation of spirit energy indeed walk two completely different paths. The thunder and lightning energy within my natal palace directly flows through my acupoints and isn't connected to my spirit sea when it circulates to my muscles and veins. Will this cause any problems? Asked Qin Lai as he reopened his eyes. After his question, Tu Zhe and Zhuqian looked at each other, both of them thinking as their brows locked up. I'm not too clear on this matter. The nebula energy within my natal palace flows along the same path as my spirit energy, going through my Dantian spirit sea as it circulates through my muscles and veins and penetrates through my entire body. My circumstances seem to not be the same as yours, responded Tu Zhe after thinking a while. I'm the same as Tu Zhe, said Zhuqian with the same expression. My cultivation won't experience any setback, will it? Asked Qin Lai as his expression changed. Different spirit arts have different characteristics. Not everyone's circulation of energy within their natal palace is the same. At this time, Xie Jingshuan's clear yet cold voice suddenly emanated over. She continued, the early stage of the natal opening realm requires the creation of 3 natal palaces. The middle stage requires 6, and the late stage requires 9. A martial practitioner at the peak of the natal opening realm will have a total of 9 natal palaces within their Dantian spirit sea. With 9 natal palaces present, the special energies cultivated by the martial practitioner through their spirit arts will become vigorous and can be used to casually launch fierce attacks. Each natal palace allows for the storage of one type of energy besides spirit energy. If a martial practitioner only cultivates one unique spirit art, once he reaches the peak of the natal opening realm and gains 9 natal palaces, the energies stored within them will all be the same. If a martial practitioner cultivates 2, or even 3 or 4 spirit arts, then the number of different energies amongst his natal palaces will be 2, 3, or 4 respectively. However, within each natal palace, only one kind of energy can be stored. Otherwise, they will conflict with each other and cause the martial practitioner to immediately suffer serious injury. Spontaneous explosion and death is also possible. While she rode over atop the profound nether beast, Xie Jingxian gave an explanation. Based on logic, a martial practitioner can cultivate up to 9 different spirit arts and have 9 different energies, as each natal palace can store one type. In accordance with the characteristics of the spirit arts, there are many different and rare ways for energy to circulate in and out of natal palaces. For example, there are people whose eyes can directly connect to their natal palaces, people whose hearts can directly connect to their natal palaces, and even people whose souls can directly connect. She stopped in front of Qin Lai. Seated atop the profound nether beast, she lowered her head to look at Qin Lai and said, "For you to circulate your natal palace's energy through your meridians is perfectly normal." As she spoke, Nanua Xiongba, Tuzhe Zhuqian, and the rest of the natal opening realm martial practitioners all intently listened. Afterwards, they all showed expressions of enlightenment. "Thanks," said Qin Lai with a smile after he listened to her explanation. His heart felt much lighter. "Come with me. I have things I want to speak to you in private." Xie Jingxian scooted up along the profound nether beast towards its head, and afterwards, she motioned for Qin Lai to get on. Under everyone's astounded gazes, Qin Lai's expression became surprised. With that, he lightly chuckled and obediently hopped onto the back of the profound nether beast. What connection does that Qin Lai have with her? It's very strange. She seemed to think highly of him. Is there something between them? Little fatty Kang Ji narrowed his little eyes and had a rascally smile as he snickered. Is she attracted to Qin Lai? Haha. Qin Lai might be a bit lacking compared to me, but he looks pretty handsome. Maybe he is just right for that woman's tastes. Just a bit lacking compared to you? Zhuqian laughed. You mean in terms of physique? I mean you are a bit more in this area. Tu Zhe, Chu Peng, and Han Feng cannot compare to you. In our hearts, you are the heavyweight. Kang Ji, you are the strongest in this area. Chu Peng pinched the flesh at his waist and said laughingly, "You grew another size recently." Kang Ji's smile became awkward. It's probably that Qin Lai helped her in killing the soul-devouring beast. Zhuqian looked in the distance and said in a low voice, "The people of internal affairs have sharpened themselves through a bloody experiences and their hands are dripping in blood. The more beautiful the woman that holds a high position in the Department of Internal Affairs is, the stronger they are. Speaking more on this, Shuqian paused and sighed. I hope he doesn't interact anymore with the woman from Internal Affairs. These kinds of people usually have complex histories and easily goes to extreme lengths. If one interacts with them for a long time, Qin Lai could be affected. This is not of any benefit to him. After she said this, everyone became silent and considered what she meant in her words. The profound nether beast slowly stopped. Dressed in closely fitting black tights, Xianxia came down from the profound nether beast with a cold expression. She did not turn her head and said coldly, "You come down." Qin Lai jumped off. Xianxia's brow creased as she looked down at him with cold eyes. Is the soul-devouring beast alive or dead? Qin Lai did not instantly respond and used a wisp of his mind consciousness to examine the inside world of the soul-suppressing orb. Inside it, he could faintly discern the presence of the soul-devouring beast, but when he focused to search for it, it was nowhere to be found. He didn't know where exactly it was hiding. He was certain that the soul-suppressing orb had absorbed its soul and temporarily sealed it inside the orb, so it could not come out and commit evil. But why the soul-suppressing orb had done so, what its goal was, he did not know. It was destroyed by the thunder. After a moment of silence, he started to explain. At that time, my thunder and lightning permeated your body and chased it out of your mind. The moment it left your eyes, I gathered all the thunder power and killed it instantaneously. Not one bit of the soul escaped. Qin Lai's grandfather had sternly warned him to never leak the secret of the soul-suppressing orb, so he had to conceal it. Xianxia's eyebrow jumped as she looked coldly at him. Is that really the case? Yes. Qin Lai's face was honest. Xianxia was silent, and after a while, she suddenly said, From my point of view, the soul-devouring beast was not forced out of my mind by the power of the lightning and thunder, but sucked out by a strange force. My mind was not clear then, but at the very least, I know that the attractive force came from you, or maybe a certain object on your body. Her expression suddenly became cold. Am I right? A pressuring ripple of power was suddenly draped over Qin Lai's body like a cage or noose. This power was hard to see with the naked eye, but it caused Qin Lai's body to suddenly become extremely heavy, as though he were holding up a mountain. He wasn't even able to move. Xianxia's eyes were icy, her beautiful face full of sternness. That terrifyingly sharp scythe appeared in her hand. This very moment, her presence was intimidating and was a great shock to Qin Lai. You're mistaken. Sweat beaded on Qin Lai's forehead. His back trembled slightly, but his expression was firm as he shouted, That's only your imagination. A faint purple flower that was composed of pure power suddenly formed on Qin Lai's body. Looking from the outside, it was as though a strange purple flower had bloomed on his body, causing him to currently look extremely strange. The purple demon flowers were like a terrifying lock that imprisoned Qin Lai's body and sealed his physical strength, so it was difficult for him to move. I do not believe that it was just my imagination. Xianxia had a cold expression. Also, I felt you peeking at my memories. You went into the deeper levels of my memory. That was caused by the soul of the soul-devouring beast. Qin Lai grit his teeth, his expression sorry. His knees gradually bent as though he was almost at the limit of what he could tolerate. After the purple flowers bloomed, they gradually tightened and strangled him, suffocating him as well. So you really did enter the deep levels of my memory. What did you see? Xianxia's eyes became even icier. I saw a helpless little girl, saw her being forcibly left behind by her father on the nether battlefield, saw her fighting alone against the nether realm's spirit beasts. Qin Lai's expression was twisted, but when he recalled what he had seen, his voice became strangely calm as he said lightly, I felt the terror she felt then, felt the panic and helplessness when she was abandoned by her father, experienced the sorrow she experienced then. As he spoke, the picture of the little girl crying set into his mind. A soreness came into his heart, and he even temporarily forgot the heavy pressure on his body. Xianxia suddenly became silent. The ice in her eyes gradually disappeared and turned into a very complex expression. With furrowed brows, she looked at Qin Lai's face. It was terrifyingly twisted due to being strangled by the purple demon flowers. But when she saw that, while Qin Lai's tone was calm, his eyes clearly showed soreness and sympathy. A certain soft part of her heart seemed to have been plucked, so she closed her eyes. The pressure put on Qin Lai's body instantly retreated. The purple demon flowers also disappeared. Qin Lai instantly collapsed as he was rid of the heavy burden. His body soaked in sweat and disheveled as he panted heavily to adjust. You did not collapse under my power and managed to keep standing. It seems that you have many secrets on your body. The strength of your body is stronger than the great majority of martial practitioners in the natal opening realm that I have seen. The spirit art you cultivate must be unique in refining your body. Xianxia closed her eyes again, her expression still cold but not harsh. No matter what you are concealing from me, you better have truly killed that soul-devouring beast. If that soul-devouring beast comes out again and does evil, she glanced at Qin Lai, then I will not ask anything of you and will simply kill you to prevent further trouble. Finishing, she mounted her profound nether beast and left while saying with her back to Qin Lai, your mission this time has ended. I will communicate with Nebula Pavilion and they will award you 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Qin Lai's eyes lit up. Mr. Liang, why isn't there a soul crystal? That object is extremely rare, and it can only be from soul-type beasts like the soul-devouring beast. Without the soul crystal, this soul-devouring beast's value is greatly diminished. Ban Hong and the other generals of Dark Azura Hall were dismembering the enormous body of the soul-devouring beast. They cut out and organized its bones, muscles, veins, eyes, and teeth. However, he just felt regret at not finding the soul crystal. If the soul-devouring beast was completely smelted by the 8 extreme trigram fire formation, the memories and impurities in the soul would be burned away, which would form a pure soul crystal. Everyone knows that soul crystals can increase soul power, so we all know the value of the soul crystals. Due to this, we use the 8 extreme trigram fire formation when we try to kill soul-devouring beasts. Liang Zhong had a helpless expression as he stood beside the soul-devouring beast's body. But events do not proceed as planned. This soul-devouring beast was killed by the thunderbolts. Thunderbolts are the bane of all evil souls and tormented spirits. The soul was killed instantaneously by thunder and lightning, which left no trace behind. Naturally, it would be difficult for a soul crystal to form. He looked in the direction that Gao Yu left. When that boy retreated at the time, I was also curious, but now I understand. That guy. He knew what Qin Lai would do and was afraid that the thunderbolt would kill the demon god's shadow. So he disregarded our shouts and left prematurely. Ah! It is such a pity not to have smelted out the soul crystal. Ban Hong was extremely pained. There was only the soul crystal in his mind, and he could not accept Liang Zhong's words. It is already very fortunate to kill the soul-devouring beast. Not getting the soul crystal is only because our luck is not extremely exceptional. Xianxia came back on the profound nether beast. She had resumed her usual coldness and said, the soul-devouring beast is dead. We have completed our mission. There is no need to stay here. You guys prepare and meet up with us to leave this mountain valley later. Liang Zhong understood her meaning and nodded as he said to Tuzhe, Xiongba, and the others. We will open up the path ahead and you can just follow. We will protect you, so you can safely leave this mountain valley surrounded by spirit beasts. Understood. Nanua, Xiongba, and Tuzhe confirmed in unison. There is a mystical cold jade vein under the cold spring inside the valley. The vein goes down and should have a good amount of profound cold jade. Xianxia looked at Tuzhe and said, we found the vein, and it now belongs to your Nebula Pavilion to harvest. The accomplishment will be put on Qin Lai's head. Tell your brother to award him with 10,000 Nebula Pavilion contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Tuzhe, Zhuqian, Kangji, and the people from Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect all exclaimed in union with shocked gazes. 10,000 contribution points was a considerable amount of wealth in Nebula Pavilion. This many contribution points would be enough for Qianlai to use all the cultivation rooms of Nebula Pavilion, borrow all kinds of high-quality books from Scripture Tower, and even buy some pretty good spirit artifacts. The previous year in the Arctic mountain range, he had heavily wounded the Elder of Shattered Ice Manor, Wu De, with the help of the Demon Wolf King and inflicted heavy losses on Shattered Ice Manor. He had also rescued Tuzay and the others before that and assisted them in killing many Shattered Ice Manor martial practitioners. The contributions of those years put together was just 3,000. Lu Yen had been able to buy a common grade 5 hexagonal shield with 2,000 contribution points, and those 2,000 points were saved over several years. Even the Hall Masters and Elders of Nebula Pavilion could not obtain 10,000 contribution points easily. They needed at least 1 or 2 years. The total duration of Qianlai's trip was just a bit over a month, travel time included. Yet he acquired 10,000 contribution points. How could the crowd possibly accept that? With Xianxia and Liangzhong clearing the road, the spirit beast horde outside the mountain valley were nothing to worry about. As the scythe and the azure moon flew, pieces of flesh and blood splattered. One after another, spirit beasts were exterminated. Qianlai, Tuzay, and the members of Water Moon Sect and Crimson Flame Association followed closely. With ease, they arrived at the stone forest outside. The spirit beast horde had only come over to cultivate because of the abundant spirit energy inside the 8 extreme trigram fire formation. When the 8 extreme trigram fire formation exploded and the spirit gathering boards were destroyed, the spirit energy in the valley dropped to normal levels again, so the spirit beasts did not linger near the stone forest. They scattered and roamed at the corners of the stone forest as they prepared to continue to do evil outside. When they reached the edge of the stone forest, Qianlai saw Xianxia, the elder of the Discipline Hall. He was leading a group of Discipline Hall martial practitioners as well as a pale Gaoyu. There were also 2 elders from Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect. They had come when they heard the news and were preparing to enter the stone forest to kill spirit beasts. Greetings, Lady Xie. Xianxia and the elders from the 2 powers saw Xianxia ride out on the profound nether beast. They all bowed slightly in greeting. Xianxia, dressed in white, held a cold expression. You are late and unable to help me. Fortunately, the soul-devouring beast was killed. You only need to clean up the remaining spirit beasts. Also, if those from Shattered Ice Manor ask, Yan Ziqian and his group were torn apart by the soul-devouring beast. Finished speaking, she directed the profound nether beast past the 3 elders and left the stone forest first. Nanua, Xiongba, Tuzay, and the others had strange expressions, but no one spoke and nodded to show their understanding. Then Ban Hong and the soldiers from Dark Azura Hall closely followed on their unicorns and left as well. Liang Zhong was the only one that stayed. He said to everyone else, "We need to travel to the Arctic mountain range, so we will not linger here in the stone forest. The soul-devouring beast is dead, so the rest will not be difficult for you." Xianxia nodded. "We have come to kill the spirit beasts gathered in the stone forest." In this period of time, Xianxia had swept the surrounding cities with the 2 elders, Gu Hong of Crimson Flame Association and Luo Wei of Water Moon Sect. They were responsible for killing up to rank 2 spirit beasts around Icestone City, Crimson Flame City, and Water Moon Sect. In the recent fortnight, they found that there was an absence of activity from rank 2 spirit beasts. They received news amidst their confusion. The brass had told them that there were many spirit beasts gathered in the stone forest at the center of the 3 cities. They were ordered to lead people into the stone forest to aid Dark Azura Hall to accomplish this matter. However, they were a step too late. Qianlai, Gaoyu, you 2 come over. Liang Zhong rode the profound nether beast and formed a distance from the group and moved behind a stone peak. Qianlai walked from Tuzay's side, and Gaoyu walked out of the group of Discipline Hall members, both of them moving behind the stone peak as well. "Gaoyu, are you all right?" Liang Zhong asked with a furrowed brow. Gaoyu had previously left the mountain valley by himself. He had broken through without regard for the spirit beast herds, and everyone had been worried that he would be torn apart by the spirit beasts. It was unexpected that he was still alive and well. "I'm fine. Gao Yu's face was ashen pale. He did not say how he had managed to pass through the spirit beast herds. Instead, he looked at Qin Lai and thought for a moment before saying, "The thunder and lightning you attracted at that time was potentially fatal for me. I had to leave. Otherwise, my soul and the shadow in my ring could have been scattered." "Amen, I understand." Qin Lai nodded. "I called you two over to give you two something. Amen, I had promised you two before." Liang Zhong smiled slightly. "The demon god's shadow that Gao Yu summoned helped us slow the attacks of the soul-devouring beast. You left too early, however. Otherwise, it would not have been so troublesome." He looked at Qin Lai with a strange gaze. "I do not know what happened in the mountain valley, but I know you definitely helped Miss greatly. Otherwise, Miss would not have told Nebula Pavilion to give you 10,000 contribution points." 10,000 contribution points? Gao Yu's expression was shocked. Qin Lai snickered. "Gao Yu, we won't have to worry about contribution points in the near future. 10,000 contribution points is enough for us to do what we want in the combat room." Gao Yu's expression turned cold. "I'll get at least 2,000 contribution points this time. In the future, I have to be the one to pay the contribution points to use the combat room." "Up to you." Qin Lai smiled without care. "These two sets of beast skin armor are for you too." The spatial ring on Liang Zhong's finger flashed, and two dark Azura Hall general armor sets were revealed. He handed them to the two people as he said, "The beast skin armor of Dark Azura Hall is made with the skins of rank 3 and 4 spirit beasts. The skins for these two came from the rank 3 spirit beast, the metal wing golden horn lizard. The skin is thick. It doesn't just stop many sharp weapons, but can defend against some spirit energy." He thought and then said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Battle armor is usually very heavy. These two sets of armor are relatively light if they are worn by manifestation martial practitioners. It might be a challenge for you too, but no worries. If it is heavy to wear now, you can wait until you have higher cultivation and then—" Liang Zhong's words suddenly stopped. He looked in shock at the duo with a strange gaze. Gao Yu and Qin Lai had taken the beast skin armor and put them on while he was still explaining. At this moment, the two had started to move in the stone forest. Gao Yu's movements were slightly hindered, but Qin Lai was not affected at all. It was as though he was wearing normal clothing. "It's very light, not as serious as you said. Not bad, very comfortable." Qin Lai jumped around for a while and then stopped to review it with a relaxed expression. "Slightly heavy, but still acceptable. There shouldn't be a problem wearing this," Gao Yu expressed. Liang Zhong was shocked and then he grimaced. "Forgot that the two of you are unusual. It seems I underestimated your strength." "Then, good. It's good as long as you can wear it." Pausing, he said, "I had originally thought to give each of you a piece of the soul crystal after smelting the soul-devouring beast to death with the trigram fire. I had not expected the soul-devouring beast to be killed with thunderbolts. Because of that, the soul crystal did not form." He sighed regretfully. "The soul crystal is the good stuff, a treasure that can nurture the soul and increase soul power. It is rare. Ah, what a pity." "Soul crystal?" Qin Lai was confused. Yes, soul crystals can store power like spirit stones. However, spirit stones contain spirit energy, while soul crystals contain soul energy. Soul crystals are extremely valuable. Only some soul-type beasts and dangerous things can form clean soul crystals after being smelted and forged by strong fire. This stuff is expensive everywhere and hard to find. Liang Zhong's expression was serious. Soul crystals becomes more attractive the stronger the martial practitioner is. Absorbing the soul energy inside the soul crystal allows high-level martial practitioners to directly increase the power of their soul, their mind consciousness. The increase in mind power means that the soul grows. This can increase the power of the martial practitioner in all areas in future cultivation. Starting from the Nether Passage realm, martial practitioners have to cultivate the power of the soul. An increase in the soul is crucial to progress in cultivation after that. Usually, the stronger the soul of the martial practitioner, the more room there is for improvement. After the Nether Passage realm, The growth of the soul is the most important factor in determining the strength of the martial practitioner. Soul, mind, consciousness. Qianlai murmured quietly. After thinking for a while with his head down, he suddenly showed a strange smile. Qianlai, get Li Mu of Li's shop to get more spirit-gathering boards. Amen. Remember to pay close attention on my behalf. After coming out of the Arctic mountain range, we will go to Li's shop. Liang Zhong's smile became slightly fawning. The spirit-gathering boards we purchased were all destroyed in the 8 extreme trigram fire formation. I want to use the spirit-gathering boards to create a cultivation room after returning to Dark Azura Hall. So, don't worry, I'll definitely keep a close eye out. Qianlai patted his chest in assurance. Amen, that's it. I'll leave first. Patting Qianlai's shoulder, Liang Zhong said with a smile. Kid, learn more from Li Mu. That guy isn't simple. Finished speaking, Liang Zhong got on the profound nether beast and went out of the stone forest. I'm going to stay in the stone forest and kill the remaining soul beasts with the discipline hall. You? Gao Yu asked. I am going back to Ice Stone City first. Qianlai grinned. I've just broken through into the natal opening realm and need to go back to the pavilion to stabilize my realm. I don't need to increase my experience by killing spirit beasts right now. Gao Yu stilled and then nodded. Congratulations, I'm going to get there soon. Can feel it. Maybe when I return to the city, I will also be in the natal opening realm. His tone was confident. The two separated. Big brother too. Are you going to remain here or go back to Nebula Pavilion? Qianlai asked Tu Zhe and the others after he returned. We're going to help Elder Yi kill spirit beasts. What? Are you leaving? Tu Zhe was shocked. I just had a breakthrough and need to stabilize my cultivation. I've also gotten a lot of contribution points, so... Qianlai explained. Oh, you have a good life. That woman clearly likes you. She also pretty much gave you the mystical cold jade vein. It would not be possible for you to not prosper. Those 10,000 contribution points came really easily. Kangji touched his chubby face and started to complain. Pity that I have such a handsome face, but no one understands how to admire it. How? Shove off. Zhuqian could not bear to keep looking. She kicked him and frightened him into dodging. Qianlai, do you really have something with that woman from Dark Azura Hall? Han Feng waggled his eyebrows. Hee, that woman is beautiful. If you get her, you definitely have a sure shot to get into Dark Azura Hall. You, shove off as well. Zhuqian glared at him and then frowned. She said, Qianlai, let's just warn you. Do not provoke women like Xianxia. There is not a single simple woman that walks out of the Internal Affairs Department. That Ban Hong should be an enforcer. He calls Xianxia Miss. So this woman is at least commander rank. Taking a deep breath, Zhuqian said, Commanders of Internal Affairs have hands drenched in blood. I don't know how many other beings and spirit beasts they have killed. These kinds of people usually aren't normal. You should be careful. Do not interact too much with her to prevent yourself from getting into unnecessary trouble. I will remember it. Qianlai nodded with a serious expression. He decided to keep some distance from Xianxia, because when he underwent questioning, he knew that Xianxia had intentions of killing him and had almost done so. Even though he did not know why that woman decided to let him go, he didn't want to experience it twice. So he decided to avoid interacting with her as much as possible. 3 months later, Ice Stone City. Within a house filled with planted heart tranquility grass, Qianlai was seated on top of a round mat with closed eyes while adjusting his breath in cultivation. This was Nebula Pavilion's unique cultivation room, the meditation room. Plants such as heart tranquility grass, mind-calming bombflower, and others were planted inside the room, causing a fresh and peaceful smell to circulate inside it. There was even a formation meant to focus the mind and calm the heart drawn on top of the walls. Every arrangement inside the room was to help with cleansing the heart and clearing one's mind. If a martial practitioner cultivated inside this room, as long as they paid a bit of caution and did not cultivate an evil or extreme spirit art, they normally would not incur a fiendish rebound and turn violent. This place was very useful for cultivating various spirit arts, gaining an understanding of the realm, and deepening one's knowledge of the martial way. One would need to spend 5 contribution points in order to cultivate for a day inside the meditation room, and it would only take 450 points to cultivate for 3 months in there. As of now, that wasn't really much for Qianlai anymore. Since he returned from the stone forest, Qianlai had rented a meditation room specifically to stabilize his new realm. For the past 3 months, he had been experiencing the greatness of the natal palace while focusing his mind and calming his heart to cultivate. Training hard, he focused on gathering more spirit energy to convert into thunder and lightning energy to, bit by bit, fill up his first palace. The early stage of the natal opening realm required him to form 3 natal palaces, and each one needed to be completely filled before he could qualify for the middle stage. Currently, he had only just formed his first natal palace, and this palace hadn't even been filled yet. Cultivation wasn't something that could be completed overnight. Every step of ascension required the accumulation of strength and insight. It required rigorous and repeated cultivation to increase one's strength bit by bit. Almost there. Qianlai opened his eyes, muttered once, and walked out of the meditation room. Qianlai, you came out pretty early today. Lu Yen walked over from the other side of the cultivation ground while greeting him with a smile. The situation as of late is pretty good. The elites from Seven Fiends Valley, Dark Shadow Tower, and Dark Azura Hall all worked together. They have fought their way into the Arctic mountain range, and we are slowly gaining the advantage. If this continues, then it shouldn't take too long before we can make a new contract with the spirit beasts. That would be great. Many lives have been lost. The sooner we finish this, the better. Qianlai nodded his head and then asked, Gao Yu hasn't come back yet? Is it the same with Tu Zhe and the others? After the spirit beasts inside the stone forest had been cleared out, Gao Yu and Tu Zhe's group had gone to the edges of the Arctic mountain range to group up with Elder Chu Yen, Wei Xing, and Du Haitian. Lu Yen smiled and walked over, saying, It seems that Gao Yu Kid is close to breaking through to the natal opening realm, and he has accumulated 2,500 contribution points. That guy's pretty good. The duo talked while heading outside. Just when they had left the wide cultivation area, a Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner who was standing guard called out, Qianlai, is it? Elder Han wants you to meet him once you've finished. It seems that someone is looking for you and they sent you some stuff. I'll be off then. Qianlai bid goodbye with Lu Yen. A while later, he arrived at Han Qingrui's place, and the moment he went in, he found a few young men dressed in golden clothes sitting down. There was the picture of a golden valley sewn on the chest pocket on their clothes. It took only one glance for Qianlai to know that they came from Seven Fiends Valley's Gold Fiend Valley. Qianlai, do come and meet our friends from Seven Fiends Valley. They belong to Gold Fiend Valley and are about to participate in the battle at the Arctic mountain range. They dropped by Ice Stone City along the way to send you some stuff. Han Qingrui's face was slightly dark, as if he didn't like these people too much. Once Qianlai came over, he pointed at a person and said, This is Li Zhongxing, the junior apprentice of Gold Fiend Valley's Valley Master. He is here on an errand for Ling Yushi. You are Qianlai? The kid who was once engaged to Sister Ling. Li Zhongxing looked at Qianlai from head to toe before shaking his head with a cold expression. I don't understand why Sister Ling would fancy a small fry like you. Before Qianlai could say anything, he placed a small bundle on top of the table. Then, he stood up with a full face of impatience. This is the item Sister Ling had requested me to pass on to you. She has just entered the middle stage of the natal opening realm and thus cannot participate in the battle at the Arctic mountain range. That is why she asked me to give this to you. After glancing at Qianlai coldly, Li Zhongxing then frowned again. Give up after you've taken this. Sister Ling's talents are very exceptional, and her cultivation speed is also pretty quick. She is definitely not obtainable by someone like you. Yeah, you just stay in Nebula Pavilion, live a good life, and stop dreaming about Sister Ling ever again. Otherwise, there will be deadly misfortune waiting for you in the future. Once he finished, he and the rest of the young men from Gold Fiend Valley walked straight out without taking another glance at Han Qingrui. To this day, Sister Ling still constantly bears that brat in her mind, not giving Big Brother Li any chance at all. If we didn't happen to pass by Icestone City and she just happened to have a use for us, she wouldn't have even paid any attention to Big Brother Lee at all. One of them whispered, "Damn it. So she really did all this just for this brat, some kind from a limestone rank force. I can't believe she still can't forget about him to this day. What a stubborn woman. Let's go. I'm already frustrated that I have to come here for such a small fry. So you guys better shut up about it already," Li Zhongjing said with a snort. The group of people gradually walked far away. "Ignore them. They're just a bunch of juniors who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Their fathers live in Seven Fiends Valley, which was why they were part of it the moment they were born. They are nothing without their father's glory, and they would not have been able to reach their current cultivation level without relying on that either." Han Qingrui consoled him. Qinlai nodded with a dark expression and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Han. Such men aren't enough to disrupt my heart and influence me." "Good, that's good." Han Qingrui smiled gladly. "Despite being at Seven Fiends Valley, that girl still misses you, and every month she sends a letter to you which clearly proves her love for you. You're pretty good at this, aren't you?" Qinlai opened the package and saw a letter inside. There were also many bottles, jars, and tens of common rank 5 or 6 spirit stones. He did not ask for privacy and read the entire letter aloud in front of Han Qingrui. Ling Yushi had found him 3 kinds of prescriptions to temper his body. These bottles and jars contained the main spirit herbs and could help him temper his body. Besides that, there were also a few pills and medicine that can assist him in breaking through to the natal opening realm and spirit stones to be used during cultivation. This was all prepared for his ascension to the next realm. Prescriptions, spirit herbs, spirit pills, and spirit stones. They were all found by Ling Yushi through great effort, and a portion of them were sneakily saved up by her. All this attentive preparation was made solely for Qinlai's breakthrough. It could be said that Ling Yushi had only the best intentions for him. Unfortunately, Qinlai had already broken through to the natal opening realm, and after 3 months of harsh cultivation in the meditation room, his realm had already stabilized. Qinlai had borrowed the power of lightning to cultivate his newly formed heavenly thunder sacred body, so he definitely couldn't use any of the body-tempering prescriptions she gave him. It could be said that she had done all this in vain. Putting down the letter, Qinlai thought for a moment before asking, "Uncle Han, where's the Ling family staying in the city right now?" "In the south." Han Qingrui answered with a smile, then followed up with a detailed explanation, clearly pointing out the Ling family's exact location. Then he said, "Because of the spirit beast threat, all of the large vassal forces have moved into Icestone City, so the city is currently overcrowded. The condition over there must be pretty bad. It is possible that there are tens of people squeezing under the same house." "Can my contribution points buy anything inside the pavilion?" Qinlai asked again. "You can buy them as long as it does not exceed your contribution points. There is absolutely no problem at all," Han Qingrui affirmed. Qinlai nodded. Leaving, the first place he went next was Scripture Tower. He picked a few scriptures specifically aimed at refinement realm martial practitioners, then went to the spirit material room and bought some pills. With that, he had expended almost 2,000 contribution points. Carrying the scriptures, pills, and the package Ling Yushi had asked people to bring over, he exited Nebula Pavilion and then went southward, where Ling family was temporarily staying. 2 hours later, he arrived at a shabby courtyard entrance, and under the gaze of an old Ling family servant, he entered the courtyard. The familiar faces of the Ling family clansmen went in and out of the courtyard, and there were many houses where tens of people were squeezing under a single roof. The old men, children, and wives were categorized as a single household unit, and they could only stay inside a single room. The courtyard inside was dirty and messy, the environment absolutely terrible. "Qinlai!" Ling Qingji exclaimed softly. His face was thin and pallid, and he helplessly walked out of a house and said, "There's no helping it. The Ling family has been arranged at this location, and naturally, it's not going to look too good for an entire town of people to live inside a single courtyard. Well, it's good enough we can make it into the city. At least the safety of our lives can be guaranteed this way. If we continue to stay inside Ling Town, then it may be a different matter." Qinlai knew that because the people of every large vassal force had entered the city, every room in Icestone City become incredibly valuable. The Ling family was lucky they could find a courtyard to stay in. Many people did not even have a place to sleep in and could only find a place on the streets or under the trees to survive. Uncle Ling, are Ling Feng and the others around? Qin Lai nodded. They are. You came at the right time since they're all here. But in 3 days they'll be departing from the city. They've been assigned duties by the pavilion and will be heading outside the city for combat. Ling Chengji gave a weak smile and said, My big brother has gone out to ask people to work on some matters, so he's not here right now. About last time, it is the Ling family who have disappointed you. We wish for your forgiveness. I am here to look for Ling Feng and the others, Qin Lai said with a cold face. I know. Ling Qingji's expression was awkward. He understood that Qin Lai hadn't gotten over the matter yet. Then he yelled out, Ling Feng, Ling Xing, come over and see who's here. Who is it? Can it be that the first and second miss has come back? Ling Xing and Ling Xiao muttered before poking out their heads from a crowded room. Then, their expressions immediately brightened as they exclaimed, It's Qin Lai! Ling Feng and Ling Ying walked out of their respective rooms and laughed brightly. I've been cultivating in seclusion when I came back from outside the city 3 months ago, so I didn't have time to visit you. Sorry. Qin Lai gave a brief explanation, then brought out Ling Yusher's package and passed it to them. Next, he took out the scriptures and pills he bought with contribution points to Ling Feng, Ling Xing, and the crowd and said sincerely, I hope that you guys can enter the natal opening realm sooner with the help of these spirit materials. Ling Xing, Ling Xiao, Ling Ying, and the others looked at the spirit pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones inside the bag, plus the body-tempering prescriptions and scriptures appropriate of their cultivation. Their expressions were excited, and there was even light shining out of their eyes. If they used this properly, it would definitely help them ascend to the next realm at a much earlier date. These spirit pills, spirit herbs, spirit stones, prescriptions, and scriptures were definitely a dream come true for the currently distressed Ling family clansmen. So many spirit pills, spirit stones, and cultivation scriptures. There's even prescriptions for body tempering. Those kids had a deep relationship with Qin Lai, so they can be counted as having found the savior in their life. How enviable. Perhaps they can really enter the natal opening realm before reaching 20 years old with these spirit materials and enter Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. The treatment of Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners is different, all right. This is one case of it. If we were the core members of Nebula Pavilion, why would we need to squeeze inside this place? We would have been training hard inside the pavilion's cultivation rooms a long time ago. The patriarch treated him like that, and yet Qin Lai did not forget us. The Ling family really has let him down. It really is the Ling family's fault. Him and his grandfather have helped us in the past. And yet, for the future of the two misses, the patriarch had even dissolved their engagement. Every clansman in Ling Town was gathered inside this courtyard, and they all came out when they heard that Qin Lai had come. When they saw Qin Lai bringing out the spirit materials, spirit pills, spirit stones, and scriptures, they all wore shocked expressions and began whispering amongst themselves. Their gazes were filled with envy when they looked at Ling Xing's group. Ling Chengji's old face suddenly blushed as he stood there, and with a cough, he awkwardly went back inside the house. He was too ashamed to continue staying there. This is way too valuable. We can't accept this. While Ling Xing, Ling Ying, and the others were engulfed in excitement, Ling Feng was the only one who frowned and seriously said, Qin Lai, you should keep this to yourself. We can slowly cultivate on our own. In that case, Qin Lai, you should keep these to yourself. This is way too valuable. Ling Xiao endured the pain in his heart and looked away from the spirit pills and scriptures before saying that in a choppy voice. There's really no need for pleasantries. Just take these with you. I have no use for them. Qin Lai smiled coolly and continued, because I've already broken through to the natal opening realm. Natal opening realm! The Ling family clansmen exclaimed in shock. Ling Feng and the others had shocked expressions. They felt happy for Qin Lai. Then, after they looked at all the spirit pills, spirit stones, and scriptures, their intentions of refusing decreased. As expected, cultivating progresses much faster at Nebula Pavilion. Ling Ying's eyes were bright as she said, "Qin Lai, when you left Ling Town to go to Nebula Pavilion, you should have just been in the 8th level of the refinement realm. It has just been a year and you have reached the natal opening realm. Does Nebula Pavilion really help out that much? Can they really help you progress faster?" None of the people of Ling Town had reached the natal opening realm before they were 20, so none of them were admitted to Nebula Pavilion to cultivate. Due to this, all the wondrous qualities of cultivating at Nebula Pavilion were things they heard from others. Qin Lai's return gave them the chance to ask, so they naturally would inquire. Qin Lai thought and then seriously explained, "It is a bit faster to cultivate in Nebula Pavilion. There are special meditation, combat, and cultivation areas in the pavilion. There are also places such as the Scripture Tower and the Artifact Tower that aid in cultivation." Listening to his explanation, everyone's eyes gradually lit up and felt a yearning towards cultivating at Nebula Pavilion. "So you do not have to be courteous with me. Take these spirit materials and then focus on cultivating." Qin Lai smiled. "Maybe after a year or two you will enter Nebula Pavilion. Then we can reunite there. Amen. I borrowed these scriptures from Scripture Tower. Do not damage them. After a while, I will come and take away the old books and lend a few new ones for you." "Good," Ling Feng shouted and said. "Then we won't be courteous." "Thanks." Ling Xian thanked gravely. They were extremely grateful inside. After chatting for a while, Qin Lai bade them farewell and walked out of the compound. An hour after he left, the patriarch of the Ling family, Ling Xianxia, returned with a furrowed brow. He quickly learned from Ling Chengji that Qin Lai had come and knew that Qin Lai had given a large number of spirit pills and stones to Ling Feng and the others. In the sparse room, the patriarch of the Ling family sighed. "Ah, it is us who have failed him. It has already passed." Ling Qingji's face was also helpless. He then asked, "Big brother, what have you found out about the situation?" "We need to go to the border of the Arctic mountain range and cooperate with the elders of the pavilion to stop the invasion of spirit beasts. That place right now is led by the vice pavilion master, Li Yuntao and Du Haitian. I'm afraid that Du Haitian will take the opportunity to plot against our Ling family." The Ling family patriarch's brow was tightly creased. "Right now, the battle between us and the spirit beasts of Arctic mountain range is in a very tense state. The Ling family is a subordinate power of Nebula Pavilion who also has members that moved into Icestone City. At this time, people with battle capabilities have to take up responsibility. This cannot be refused. Yushir and Xianxia are already Granny Jiu's disciples. Does Du Haitian dare to act against us?" Ling Qingji said with a dark face. "He knows how much we hate him. We have a disagreement that cannot be resolved unless one side dies. This cannot be solved, so he will do everything he can to destroy our Ling family." Killing intent roiled in the eyes of the Ling family patriarch. Granny Jiu might be the valley master of Dark Fiend Valley, but Nebula Pavilion is not a subordinate force of Seven Fiends Valley. She does not have any power over Du Haitian. If she really acts against Du Haitian, Dark Azura Hall would question her. Temporarily, we have no way of borrowing her authority. So we can only be careful, Ling Chengji responded helplessly. Emin, I will do my best to be careful. I hope we can return safely. The Ling family patriarch nodded. You and Ling Feng stay behind to take care of the overall situation. Only Ling Feng is calm among the young generation and can help you solve the internal conflicts. This boy's personality and composure is pretty good. In the future, if Yushir and Xianxia have married, I have a good opinion of Ling Feng as the next patriarch. If Yushir and Qin Lai's engagement was not prematurely ended, Qin Lai is actually also a good choice, Ling Chengji said. Once the words came out, the patriarch of the Ling family sighed helplessly again. He shook his head and did not say any more on the topic. Uncle Li, are you really free now? On Commerce Street in front of Li's shop, Qin Lai laughed and stepped in. In the evening, there was only Li Mu inside Li's shop, coiled on the rocking chair with his eyes lidded as he looked lazily outside. In the yard behind him, That large wolf dog was resting with eyes closed under the tree. Not bad. You entered the natal opening realm. Li Mu smiled slightly and then straightened as he examined Qin Lai with narrowed eyes. How many natal palaces have you created? Just one. Amen. Then work hard on your cultivation and try to open 3 natal palaces as soon as possible. If you store thunder and lightning energy in the 3 natal palaces, there will be 3 times as much as what you have now. That will mean your offensive power will increase greatly. Li Mu nodded. Uncle Li, how do you know I am cultivating the power of thunder and lightning? Qin Lai was shocked. Ha. Li Mu laughed and then took out a piece of yellow paper from a shelf behind him. He handed it to Qin Lai. I recently purchased this. It might be useful for you. You can try it and this can be your first forging. Qin Lai took the yellow paper. He looked down and found many spirit materials and amounts were written on the yellow paper. 2 ground crystals, for tails of quicksand gold, 1 ink cloud stone, 5 tails of profound iron. What is this? Qin Lai was confused. The inventory list for supplementary materials required for forging the Terminator Profound Bomb. Li Mu became serious. This is a one-use spirit artifact. It can produce a great explosion with a decent amount of power. The supplementary materials to make the Terminator Profound Bomb are not hard to find, and Nebula Pavilion stores should have them. You only need to prepare a primary material that contains thunder and lightning power, and you should have all of the materials needed. What about the spirit diagrams? Qin Lai asked. Keep reading, Li Mu replied. Qin Lai continued to read. Then, his expression changed to one of shock. With the basic spirit gathering, spirit storage, strengthening and amplification spirit diagrams as the core, use the amplification diagram to continuously increase thunder energy to activate the thunder and lightning power inside the main material. After amplifying the thunder energy, it will rush into the incomplete spirit storage diagram. The spirit storage diagram will not be able to contain it and will only be able to explode from the inside, resulting in the Terminator Profound Bomb forming great destructive power in an instant. His eyes flashed. So there are times in spirit artifact forging that spirit diagrams do not have to be completed. The damaged and incomplete spirit storage diagram will explode immediately on activation because it cannot contain the increased thunder and lightning power. Is this still a spirit artifact? A one-use spirit artifact is still an artifact. Li Mu smiled and nodded. The important parts have been noted down on the paper. You can study it yourself. Think of it as a test. If you can really make it, this Terminator Profound Bomb can increase your combat capabilities. Amen, the power of this thing should not be average. Pausing, Li Mu's expression became serious. But you must be careful. Do not let this thing explode during the forging process. Otherwise, it can harm you and to a grave degree. I will, Qin Lai responded seriously. Amen. I put the spirit tablets I bought for you in your little room. You can organize it yourself. Oh, Pan Jueming of Armament Pavilion is interested in the spirit gathering boards. You can make some when you have the time, Li Mu said. Terminator Profound Bomb. Terminator Profound Bomb. Qin Lai's head was down as he intently read the contents of the yellow paper. He noted down all of the basic materials and continuously studied the connection between the 4 spirit diagrams. I have not grasped the strengthening spirit diagram yet. It seems that I need to learn it before I can make the Terminator Profound Bomb. He settled back at Li's shop and used the spirit tablets to inscribe the strengthening spirit diagram. With the experience of the amplification, spirit gathering, and spirit storage diagrams, the rate at which he learned the strengthening diagram was very quick. A fortnight later, he successfully increased the strengthening diagram and caused the simplest spirit tablet to become extremely hard. After that, he still remained in Li's shop. He tried to construct the spirit diagrams for the Terminator Profound Bomb on spirit tablets, then tried to put the 4 diagrams together. He embedded them on a spirit tablet and tried to use thunder energy as the trigger to get the spirit diagram to crack. Poof! Another spirit tablet turned to ash. Qin Lai's brow was furrowed as he thought long and hard among the floor full of scrapped spirit tablets. One more fortnight passed. He continuously failed in the process of making a steady compound spirit diagram. Usually, he was unable to trigger the explosion of the spirit diagram before the spirit tablet became scrap due to the conflict between spirit diagrams. The tolerance of true spirit artifacts was even worse than spirit tablets. If he could not succeed on spirit tablets, the rate of failure if he inscribed directly on spirit artifacts could only be higher. I told you before, if you repeatedly fail, then stop for a while. Today, Li Mu shouted from outside. Stop for a while and relax before trying again. If you continuously fail, then continue to stop and do not be stubborn. Do not charge single-mindedly on failures. Thanks, Uncle Li, I know. Qin Lai did not continue. He walked out to drink with Li Mu and reminisce about the past. After resting for 2 days, he did not think any more about anything in the area of artifact forging. He calmed his mind and worked on his cultivation to fill his natal palace with thunder and lightning energy. After his emotions were completely controlled, he once again constructed the compound spirit diagram and continued to experiment. He continuously failed in the following 3 days. Once again, he listened to Li Mu's words and took a break. Alternating once more, he resumed drinking with Li Mu and further cultivated his natal palace. After he calmed down, he attempted the diagram once more. The cycle repeated. The middle of the night 14 days later. Boom! An explosion came from his little room that was thunderous and rattling, resulting in Li Mu being shocked awake. Boy! What are doing in the middle of the night? Li Mu came over with drowsy eyes. He suddenly remembered and grinned. What, you finally succeeded? Uncle Li, I finally managed to construct the compound spirit diagram on the inside of the Terminator Profound Bomb. Qin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, but his face was full of a shocking light as he said excitedly, Just now my thunder energy charged in, and after being amplified by the amplification diagram inside the spirit tablet, it charged into the spirit storage diagram and caused the spirit tablet to explode. Li Mu entered the room and saw that Qin Lai's body was emanating smoke. Many of the spirit tablets in the room had turned to powder, and even the walls had cracked. MN, if you can gather all the materials and find the main material that contains thunder and lightning power, after you master constructing the compound diagram on the inside of the Terminator Profound Bomb, you can make the true Terminator Profound Bomb. Li Mu's smile was carefree as he said, If that explodes, my shop will probably be destroyed. As the words came out, Qin Lai's eyes lit up. It is that powerful? You'll know after you succeed, Li Mu said with narrowed eyes and a smile. This is the beast core of a mutant ice soul python and one of its eyes. It cultivated both ice and thunder, so the beast core and eye should also contain thunder and lightning power. Take a look. Do you think I can use this as the primary material for the Terminator Profound Bomb? Qin Lai had prepared before and took out the materials he had gotten from the stone forest. Now he handed them to Li Mu for a look. Rank 2 Spirit Beast. Li Mu touched the Ice Soul Python's beast core and eye. After thinking for a while, he then answered, There shouldn't be a problem. When you try to make the Terminator Profound Bomb, you might not succeed the first time. You should split this beast core into many parts and try multiple times. When you have gotten a good grasp on it, you can add the rest into the Terminator Profound Bomb. The beast cores of spirit beasts are very hard. This is also one from a rank 2 spirit beast. Splitting it might not be so easy. Qin Lai commented. Give it to me. I have something that can help you split it into 10 small pieces. Li Mu responded with a smile. Then thanks, Uncle Li. Amen. Deep in a mountain a few hundred miles away from Icestone City were 7 valleys. The 7 valleys were arranged somewhat in the shape of the Big Dipper, and it contained a kind of magic that called to the heaven and earth. In a valley wherein energy was slightly thicker, there was an icy cold pond. The pond water was crystal clear, and a dense fog floated above its surface. At the moment, there was an attractive figure wearing thin clothes sitting in the middle of the pond. As the spirit energy turned, the water around her gathered to form many droplets the size of an eyeball. Each and every one of the water droplets were crystal clear, and the spirit energy inside them was thick and pure. Magically surrounding her, the droplets spun inside the crystal-like pond. Amidst the milky white fog, She concentrated on cultivating her spirit art and circulating her spirit energy. The more water droplets she gathered, the stronger the waves that emanated from her body. Lu Li's figure arrived quietly, wearing a jade-green dress, an indifferent expression, and a pair of cold eyes. She stared at the pond for a moment before saying, "As a matter of fact, your cultivating talents are better than your sister's." The fog dissipated, and without the bindings of spirit energy, the water droplets turned back to ice-cold water and melted into the pond. Ling Yushi opened her eyes, her appearance tranquil and otherworldly as she smiled and said, "Good day, senior sister. This are the pills Master sent me to give you." Just as Lu Li put down a bottle, she immediately frowned and said, "Do not stash pills in secret any longer. I may not cover for you next time. I will tell Master. She has a bad temper?" Sitting in the middle of the pond, Ling Yushi sighed quietly. "I'm sorry, senior sister. The pills Master sent over are simply too much for me. I can never finish them all. I just don't want to waste it." "You don't want to waste them?" Lu Li kept a cold expression. "As Master's direct disciple, we can afford to be wasteful with our cultivation materials. Even if we did consume more of those pills, it will definitely not cause any discomfort to our bodies." After a pause, she snorted and said, "Do you really think I don't know where your stashed pills went to?" Ling Yushi lowered her head and did not argue. "That Qin Lai brat cannot keep up with your pace at all. Under normal circumstances, it will take at least tens of years before he can break through to the manifestation realm and enter forces such as Seven Fiends Valley and Dark Azura Hall." Lu Li did not hold back at all as she coldly continued. "And this is assuming the best-case scenario. If he gets into an accident or is injured during battle, he will take even longer to enter the manifestation realm. Moreover, the breakthrough from the natal opening realm to the manifestation realm is not easy. Some people will go their entire lives without crossing that line. Are you going to wait for him forever?" Lu Li exclaimed softly. "What do you think I should do, senior sister?" Ling Yushi lifted her head looking completely natural. She was unaffected by her words. "Forget him," Lu Li answered. Ling Yushi smiled gently and shook her head softly. "What if I can't forget? Then killing him is fine too," Lu Li said with a cold expression. "With your talents and qualifications, your future will be limitless. Do not let a man disturb your mind. If I were you, I would kill him and spend all my energy on the ascension of my realm. I would set my goal to chase after Master's footsteps. Never mind. Let's not dwell on this subject anymore." Ling Yushi was dumbfounded. In her eyes, Lu Li was a crazy woman, a cultivation madman who would sacrifice anything for the ascension of her realm. "Senior sister, very soon you'll be representing this valley in the Arctic mountain range. Please do me a favor and help me check out how the Ling family is doing. Also, if it's possible, then help me take a look at Qin Lai as well. I want to know how he's doing." "You're utterly hopeless," Lu Li exclaimed with a cold expression. That was the last of her words as she turned around and walked away. Ling Yushi smiled lightly, and after Lu Li left, only then did she whisper in a soft voice, "That is because senior sister has never fallen in love with a man. That is why you cannot understand and why your heart can be as firm as steel." Nebula Pavilion. Qin Lai was heading towards the artifact forging hall, pondering how he could borrow Yao Tai's furnace so he could refine the Terminator Profound Bomb. He had stayed in Li's shop for over a month and successfully built the compound spirit diagrams needed for the Terminator Profound Bomb on top of a spirit tablet. Li Mu had split the Ice Soul Python's core into 10 little pieces as real materials for his attempt. The attempt to truly create the Terminator Profound Bomb. Now everything was set, and the only thing that was remaining was the actual forging process. That was why he needed to borrow the furnace in the artifact forging hall. He decided to communicate with Yao Tai. He hadn't been here for a while. Not even taking step into the hall, he already heard Lu Ting's scoldings. "You can't do this, you can't do that. Then what can you actually do? Nebula Pavilion has fed you and given you so many spirit materials to forge artifacts. And yet you can't even fix my mirror of 1,000 illusions. What else are you here for?" "My little grandaunt, I've told you many times. The components of your mirror of thousand illusions are conflicting with each other, and no matter how many times it's fixed, it will still break easily. This is a problem of structure, and I cannot repair it completely. What do you really want me to do? Inside the hall, Yao Tai's voice was weak and feeble. Besides, I've been sick due to overwork, and for a short time I will not be able to fix spirit artifacts for anyone. Even if you want this fixed, it will have to wait until after I recover. How are you tired? Repairing a mere spirit artifact is enough to tire you to the point of sickness? Then what about us? We just came back from the outskirts of the Arctic mountain range. We've all fought with spirit beasts and we're all risking our lives. Does it trouble you just to sit inside the pavilion and fix a spirit artifact? Lu Ting yelled out in a cold voice. Qin Lai shook his head and came in while covering his ears. He saw immediately Yao Tai sitting at his place with a dark complexion. Lu Ting, Wei Li, and a few other young people were gathered around him. Du Heng. His glance swept over to the back, and suddenly Qin Lai gave a soft yell while his face darkened slightly. Qin Lai. Du Heng's gaze had also turned chilly as he stared at him wildly, like a tied-up beast, looking as if he would rush over and fight him with his life. Back at Lingtown, Qin Lai had blasted Du Heng, inflicting him with many serious injuries in front of numerous Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners. Du Heng saw it as a terrible humiliation and the sorest spot of his entire life. To kill Qin Lai, Du Heng had spent great effort while cultivating for over a year, and now that he had stepped into the 9th level of refinement, he had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Don't be hasty, Du Heng. Wei Xing's son, Wei Li, quietly stopped him before looking sideways at Qin Lai. Coldly, he said, he is a successful gigolo who managed to hook up with a woman from the Department of Internal Affairs in Dark Azura Hall. Not only did he manage to break through to the natal opening realm, the woman even gave him 10,000 contribution points as pocket money. TSK, that's his business though. We can't possibly compare to him. Yeah, he's great when it comes to this aspect. Back at Lingtown, he also hooked up with their miss and even got an engagement. After his intentions were found out and they dissolved the engagement, he once again kissed up to Tuesday and came to Nebula Pavilion. Not long after arriving at Nebula Pavilion, he again magically hooked up with that woman from Dark Azura Hall. This kind of skill, man, I am truly put to shame by it. Qin Lai, don't think that you are the only one who can enter Nebula Pavilion this early. Du Heng's face was dark. I've scored an achievement at the Arctic mountain range, and I also can become a core member of Nebula Pavilion in advance. Our grudge will be resolved in Nebula Pavilion in the future. You scored an achievement? Qin Lai smiled coolly. That fake uncle of yours, your real father. How many people did he send to help you? How many credits did he fake in your name so you could finally slip into Nebula Pavilion? Ignoring Du Heng's livid expression, it was as if he wanted to eat him alive. He then turned to look at Wei Li with lightning flashing in his eyes and said with a cold and stern expression, "A bunch of fools who rely on their dads to live like you all have the right to taunt me? Do you believe that you won't live over a year in Nebula Pavilion if your dads aren't around?" While he was threatened, a consciousness formed by killing intent in Qin Lai's mind actually gushed out of his eyes. When Wei Li met his eyes, Wei Li suddenly felt cold from the top to bottom, and his neck felt as if a sharp knife had cut through it. With a pale face, Wei Li stepped continuously backpedaled, looking embarrassed to the extreme. You think trash like you has the right to ridicule anyone? Qin Lai smiled coldly. A small bit of surprise sprouted in his heart. He suddenly realized that his mind consciousness had quite the wondrous use, allowing him to suppress low-level martial practitioners with his aura. Don't think you can do whatever you want in Nebula Pavilion just because you've broken through to the natal opening realm. Lu Ting scowled and let out a humph. Once this matter at the Arctic mountain range is finished, my father will become the new pavilion master in Nebula Pavilion. Du Heng's uncle, Elder Du Haitian, will become the new vice pavilion master. When that happens, I look forward to see how long you and this useless artificer can stay in the pavilion. Let's go. Lu Ting led the way and headed outside. The embarrassed Wei Li and the few other young men also followed her out the door. Du Heng was the only one who stayed behind. His expression was savage, and there was terrible enmity blinking in his eyes. He grit his teeth and said, "Qin Lai, you and all of the Ling family will die." Ling family. Qin Lai smiled coldly. Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia have already entered Seven Fiends Valley, and you still want to harass Ling family. Are you really looking to die? You'll see. Du Heng threw down those malicious words before exiting the artifact forging hall. Qin Lai frowned and could not help but worry on the inside for Ling family's Ling Feng, Ling Ying, and the others. From Du Heng's tone, it seemed that Du Haitian had a plan to deal with the Ling family. Ling Feng, Ling Ying, Ling Xing and the others had fought together with him at Celestial Wolf Mountain, and before he left Ling Town it was also Ling Feng and them who had come over to console him, to drink with him, helping him with his sorrows. He might have an opinion against the Ling family patriarch and Ling Qingji, but he was very fond of Ling Feng and them. He didn't want any misfortune to befall them, so he was slightly worried. It's been a long time. They should have left the city a long time ago. I hope they're okay. Qin Lai thought to himself. You haven't come in a while. While he was pondering, Yao Tai said weakly, I've been busy repairing spirit artifacts as of late, and this time, I guess I'm completely burned out. I most likely won't be able to do anything in a short while. He looked at Qin Lai with slightly brightened eyes. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the natal opening realm. After today's matter, I've finally understood that the ascension of artifact forging is also related to a martial practitioner's realm. If my realm is high enough, then I wouldn't expend so much energy when repairing spirit artifacts. I wouldn't completely drain my spirit energy, nor would I be so completely exhausted. Lately, as the martial practitioners battled against the spirit beasts in the Arctic mountain range, many martial practitioners inside the pavilion had damaged their spirit artifacts, and they all came to Yao Tai to repair them. The pavilion master, 2MO, had also instructed Yao Tai to do his best. So every time his spirit energy recovered, he would immediately sink himself into the repairing of spirit artifacts. This continued for a few months, regardless of day and night, and finally Yao Tai, whose cultivation realm was not high in the first place, could not handle it anymore and collapsed. Qin Lai had been worrying about a way to ask Yao Tai about borrowing the artifact forging hall's furnace. The moment he heard his words, he hurriedly said with sincerity, You have worked too hard, great master. Why don't you go home and take a good few days of rest while I watch over the artifact forging hall for you? I guarantee that there will be no problems at all. What do you think, master? All right, it's about time I take a temporary rest. Yao Tai nodded. Don't worry, great master. I got this. Qin Lai beat his chest and promised him. Yao Tai collapsed and had no choice but to rest. He was no longer able to fix any spirit artifacts. Qin Lai wrote the news onto a notice and stuck it on the tripod in front of the artifact forging hall's main entrance. Then he shut the hall's main door close. Inside the hall, there were many spirit material cabinets, and inside them there were a wide assortment of materials. The supporting materials for the Terminator Profound Bomb he was about to create could mostly be found in there. But Qin Lai did not plan to use Yao Tai's spirit materials, nor did he plan to use his fire crystals. He was only going to borrow the furnace used to smelt artifacts. He first went to the warehouse and used some of his contribution points to buy some of the spirit materials needed to create the Terminator Profound Bomb. Then, he took out the fire crystals he had gathered and moved them one at a time into the artifact forging hall. After a day's preparation, he had gathered all of the supporting materials needed to create the Terminator Profound Bomb and filled the bottom of the furnace with fire crystals. Watching the furnace, his expression gradually turned serious. He felt a little uneasy, and he had no confidence at all. After following Yao Tai for more than half a year, he was very clear on the process of forging an artifact. He also knew all the characteristics of the spirit materials by heart. However, he had never actually forged an artifact with his own hands before, so he didn't really have any experience. He stared at the furnace for a long time. After a while, because he did not plan to use the main ingredients immediately, he moved the split pieces of Ice Soul Python's beast core away. Seeing that time was slowly passing by, he sucked in a deep breath and finally ceased his hesitation. Prepare the spirit materials. Melting, fusing, precipitating into artifact. Whispering silently, he lit up the fire crystals, and the tens of fire crystals burned up. Through their flames, the furnace burned until it was crimson red. The ball-shaped vessel he had prepared a long time ago had been placed at the notch inside the furnace before the fire was lit. He then watched the flames and waited until the furnace was burned completely red. Only once that happened did he begin to slowly put in the spirit materials. SSSSSSS. The second the spirit materials entered the furnace, a thick smoke immediately rose from inside it. A burning smell came quickly after. "It's too early," Xianxia exclaimed once before hurriedly adding the mystical cold jade to help the spirit materials cool down, to let the furnace's temperature lower for just a little. He immediately put his full concentration into observing the furnace. He imagined the steps Yao Tai had taken to forge artifacts and tested them one after another. "Oh no! I was one step too slow and wasted a ground crystal. It's over." The temperature wasn't high enough and the spirit materials did not melt together immediately. They're conflicting with each other. It's a failure. Inside the burning hot artifact forging hall, Xianxia was sweating all over and locking his brows deeply in a frown, carefully going through each and every step to smelt an artifact. He had underestimated the difficulty of artifact forging. Without any experience, he repeatedly made mistakes and wasted many spirit materials for nothing. He didn't manage to fuse all of the spirit materials even once. In just 2 short days, he had splurged all of the supporting materials he needed to create the Terminator Profound Bomb. He had no choice but to go to the warehouse once more, and with the cost of 1,500 points, he bought 5 times the amount of spirit materials he had last time. He was prepared to continue failing. He then restarted the great undertaking of artifact forging. 10 days later, 2,000 contribution points worth of spirit materials were completely exhausted, and his accumulation of experience in artifact forging had improved only just a little. The number of mistakes he made were also decreasing gradually. But he still did not manage to create an end product. Therefore, he bought yet another 2,000 contribution points worth of spirit materials. He continued to work hard. This time, the loss of spirit materials was clearly decreasing. The furnace burned crimson red, and the fire crystals kept the temperature hot. He was becoming more and more adept at adding spirit materials and also adding in just the right amounts. He continued to research painstakingly, adding to his artifact forging experience little by little while rapidly expending his spirit materials. 7 days later, all of his clothing was drenched, and his red eyes stared at the furnace flickering along with the fire crystal's flame. His eyes too were flashing with a strange light. Ground crystal. While watching the furnace, he carelessly but accurately grabbed a brown-yellow crystal, and just when the flames inside the furnace rushed upwards, he immediately flung the crystal into the furnace. An enclosed, explosive sound rattled from inside the furnace. He sharply gazed at the furnace and waited for at least 10 more seconds. After realizing that there were no longer any exploding sounds coming from inside, a smile finally appeared on his face. That is yet another step forward. He quietly became excited. Another 3 days passed. It was early morning today, and Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he stared wide-eyed at the furnace. The fire crystals beneath the furnace had died long ago, and the high temperature inside the furnace was also dissipating slowly. There were a lot less spirit materials around him, and these weren't enough to attempt another round of artifact forging. I sure hope it works. Otherwise, I'll have to immediately go and buy more spirit materials for the next bout of artifact forging. Xianxia silently tensed up and waited until the last spark died inside the furnace. He then slowly moved forward and looked down at the notch inside the furnace, examining the ball-shaped vessel. Within the ball-shaped vessel, his eyes were met with a dark green round ball about the size of a walnut. The surface of the round, dark green ball was very rough, and it had a many rice-sized protrusions. On the surface, it had no beauty and not a bit of luster either. It looked like the most normal-looking iron ball you can find, not rare at all in any way. However, Xianxia's expression shook greatly as he yelled out, "It finally has a ball shape to it." He cheerfully took out the green round ball. It was slightly hot to touch, so it seemed that the heat hadn't completely dissipated yet. Narrowing his eyes, he slipped in a wisp of mind consciousness into the ball and carefully sensed the spirit materials compatibility. The spirit materials haven't merged very well, but this counts as my first finished product. After a while, Qianlai cracked open a grin and began to giggle. He was very motivated. Let's give it a few more tries. If I can forge it into a ball again, then I will add the Ice Soul Python's core inside with the main materials as the core and continue forging. Therefore, he once again went to the spirit material room. You still have 4,300 contribution points. A middle-aged man surnamed Han frowned in front of the spirit material room's door, saying, "Oh, Qianlai, you've been spending your contribution points way too quickly. You've used over 5,000 contribution points out of 10,000. The spirit materials you're asking for this time will require you to pay another 2,300 contribution points, so you'll only have 2,000 left." This person was Han Qingrue's subordinate. Because he knew that Han Qingrue had taken a liking to Qianlai, he took the initiative to give him a reminder, in case Qianlai wasn't clear on how much he was spending and wasted all of his contribution points without knowing. "Only 2,000 left." Qianlai smiled bitterly and said, "I got it. Please exchange them. Thank you for your warning." He finally understood why they said an artificer was a profession that burned money. Of the 10,000 contribution points he had earned, he had already expended more than half of them, but to this day he still hadn't forged a finished product. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen the light of hope recently, even he would have hesitated on whether or not he should continue investing contribution points into this project. "Alright, the spirit materials you asked for are all here. Use them well." The man nodded his head helplessly. After giving his thanks, Qianlai left with 5 full bags of spirit materials, and he once again began busying himself inside the artifact forging hall. 7 days later, a round ball laid at the center of his palm. The body of the ball was round and slightly bright. It was dark green in color. It was also only about the size of a walnut and was slightly cold to touch. The compatibility of spirit materials is okay now. There is also no conflict with the supporting materials when using the Ice Soul Python's beast core as the main material. From the looks of it, this counts as a true finished product. Now, it only needs a compound spirit diagram to be inscribed inside, and it will be counted as a success. Qianlai's face beamed with a smile. After a moment of thought, he decided to not inscribe the spirit diagram immediately, but to use the remaining spirit materials and make a few more end products. With the experience of his first success, the artifact forging afterwards suddenly turned into a very smooth ride. He finished up the last of his spirit materials and successfully forged yet another 5 artifacts. The last step will be to inscribe a spirit diagram in them. If this step succeeds, then the forging of the Terminator Profound Bomb can be successfully concluded. Qianlai's expression was one of excitement. Terminator Profound Bomb. It's quite the good name. I hope the power of its explosion will truly surprise me. He decided to take a little break first. After he had restored his state of mind and calmed down his heart, then he would continue to finish with the final inscription of a spirit diagram. This last step was too critical that he didn't dare to not treat it seriously. That was why he was going to face it in peak condition. "You've worked for such a long time, and all you made are these little balls?" Yao Tai suddenly showed his face. He was standing behind one of the hall's pillars, staring with an odd expression at the Terminator Profound Bombs. "What kind of spirit artifact is this?" Qianlai was shocked on the inside as he laughed sheepishly. "I forged these just for fun." Yao Tai nodded, walked over, and curiously looked at a Terminator Profound Bomb that still wasn't inscribed with a spirit diagram. He then said, "Let me have a closer look?" Qianlai gave him a smile and passed one over. "It's no big deal, I'm just giving it a try. I did not use any of the spirit materials or fire crystals here. All of the forging materials were bought using my own contribution points. I hope you don't mind, Great Master. You don't need to explain, I understand." Yao Tai accepted the round dark green ball and carefully played with it in his hand. He earnestly sensed the components inside it. After a while, he nodded again. "This is forged pretty well. The materials compatibility are still acceptable. The real time you've studied under me was at best more than half a year, and I have not instructed you in any way either. Your talents can be counted as astounding for you to be able to reach where you are. He looked towards Qinlai before frowning suddenly. He continued, unfortunately, this is unusable. Without a spirit diagram to become its soul, this is just a round ball. It can never become a real spirit artifact. Naturally, Qinlai understood, and after giving him a smile he replied, I know. As he stroked the round ball, Yao Tai suddenly turned quiet, and it was only until after a while later that he said, 10 days ago I've already recovered, but I didn't want to continue fixing spirit artifacts for the people inside the pavilion, so I did not show up. I also found out about the matter of you borrowing the furnace to forge an artifact. Since you did not use my spirit materials, I am fine with it, and I also want to see how far you can go. He raised his head and said, I admit that, in terms of your talent in artifact forging, you exceed all of my previous followers, and you are also a hard worker. Qinlai's expression was calm. You flatter me, great master. Learning spirit diagrams is not as easy as it looks, and in truth, there isn't much that I can teach you because the spirit diagrams that I've mastered are all very low level. Yao Tai said with a frown. After a moment's thought, he seemed to have come to a decision and said, if you really want to learn, then work as my helper for another year. Once you have reached a full year, I will teach you the few basic spirit diagrams I've learned. Qinlai was shocked. What kind of spirit diagram did you want to inscribe in this round ball? I can help you, Yao Tai asked for his opinion. It's fine. I just made it for fun, for practice. There's really no need for master to worry about it. Qinlai felt a bit flattered, but he quickly stopped him. Since great master is here, I do not need to continue stand guard any longer. I'm really tired as of late, so I'll be going back to rest. Once he finished, he took the round ball away from Yao Tai's hands and left the hall with a smile. This bastard! Once he hurriedly left, Yao Tai scolded with an angry face. This is the first time I've truly wanted to take an apprentice, and I just have to run into an ungrateful one. I was even prepared to teach him how to inscribe spirit diagrams, and yet he still ran away without even saying anything. Damn it! Why do I have to run into such an idiot? Someone's back. An elder has returned to the pavilion. It's Elder Chu's men. During the afternoon, just when Qinlai and Lu Yen had both exited the cultivation area, they immediately heard yells coming from the direction of Nebula Pavilion's southern door. For the past year, as the war between the martial practitioners and spirit beasts escalated, more and more martial practitioners inside Nebula Pavilion had been sent out to battle. Every time a team returned, the guards at the front door would shout loudly and welcome the triumphant returnees to give them a warm reception. Let's go and take a look. Lu Yen gave a light smile. I've recently heard news that we are slowly gaining the advantage at the Arctic mountain range. Elder Chu Yen should have acquired quite the number of spirit beast spoils during this trip. Qinlai had rested for 2 days in preparation for the inscription of the compound spirit diagram for the Terminator Profound Bomb, the day after tomorrow. Currently he was relaxing, so after hearing Lu Yan's words, he nodded and headed towards the door with him. The warm welcomes and yells suddenly stopped. When Qinlai and Lu Yan's people were about halfway through, they could no longer hear any voices coming from the front door, and it was as if every man had suddenly turned into a mute. Something's wrong. Lu Yen frowned as his expression darkened. What's going on? Asked Qinlai in surprise. Normally, only returnees who have suffered terrible losses would incur such a heavy atmosphere. A bad feeling was already blooming in Lu Yan's heart. It is likely that Elder Chu's situation isn't too good. Qinlai said nothing in response. A few minutes later, both Qinlai, Lu Yen, and a lot of other people who had heard the news arrived together at Nebula Pavilion's southern entrance. It took only a single glance from far away for Qinlai to feel his expression change as he said in a low voice, Brother Lu, you indeed guessed correctly. At the front door, all of Chu Yan's subordinates wore dark complexions on their faces, and there was no light in their eyes as well. A lot of them were either missing an arm or a leg, and nearly every one of them had incurred severe injuries. Chu Yan and Tu Zhe, Zhuqian and the others were at the back of the line. They all wore gloomy expressions as if they had suffered some kind of terrible blow. Especially Chu Peng. It seemed that he had cried his entire way back home, and even his eyes were swollen red. His expression was terribly numb. He walked, puppet-like, with Tu Zhe and Zhuqian, bowing his head while appearing to be completely lifeless. At this moment, all of the gathered Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners and the guards at the front door had gone silent. Everyone could see that the losses sustained during this expedition were absolutely terrible. It stopped their cheers, and they were unable to say even a single welcoming word. The atmosphere at the door was absolutely oppressive. The number of people who came back did not even reach a tenth of their original number. Elder Chu's losses are absolutely terrifying. After watching for a while, a person sighed softly. Why haven't we seen Elder Chu Yen? Some people said doubtfully. The moment the words fell out, everyone could not help but consider a possibility. He can't have passed away, can he? Soon, the crowd grew even more quiet. Their expressions were ugly, and a cold chill spawned from the bottom of their hearts. Pavilion Master! Pavilion Master! Elder Han! Suddenly, the crowd cried out one after another. The Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion, 2MO, and Han Qingrui emerged from the crowd. They all wore heavy expressions as they walked over and looked at Chu Yan's remaining forces. 2MO asked, "Where is Elder Chu Yan?" "He was killed in action." Chu Yan's subordinate, Hall Master Wu Chong, suddenly lifted his head with eyes filled with the color of blood. "Please uphold justice for Elder Chu, Pavilion Master. Please uphold justice for Elder Chu, Pavilion Master." Chu Peng suddenly knelt on the floor and kowtowed towards 2MO. He was completely red, and he bit down on his teeth so hard that there were crunching sounds. "It is Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian who have murdered my father. Please avenge my father, Pavilion Master." "What kind of bullshit are you spouting? What does your father's death have to do with my father?" Lu Ting, Wei Li, Du Hong, and a few others were also observing from the crowd, and it was this moment when she screamed out, pointed at Chu Peng and scolded, "Our father and Elder Du have also contributed their efforts for the pavilion and fought desperately against the spirit beasts. On what basis are you slandering my father? If it wasn't for your bastard father and Du Haitian coming up with such an evil scheme, my father would definitely not have died." Chu Peng rose from the ground, and with a face filled with madness, rushed towards Lu Ting. "Chu Peng, stop!" Tu Zhe and Zhuqian quickly rushed forward and stopped him by grabbing his shoulder on each side. "Enough!" 2MO yelled angrily before asking, "Wu Chong, what exactly happened?" To deal with the spirit beast horde without telling anyone beforehand, Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian had arranged for us to become bait and attract the spirit beast horde into a valley. We were surrounded by 300 rank 1 spirit beasts, 60 rank 2 spirit beasts, and 5 rank 3 spirit beasts within the valley. Wu Chong kept his head lowered. The expression on his face was fierce and terrible. As a result, Elder Chu Yen was killed straight away, and almost all of us were eliminated as well. As for them, they had joined the people from Dark Azura Hall to prepare an ambush on the valley's cliffs and used rolling rocks, fire, and ice to blast the spirit beasts inside the valley. The spirit beast horde that we had baited was almost completely exterminated, but we and those people who were in the valley with us had pretty much died off completely as well. Abruptly, he lifted his head and looked towards Lu Ting, and after sucking in a deep breath, he harshly said, "Why didn't your father and Elder Du Haitian become the bait in the valley? If they had at least explained matters earlier, we would at least be mentally prepared beforehand and may not necessarily have suffered so many losses." Lu Ting was shaken by his aura as she took a step backwards and stammered, "There will always be sacrifices in battle. At least my father and them had succeeded and eliminated so many spirit beasts. This is their victory. A huge victory. Correct. It is a huge victory. Both your father and Du Haitian had said so, and even the people from Dark Azura Hall said the same." Wu Chong smiled tragically. "To use your own family as fodder and send all of us to our deaths in exchange for his huge victory. It truly is an impressive ploy. Not only did he impress the first hall master of Dark Azura Hall, even the people from Seven Fiends Valley and Dark Shadow Tower praised him for acquiring a great victory for such a small cost. They praised that his methods were amazing. But what about us? All of our people are dead. And Elder Chu was torn to pieces by the blue-eyed toad right before our very eyes. Wu Chang's expression was fierce and mournful. They all died. One after another, they died before my eyes. Many of their corpses are incomplete because they were all torn apart and eaten by the spirit beasts. Even Elder Chu did not leave behind a full corpse. Let go of me. Let go of me. Chu Peng howled madly as his eyes were glued onto Lu Ting, looking like he was ready to stake his life at any moment. Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian had to use all of their strength to keep him down. All the Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners gathered in front of the entrance wore a heavy expression and kept quiet without lending an opinion when they listened up to this point. Lu Ting, Wei Li, Du Heng, and the others realized that the crowd around them was looking at them with unfriendly eyes, so they did not choose to stay behind and instead quietly slipped away. Tu Zhe, please closely watch over Chu Peng for me. The rest of the injured will get themselves treated immediately. With a frown, Tu Mo quietly yelled out, Wu Chong, come with me. I need to know more about this in detail. Tu Mo nodded once towards Han Qingrui, and the duo headed together into the great hall he used to discuss matters. Wu Chong followed behind them. When they saw Han Qingrui and him leaving first, the rest of the crowd also gradually went away. However, everyone's expressions were dark, and the matter had left a mark in their hearts. Chu Peng, you have my deepest condolences, consoled Qin Lai after he walked forward and let out a sigh. Chu Peng had his head lowered. Like a trapped beast, his expression was ugly and terrible, and his emotions were also still in an incredibly unstable state. Tu Zhe and Zhou Qian looked at Qin Lai. Their gazes were a little off, and they looked like they wanted to say something but were hesitant about it. Is there anything you can't tell me? Qin Lai frowned. After giving the thought a moment, Tu Zhe gritted his teeth and said, Brother, you shouldn't have any good feelings about Ling family, do you? What do you mean? Qin Lai asked uncertainly. You're going to find out really soon anyway, so I won't hide this from you. Those Ling family clansmen also had entered the valley with Elder Chu Yen as bait. With a dark expression, Tu Zhe added, Almost all of them are dead. Qin Lai paled. I'm sorry we couldn't help. We were with Elder Kong Hui and Yi Yangqiu, so we knew nothing about this matter. Tu Zhe apologized. Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, and Wei Xing had hid their cards too well. No one would have guessed that they could be this ruthless. By the time we heard of the news, it had already happened. Zhuo Qian sighed quietly and slapped Qin Lai's shoulders. You too should watch out. Has the Ling family received the news? Qin Lai's expression was livid, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Those people from the Ling family who went, are they really all dead? The Ling family should already know, Zhuo Qian answered. Qin Lai nodded his head. Imbued with horrific killing intent, he went straight out of Nebula Pavilion. Ling Ying, Ling Xian, Ling Xiao. One by one their young faces flashed through his mind. Scene after scene where they had fought shoulder to shoulder were drawn out of the depths of his memories. He could still remember the day before he left Ling Town. During his saddest moments, they had carried with them a jug of liquor and drank with him for the entire night, had accompanied him to scream and yell, and cried and laughed with him like a madman. Did you all leave just like that? He whispered to himself along the way, his expression chillingly dark to the extreme, and just like Chu Peng, he was on the verge of losing control. When he arrived at the courtyard the Ling family was occupying, before he even went in, he could already hear the entire house filled with mourning cries. The families of Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and the others were all weeping tearfully in the courtyard. Even Ling Chengji sat blankly under a wooden pole, looking like he had lost his soul as he muttered again and again, Big brother, oh big brother, big brother. Ling Feng, the only one who hadn't left the city, consoled repeatedly beside Ling Xian, Ling Xiao, and the others' parents with red eyes. Auntie, uncle, from today onwards Ling Feng shall become your son. Ling Feng, Swear that as long as I have a breath left in this body, I will definitely avenge them in the future. An atmosphere of pain and sadness pervaded the courtyard. The Ling family clansmen were either silent or crying and cursing aloud. Qinlai stood at the front entrance, watching the crying Ling family clansmen, watching Ling Feng swearing and gritting his teeth, watching the soulless Ling Chengji. He suddenly thought of the two sisters, Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia. If the two sisters learned that their father had died horribly, learned that their childhood friends that had grown up with them were all dead, could they accept it? Qinlai. Ling Qingji suddenly found him. With an ugly expression, he rushed over and grabbed his shoulders with both arms. Then, with a slightly hysterical voice, he yelled out, "Can you send a message to Dark Fiend Valley through Nebula Pavilion and tell the truth behind my brother's death to them?" Qinlai could feel Ling Chengji's strength on his shoulders, could taste the terrible grief inside his heart, but he could only shake his head indifferently. "I have no way of sending a message to Dark Fiend Valley. You should understand that communication will only be convenient when the high-level forces are sending a message to their vassals. The opposite will be filled with obstacles. Not to mention that Nebula Pavilion isn't even a vassal to Dark Fiend Valley, so even I do not have a way to contact them." After a pause, he said again, "And what can they do even if they knew?" Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian had plotted and killed many spirit beasts. Although they have sacrificed a lot of people, they were instead praised unanimously by Seven Fiends Valley, Dark Azura Hall, and Dark Shadow Tower. Setting them aside, not even Granny Joe can say anything about this situation. Even if we did tell them, what can they change? The moment the words landed, Ling Chengji, Ling Feng, and the Ling family clansmen all paled. It was as if their hopes for revenge had been extinguished by him in an instant. Nebula Pavilion, Tu Mo's study. "What have you called Zhuqian and I over for, big brother?" After Tu Zhe entered, he saw Tu Mo reading a letter on his chair with a dark expression. Elder Han Qingrui was also standing to the side with his eyebrows tightly knit. He did not look too good. "Little Zhe, you and Zhuqian can't stay at Nebula Pavilion much longer." Tu Mo put down the letter in his hands and raised his head. "Father has asked the both of us to enter Dark Azura Hall." "Why?" Tu Zhe couldn't quite accept it. "Big brother, you have cultivated step by step in Nebula Pavilion and honed yourself slowly to the manifestation realm before you officially enter Dark Azura Hall. I'm only at the natal opening realm. What's the point if I enter Dark Azura Hall with you now?" "That's right." Zhuqian also agreed. "It is my father's intention that I stay at Nebula Pavilion until I reach the manifestation realm before returning to Dark Azura Hall." Tu Mo sighed helplessly. "Uncle Han, please explain it to them." Han Qingrui nodded his head. The Pavilion Master had once promised that, between Vice Pavilion Master Kang Hui and Lu Yuntao, whoever can score an outstanding performance in battle will become the next Pavilion Master. Since Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian had devised that plan and killed many spirit beasts at the Arctic mountain range, it can be said that they have achieved an impressive feat and won the First Hall Master's appreciation. Even Seven Fiends Valley and Dark Shadow Tower had praised him greatly. The moment the matter was brought up, Tu Zhe and Zhuqian's eyes immediately turned red as they yelled out, "You call that an outstanding performance?" Elder Chu Yen and his subordinates were sacrificed, but in exchange, we attained a huge victory. In the eyes of the higher-ups of Dark Azura Hall, Seven Fiends Valley, and Dark Shadow Tower, these sacrifices are completely worth it. Moreover, they also agree that Lu Yuntao's actions are ruthless and decisive. Thus, he is suitable for bigger responsibility. They believe he will become a competent new leader in Nebula Pavilion. Han Qingrui explained. "How can this be?" Zhuqian's voice was weak. "Big brother, father is a commander under the Second Hall Master, and we both know that the Second Hall Master and First Hall Master have never seen eye to eye. So can it be that Lu Yuntao had purposely got closer with the First Hall Master?" Tu Zhe said. "Correct." Tu Mo nodded. "For the longest time Nebula Pavilion has been under the control of our Tu family. Since father is working under the Second Hall Master, the Tu family can be counted as the Second Hall Master's power. Between Lu Yuntao and Kang Hui, no matter who the victor is in this war for the position of Pavilion Master, They will still belong under the second Hall Master and thus still count as part of the two family. He was silent for a while before he continued. Lu Yuntao obviously did not want to be controlled by the two family. While we were fighting against the spirit beasts, he contacted the first Hall Master at the Arctic mountain range and joined forces with him. The first Hall Master has performed extraordinarily well at the Arctic mountain range this time and is currently under the limelight, so the second Hall Master has no choice but to avoid him for the moment. Since Shattered Ice Manor is also on the first Hall Master's side, in order to ease the endless infighting between Nebula Pavilion and Shattered Ice Manor, it can be said that they've acquiesced the intimacy between Lu Yuntao and the first Hall Master. The higher-ups feel that if Lu Yuntao had taken over Nebula Pavilion and both sides were the first Hall Master's men, then Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion will no longer fight each other to their deaths. He looked at Tuze. To put it plainly, the one Shattered Ice Manor hates is us, the two family. If Nebula Pavilion no longer belonged to the two family, then Shattered Ice Manor will no longer hold such a huge grudge any longer. At this point, both Tuze and Zhuqian had understood what he meant, and they felt slightly chilled in their hearts. What about second Hall Master? Can it be that he... Zhuqian exclaimed softly. We don't have a choice. The first Hall Master had an outstanding performance at the Arctic mountain range, and it is rumored that they are about to renew their contract with the Spirit Beast King as of late. Tuemo shook his head. There is nothing the second Hall Master can do about this matter. Moreover, the higher-ups do not wish to see Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion to continue fighting each other and has thus acquiesced to the matter. Father also knew that Nebula Pavilion will soon no longer be under the two families' control, so he passed the letter to Tuze. You can take a look yourself. With a dark face, Tuze bowed his head and read the entire letter. Even after reading it, he continued to stay silent. So here's the plan. When Lu Yuntao comes back, I will relinquish my position and the two of us shall go together to Dark Azura Hall. Tuemo waved his hands helplessly. The two of you should make preparations for the time being. Once Lu Yuntao takes over Nebula Pavilion, the two family will no longer have any influence inside Nebula Pavilion. Even if Tuze and Zhuqian stayed behind, they would not give them any quarter. In fact, Lu Yuntao might even scheme against them from the shadows. That being the case, they might as well leave early and avoid being heavily shackled in the future. If we leave, then what will Uncle Han and Uncle Kong do? Zhuqian lowered her head. What will be the statement about Elder Chu Yan's revenge? Han Qingrui shook his head with a bitter smile. Miss Qian, I thank you for your concern. The Pavilion Master shall have other arrangements for me, so you do not have to worry. As for Chu Yan, Sai, you don't have to worry too much. Just make sure to keep Chu Peng under control, and do not in any circumstances allow him to add any more trouble into the mix. The first Hall Masters in the limelight at the moment, and the ones who got close to him like Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian, are also in power. We do not have the power to face them directly at the moment, so we have no choice but to avoid them, Tuemo said darkly. Have you heard? Vice Pavilion Master Lu has scored a great achievement at the Arctic mountain range, and he will be taking over the position of Pavilion Master at Nebula Pavilion. To sacrifice Elder Chu Yan and almost everyone under him in exchange for such an achievement, how utterly despicable. I cannot believe that he can be this ruthless. But he succeeded. It is said that Dark Azura Hall's first Hall Master has given him great recognition, and it also seems that after they've made a contract with the Spirit Beast King, he will accompany him on a trip to Nebula Pavilion. You have to admit that Vice Pavilion Master Lu is an able man. His methods are much greater than Pavilion Master Tuesday. Pavilion Master 2 is still the best. He is fair and just. If Lu Yuntao rose to his position, I wonder what will happen. You haven't seen Lu Ting's expression as of late. She's so pleased she's about to make her way to the heavens. She doesn't even look people in their eyes anymore. Wei Li too and that newcomer Du Heng. These people have been acting quite imposing as of late. What can we do? Their fathers are in power right now. As of late, such buzz could be found at the Scripture Tower, the Artifact Tower, and every large cultivation room. Almost every Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner, had heard the news and learned that when Lu Yuntao and his group returns to Nebula Pavilion, he will become a pavilion master immediately, whereas Tumo will be leaving to work under Dark Azura Hall. Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, and Wei Xing's subordinates too were swaggering around as of late and wore quite the confident looks. Lu Ting, Wei Li, and Du Heng were even worse. They would laugh out loud while walking on the streets, as if afraid that no one would know how happy and proud they were right now. Qin Lai had accompanied Ling Feng and Ling Changji for 2 days at the Ling family's courtyard, until they calmed down before he finally returned to Nebula Pavilion. The moment he returned to Nebula Pavilion, he heard countless discussions and learned that Lu Yuntao would soon become the new pavilion master, while Du Haitian would become the vice pavilion master. His expression was cold, and he walked all the way to the artifact forging hall. Just as he walked inside, he immediately saw Lu Ting walking out with Wei Li and Du Heng. The moment Lu Ting saw his return, her face turned cold as she scoffed. Nebula Pavilion does not raise trash. This place will be closed from now on. What artifact forging hall? It has no reason to exist at all. Qin Lai, your good days are numbered. Du Heng's gaze was malicious. In the past, the two family protected you so you could live comfortably inside Nebula Pavilion. You better watch your back later. Let us go. Lu Ting left proudly, and the group followed right after. Qin Lai walked into the artifact forging hall. Each one of the cupboards had been sealed off with tape, and artifact forging spirit materials of all kinds had been moved away. The only thing left was the center furnace. It wasn't moved away yet because it was too big. Yao Tai looked forlorn beside his furnace. Great Master Yao, Qin Lai cried softly. What great master? Yao Tai shook his head with a bitter smile. In a few days I will be chased out of Nebula Pavilion. Sigh, I never thought that Lu Yuntao would come into power. The stuff here? Qin Lai asked. They've been all moved away. Yao Tai explained. They're afraid of me stashing the spirit materials. They said that these all belong to the pavilion and need to be moved away first. Didn't the pavilion master say anything? Qin Lai frowned. We've already come to this point, and the pavilion master doesn't want to conflict with Lu Yuntao. So he allowed Lu Ting and the others to do whatever they want. Yao Tai smiled bitterly. Sigh, if I had known about this earlier, I would have made a new mirror of 1,000 illusions for that little grand ant back then. The pride of an artificer is a pretty terrible thing sometimes. Qin Lai could not say anything. I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. I won't be able to teach you anything else in the future. Keep this booklet. Contains my views of all sorts of low-level spirit materials. There's nothing really valuable in there, just my tens of years of experience. He passed over a rather thick scripture to Qin Lai and said, The spirit diagrams I knew are too rough, so I won't be teaching you about them. I hope you'll be able to find a real famous teacher in the future. As for me, I'm not qualified to become your master. With a heavy heart, Qin Lai accepted his book of artifact forging experience and said sincerely, Thank you, great Master Yao. Waving his hands, Yao Tai signaled for him to leave. He himself was staring at the furnace with a gaze full of emotions. I'll have a look at you for a few more days. I wonder how you'll be treated in the future and whose hands will you fall into. In the past, I had come to Nebula Pavilion just for you. Sigh. Tens of years have passed and I am still an unaccomplished artificer. In the end, I was even chased away. Please keep an open mind, great master. Qin Lai consoled. Sigh, I won't know how this furnace will be arranged when I leave. I really don't want to give away the things I have used for tens of years. Yao Tai sighed. Even if I have to destroy it, I still do not want to see it misused by other people. Unfortunately, if Lu Ting learned about this, there'll be a whole load of trouble. Never mind, I should forget about it. Yao Tai seemed to think to destroy the furnace, but he was afraid of being held accountable by Lu Ting. His face was filled with hesitation. If I have the opportunity, I will help you destroy it. After a moment's thought, Qin Lai exclaimed softly before bowing deeply towards Yao Tai. Then he went quietly left. He arrived beside Han Qingrui. Uncle Han, Qin Lai said softly. Han Qingrui was staring blankly as if spellbound, and when he finally came to, He gave a weak smile and said, "Oh Qin Lai, you better trade in all of your contribution points while you can in the next few days. Otherwise, when Du Haitian and Lu Yuntao comes back, they may cause some trouble for you." "Uncle Han, what do you plan to do?" Qin Lai asked. "Me?" Han Qingrui smiled bitterly. "I'll stay for a while and see how it goes. If I really can't stay here any longer, then I'll leave. It's not that hard for me to find a living." "Uncle Han, can the matter of Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian setting up and killing Elder Chu Yen and the Ling family clansmen count as violating the criminal laws of the discipline hall?" After a moment's silence, Qin Lai's eyes shone with a terrible light. If they had failed and Chu Yen and the others were all dead in addition to failing to kill the spirit beasts, then the discipline hall would definitely interfere and denounce them. Han Qingrui sighed. But no, they have won a huge victory, with Chu Yen and their deaths killing many spirit beasts and almost turning the situation on its head. They forced the Spirit Beast King to sign a contract with us. In this case, not only are they not guilty, they are even considered to have scored a great achievement and won praises from all sides. What can the discipline hall possibly do? Then, do you mean that Elder Chu Yen and the Ling family clansmen have died for nothing? Qin Lai grit his teeth as the hostility in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. "There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do at all, Qin Lai. You should just accept reality like the rest of us." Han Qingrui sighed. "I cannot accept this." Qin Lai gave a low roar. Late at night, Li's shop. Qin Lai's expression was haggard. He had locked himself inside the small house and was concentrating on inscribing the Terminator Profound Bomb Spirit Diagram. Poof! An odd sound resounded, and a wisp of thin smoke escaped from the dark green ball. The smell of something burning filled the room. As if disheartened, Qin Lai laid flat on the ground and stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was filled with dejection. "What's wrong? Did you fail again?" Li Mu's voice broke out at the right time from the outside. "How many times does that make it?" "The third time." Qin Lai sat up again. "I've made 6 end products and now I've broken 3. Inscribing a spirit diagram inside a real artifact as opposed to just a spirit tablet really is different." He walked out of the small house and saw Li Mu drinking himself drunk under the night sky. "It's pretty normal." Li Mu gave him a smile before motioning him over to sit. Then he said, "This counts as your first real spirit diagram inscription. It's always easy to fail the first time. The last time you mended the other party's diagram, you were inscribing while using their foundation, so it was easier in comparison." "I understand." Qin Lai forced a smile. "It's just that things have been busy lately, and I'm in a hurry to succeed. It frustrates me to keep failing like this." Li Mu frowned and first poured him a cup of wine. Then he suddenly noted, "You want to kill someone, don't you?" Qin Lai's expression changed slightly, and he bowed his head and took a sip of wine. He did not rush to answer but instead quietly felt the burning sensation inside his throat. Glancing at him deeply, Li Mu indifferently said, "I can see the murderous intent in your eyes. I've also heard a bit about the situation outside as of late. Uncle Li, if you have to pay a terrible price to kill a person, should you do it?" asked Qin Lai as he lifted his head and looked into Li Mu's eyes. "That depends on how much you want to kill him." Li Mu put down his wine cup and pondered for a few seconds. "If the murder in your heart cannot be quelled, if you have a reason to kill them no matter what, if not killing them is something you will regret for the rest of your life, and if you cannot face yourself if you don't kill them, then no matter how terrible a price you must pay, as long as you can guarantee your own life, you should try." Qin Lai's expression shuddered. As if he had finally made up his mind, he said, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Mu nodded his head and casually mentioned, "If Nebula Pavilion will not receive you, there is always Li's shop." Qin Lai felt warm on the inside, and he drank yet another cup of wine. He then looked at the change in the sky and said, "I'll be going back to Nebula Pavilion. 2 of my friends may be leaving in a short while." Once he finished, he got up and walked towards outside. When he was about to walk out of the backyard, Li Mu suddenly said with narrowed eyes, "Commerce Street strictly forbids fighting, so as long as you hide in here, Nebula Pavilion or Shattered Ice Manor will not be able to do anything to you." Remember, if you really cannot find a way out, then you must come to my shop. Thanks, Uncle Li. Qin Lai answered softly before finally leaving. Li Mu's expression was the same as ever as he continued to leisurely drink his wine. Nebula Pavilion. When Qin Lai arrived on the second day, he realized that Yao Tai had already left. The artifact forging hall was also closed, and the only thing left was the furnace. When are you leaving? Inside the pavilion, Zhuo Qian, Qin Lai, Kang Ji, and Han Feng had gathered together. Both Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian had dispirited looks in their eyes, their faces filled with helplessness. When Lu Yuntao returns and my big brother finishes passing over the position, then I will leave together with Zhuo Qian, Tu Zhe replied with a dark expression. How is Chu Peng? Qin Lai asked. He has shut himself inside his room and hasn't left for several days. He won't see us even when we visit him. Tu Zhe sighed. I know he feels resentment towards me, but even I can't do anything. The higher-ups have already acquiesced Lu Yuntao's promotion, and in the future, Tu family will not be able to interfere with Nebula Pavilion matters anymore. What can I do? I hope he can recover soon, Zhuo Qian said faintly. How about you, Kang Ji? Qin Lai asked again. God knows. Even little fatty Kang Ji no longer had a smile on his face. Depends on what my dad says, I guess. At any rate, it'll be impossible to stay in Nebula Pavilion, so I can only follow wherever he goes. Same here. I'll see what my dad says. Han Feng expressed his answer. How about you, Qin Lai? Zhuo Qian asked. Me? Qin Lai shook his head. I'm not sure myself. Xie Jingxian and Liang Zhong of Dark Azura Hall's Department of Internal Affairs were also around the Arctic mountain ranges outskirts back then. They should be arriving in the next 2 days. Tu Zhe thought for a while before suggesting. That Liang Zhong admired you quite a bit, so you can check with him if there are any open avenues. If you can enter Dark Azura Hall as well, even if you're not an official general, it can be considered a new outlet. MN, although I don't think you should have any ties with that woman, I still feel that this path will be better than staying inside Nebula Pavilion. Zhuo Qian also thought that it was a good idea. Du Haitian has a huge grudge against you, so it'll be incredibly difficult for you if you stay inside Nebula Pavilion. He might even threaten your life. You should leave soon. We'll talk about it later. Qin Lai frowned. The entire group's mood was heavy as they gathered around to drink, and the more they drank, the more depressing it became. Vice Pavilion Master Lu is back. We'll have to call him Pavilion Master Lu now. There are also the people from Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect. Welcome back to the Pavilion Master Lu. During the evening, there was a loud clamor at the front gate to Nebula Pavilion. As the martial practitioners inside the pavilion exclaimed softly, Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, and Wei Xing accompanied the first hall master of Dark Azura Hall, Yuan Tianya, into Nebula Pavilion. The elders of Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect followed closely behind. They all wore respectful demeanor. Yuan Tianya looked about 40 years old. His stature was tall and his face oddly ancient. He had a pair of deep and evil-looking eyes that appeared as if he could see through one's heart. The moment he entered, he smiled towards the people in Nebula Pavilion. Everyone who was seen by him felt rather uncomfortable, as if their inner secrets had been spied upon. We are honored to welcome the first hall master. Every martial practitioners in Nebula Pavilion saluted in reverence when they saw that Yuan Tianya had arrived in person. Even 2MO had hurriedly rushed over to bow and welcome him with Han Qingrui when he heard of it. He had personally led Yuan Tianya to Nebula Pavilion's procedural hall. Much obliged, Pavilion Master Tuesday. Yuan Tianya's expression was cool as he smiled and nodded. As I thought, like father, like son. Your father, Tu Shixiang's military exploits in Dark Azura Hall are impressive, and he was always able to get out alive despite entering the nether battlefield many times. He looked towards 2MO and said, You will be leaving for Dark Azura Hall soon. As a new general, you will also be sent to the nether battlefield. I hope that you can make a name for yourself and become a commander soon just like your father. At this point, Yuan Tianya gave a carefree smile. I happen to have an empty commander spot. I wonder if you have the ability or were interested. You flatter me, First Hall Master. 2Mo bowed slightly and did not answer Yuan Tianya's question but simply led the way. Yuan Tianya smiled slightly and looked meaningfully at him. He as well said nothing more. Qin Lai and Tu Zhe's group had gathered over and were watching Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, Wei Xing, and the First Hall Master of Dark Azura Hall, Yuan Tianya. When Yuan Tianya, Lu Yuntao, and Tumo's group had disappeared, the martial practitioners that had gathered over were all discussing Yuan Tianya's motives for coming here while they dispersed. Yuan Tianya is the First Hall Master of Dark Azura Hall. It is said that he's at the late stage of the Nether Passage realm and his strength is unfathomable. He is an expert who has the qualifications to be promoted to Grand Hall Master, Shu Qian said in a low tone while looking in the direction in which Yuan Tianya vanished. It's quite surprising that he would grant Lu Yuntao such an honor and come to Ice Stone City himself. If he is here, then Lu Yuntao will smoothly take over the position of Pavilion Master without any obstacles. With him here, Shattered Ice Manor's Manor Lord, Yan Wenyan, will turn obedient and placid. Tu Zhe nodded his head. Yan Wenyan's backbone in Dark Azura Hall is also Yuan Tianya. I heard that he has long reserved a position for Yan Wenyan as commander, and when Yan Wenyan breaks through to the manifestation realm, he will immediately become his subordinate commander the moment he enters Dark Azura Hall. The infighting between Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion inside Ice Stone City will be truly stopped because of him. Shu Qian let out a sigh. It looks like the higher-ups sent Lu Yuntao over to force the two family to let go of Nebula Pavilion completely for the greater good. Tu Zhe did not say anything. Ah! Suddenly, a terrible scream pierced through the sky from the southeast corner of Nebula Pavilion. It's Chu Peng's voice. Zhuo Qian's expression turned cold. Without another word, Qin Lai and Tu Zhe's group rushed in unison in the direction of the sound to check out the situation. Many Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners had also made their way after hearing the terrible cry as they rushed towards the spot. Inside the procedural hall, the expression of Dark Azura Hall's Yuan Tianya was indifferent as he spoke with 2Mo and Lu Yuntao. It was as if he hadn't heard the terrible scream. At the southeast corner of Nebula Pavilion's artifact tower, with a dark face, Du Hong and Wei Li gathered their spirit energy, pressed Chu Peng on the ground and beat down on him. Lu Ting watched from the sides, eyes filled with a murderous look. You reckless piece of shit. Are you actually trying to kill us while we are this many? You are just courting death. You want to kill me, eh? Du Hong swore as he blasted Chu Peng's body again and again while the golden spirit bird in his hands shone. Chu Peng's entire body was bleeding, and he looked both hideous and savage. His eyes were filled with madness as he wildly unleashed spirit energy and swung sword beams everywhere without any fear of death, hoping to land a fatal wound on Du Hong and Wei Li's group. Unfortunately, under their combined blasts, Chu Peng had long since crumbled and quickly fell into a pool of blood. Chu Peng didn't want to live anymore. There was a witness who saw everything. It seems that the reason he had purposely chosen the day Pavilion Master Lu and Elder Du returned to act was because he wants them to experience the loss of a loved one. He knew that even if he succeeded, he would still end up dead. But he did it anyway. Sigh. His father was sacrificed as a pawn, and not only were Pavilion Master Lu and Elder Du not punished, they become the new Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master. They were even praised by Dark Azura Hall's First Hall Master. Another person interrupted. It's only natural he cannot handle it any longer, but I didn't expect him to feel suicidal and choose this moment to take the risk. When Qin Lai and Tu Zhe arrived, they immediately heard the crowd's discussions. Without a second thought, Qin Lai and Tu Zhe had rushed out to the open. Stop it right now! Tu Zhe roared angrily, pulled out his nebula long blade and rushed into battle. Qin Lai's eyes, on the other hand, were brutal as he stepped with murderous intent towards Du Hong without a word. Boom! A thunderous boom suddenly exploded out. Qin Lai abruptly rushed out to the center and forcefully rammed into Du Hong and Wei Li's group with lightning and thunder wildly discharging from his entire body. Du Hong and Wei Li were knocked away in an instant. Electricity flowed throughout their bodies, and their hairs were burnt black. Even their clean, white faces were now completely black. Chu Peng laid feebly on the ground in a pool of blood, but his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. Out of the way! Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and Kang Ji roared as they attacked Lu Ting and her people with brutal expressions. Qin Lai lowered his head and glanced once at Chu Peng. Then he stared at Du Hong and Wei Li before rushing out into the open. From his lap, he took out the wooden sculpture with his right hand and channeled his energy at Du Hong and his group. ZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Blazing, chaotic thunder and lightning gathered to form many thumb-sized electrical snakes, all rushing in unison at Du Hong and Wei Li's chests. They writhed and couldn't help but screech in pain the moment they were struck by the electrical snakes. You dare! Lu Ting screeched. Qin Lai, you still dare to defy us even at this moment. Do you really want to die? Qin Lai! Qin Lai! Both Tu Zhe and Zhuqian's expression changed, and they cried out in a hurry the moment they saw his crazed expression. Kang Ji and Han Feng glanced at each other once before they rushed to Qin Lai's sides and stopped him with everything they had. They were afraid that Qin Lai really would kill both Du Hong and Wei Li at this point in time. Du Hong and Wei Li had not broken through to the natal opening realm. If Qin Lai were to unleash everything he had, there was no way they could endure it. They would be beaten to death alive. Right now, Dark Azura Hall's first hall master, Yuan Tianya, was just inside the pavilion, and Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, and Wei Xing were now in power. If Qin Lai had killed Du Hong and Wei Li, there was no way he could survive. He would be condemned with felony and killed by the pavilion. There was no way he would be spared. Tu Zhe and the rest knew that the Ling family's death had caused a terrible hatred to be barely repressed inside Qin Lai's heart. They were afraid that Qin Lai would also lose control and become as hysterical as Chu Peng was. That was why they were all anxious. Zhuqian could no longer be bothered with Lu Ting, as she quickly went to stop Qin Lai and held him back in a death grip. She said in a low tone, "You must not be rash. Right now, the heads of each side is right inside the pavilion. It will not benefit us to cause trouble. Kang Ji Hang Feng. Quickly. Take Chu Peng away and give him medical treatment." Tu Zhe yelled. Kang Ji and Han Feng hurriedly carried the bloody Chu Peng with them and left the area first. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Lightning jumped erratically on both Du Hong and Wei Li's body, and as if under a chill, their bodies shivered from time to time. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. What's going on? Du Haitian walked out of the procedural hall as he stared at the people coldly. What the hell are you people doing? We have an important guest today. Why are you arguing at such a time? Inside the procedural hall, both Tu Mo and Han Qingrui had also received the news, but because Yuan Tianya was around, they could not move away. They had no choice but to accompany him. It was still a day or two before Discipline Hall Elder, Xianxia, could return. Therefore, the Discipline Hall members remaining inside the pavilion did not dare to interfere with Tu Zhe and Lu Ting's conflict. They could only pretend not to see them despite hearing about the fight. They had even all temporarily hid themselves. That was why Du Haitian had become the one to step forth. Chu Peng had suddenly tried to kill us from inside the crowd while there were many people. Lu Ting's bright eyes were ice cold as she explained. Du Hong had been stabbed from behind. If it weren't for the heart protection armor Du Hong was wearing, his heart might have been pierced. Thank you, uncle, for the heart protection armor you gifted me. Otherwise, I would already be dead. Du Hong faced the crowd with his back. His shirt was torn where his heart was, and there was silver armor about the size of a bronze mirror on his back. It had defended him against Chu Peng's attacks. Du Haitian's expression darkened. Where is Chu Peng? Elder Du, it's like this, someone explained from beside him. Tu Zhe rushed over and ended the fight between the two sides. The severely injured Chu Peng had been carried away. Qin Lai had rushed over and fought against Du Hong and Wei Li, but Tu Zhe and the others had stopped him. Du Hong and Wei Li had only taken some small losses. It was nothing serious. This is just an argument among juniors. Surely there is no need to make a big fuss about it. There were also people discussing at the sides and explaining the matter from beginning to the end. They all hoped that the matter would be settled peacefully. Du Haitian's expression was unpleasant as he looked towards Tu Zhe and Zhuqian before reprimanding them with a frown. Hall Master Yuan from Dark Azura Hall had personally arrived today. I can't believe the few of you are so insensible as to act as recklessly as Chu Peng. Tu Zhe and Zhuqian simply frowned without a word. He looked towards Qin Lai and humphed coldly. Wherever you are there will always be trouble. Qin Lai, you better know your place in Nebula Pavilion, or else what? Qin Lai lifted his head with just as cold an expression. You know on the inside what will happen. A killing intent flashed before Du Haitian's eyes as he said in a dark tone. This is it for the day. Disperse. You all had better not cause any more trouble. The few martial practitioners under his command began yelling and broke up the crowd. Soon, there were no third party remained in this area. At this moment Du Haitian had walked up right in front of Qin Lai. Standing face to face with Qin Lai, he said in a low tone, I will always have a way to kill whoever I want. Even if Ling Yushi and Ling Xianxia have joined Jiuyu's sect, I will still kill the entire Ling family. What can the sisters possibly do to me? Although he had lowered his voice, both Tu Zhe and Zhuqian at the side could still hear what he said. Both of them turned frigid the moment they heard his words. On the other hand, Lu Ting, Du Heng, and Wei Li turned spirited as chilly smiles broke out on their faces. I will kill you, uttered Qin Lai as he grit his teeth. You? Du Haitian laughed devilishly. I can guarantee you that you won't live over a month if you continue to stay inside Ice Stone City. One after another, you will die just like the remaining Ling family clansmen. Once finished, he walked past Qin Lai and said, Disperse. We shall wait for Discipline Hall's Xianxia to settle Chu Peng's error today. Lu Ting, Du Heng, and Wei Li followed behind him with cold laughter as they left. Qin Lai continued to stand in the same spot with a dark face. The killing intent in his eyes looked like it was about to gush out at any moment. Qin Lai, once Lu Yuntao has taken over Nebula Pavilion, you must leave immediately. Zhuqian exclaimed and walked over while saying, You absolutely must not stay here any longer. You have to go. If Du Haitian dares to threaten you so brazenly, then he will definitely attempt to kill you. You cannot stay still and do nothing, seriously exclaimed Tu Zhe. You should go to Li's shop as soon as possible and do your best not to leave Commerce Street. You mustn't give Du Haitian the opportunity to act against you. Even the two of them had not expected Du Haitian to be so brazen as to claim that he would kill Qin Lai and the entire Ling family right in front of their faces. It was also at this moment that they suddenly realized that the power balance in Nebula Pavilion had already shifted towards Lu Yuntao's side. Following the fact that Du Haitian and Lu Yuntao had grown closer to the first Hall Master, Yuan Tianya. I'm going to turn in the rest of my contribution points for spirit stones, said Qin Lai after a moment of silence. Good, that's what you should do. It's good that you can figure it out. Tu Zhe consoled him. While there's life, there's hope. When your cultivation realm is powerful and you've entered a high-level force, it will not be difficult to deal with a character such as Du Haitian. The power balance is on his side now, so there is no reason to fight him to the death. This will not benefit you in any way. You should leave soon. You can't stay in Nebula Pavilion any longer, added on Zhuqian. Qin Lai did not answer. He merely went to the stockroom and traded in the rest of his contribution points for spirit stones. Then, he went back to his own house and took out the remaining 3 Terminator profound bombs. Forcing himself to calm down, he began inscribing the first spirit diagram for the Terminator profound bomb. Amazingly, his inscription this time had gone extremely smoothly, and he was not hindered in the least. Inside the Terminator profound bomb, the jumping light spots glittered and agilely wriggled forward, drawing a complex and wonderful diagram network. Whoosh! Circles of blue light were abruptly discharged from the round, walnut-sized balls. A crackle of thunder resounded faintly from inside the ball-shaped Terminator profound bomb. Qin Lai abruptly withdrew himself as an odd light flashed across his eyes, and in a low tone, he exclaimed, I did it! With the core spirit diagram on the inside, the Terminator profound bomb emitted blue light. It was cool to touch and felt just a tad heavier than before. Let's continue. After playing with it for a while, he took out a new Terminator Profound Bomb and continued inscribing. 2 days later. Whoosh whoosh. 3 Terminator Profound Bombs let out a faint blue flash from atop the wooden table. When he touched them, he could feel the thunderous waves suppressed inside the ball-shaped objects. It was already late at night, and the surroundings were quiet, so Qianlai leaned against the window while pondering for a moment. He quietly got up, stealthily made his way to the sealed artifact forging hall and snuck inside the empty hall. All of the cupboards inside the hall had been sealed, and there were no longer any usable spirit materials to be seen. The only thing left was the central furnace that was too big to get rid of. With excited light shining out of Qianlai's eyes, he injected the power of thunder and lightning into a Terminator Profound Bomb in his hand. The power slipped into the Thunderball and was conducted inside the Amplification Spirit Diagram through the Spirit Gathering Spirit Diagram. It was then cycled inside the Amplification Spirit Diagram again and again. Gradually, the thunder energy within the Terminator Profound Bomb became more and more frantic. Holding the Terminator Profound Bomb, he could feel the thunder energy inside growing more and more violent as it was amplified. A stroke of thunder and lightning energy had activated the spirit diagram inside the Terminator Profound Bomb. It activated the Ice Soul Python's beast core and gathered the thunder energy into one, then cycled it continuously inside the amplification spirit diagram. With every cycle, the thunder energy inside would double in power and become just a tad more violent. After a few cycles, the transformed thunder energy inside the Terminator Profound Bomb gushed like the flood towards the spirit storage diagram's entrance. Just as the raging thunder energy was about to enter the spirit storage diagram, Qianlai quickly threw the Terminator Profound Bomb into the large furnace before hastily closing the furnace with its cover. Then he immediately retreated backwards. He moved all the way until he was outside the artifact forging hall, and only after he put a few meters of distance between them did he begin to count. 1, 2, 3, boom! When he counted to 5, a deafening explosion roared into existence, and that furnace which Yao Tai had thought of like a treasure but could not take away suddenly exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. The shrapnel from the furnace that had shot out after the explosion blasted dozens of fist-sized holes around the artifact forging hall, and it had jolted every martial practitioner awake. Qianlai stood outside the artifact forging hall and watched the shattered furnace inside through these holes. Finally, after a few seconds, he left with a slightly pale expression. 2 days later, Xianxia and Gao Yu had returned to Nebula Pavilion. There were also Xiongba from Crimson Flame Association and Na Nua from Water Moon Sect who had returned from the Arctic mountain range. 2Mo and Lu Yuntao's handover ceremony could only proceed after Xianxia had returned, and then be completed all of the elders present. Once the ceremony had completed, Tu Zhe and Zhuoqian would leave the next morning with 2Mo and begin cultivating at Dark Azura Hall. Morning. Tu Zhe came to Qianlai's home and told him, "Qianlai, today my brother will hand over the position to Lu Yuntao and will be departing tomorrow. Tonight, we'll gather once more as brothers and go to the hottest place in Icestone City, Drunken Fragrance Garden. We may not be able to see each other often in the future, so let's drink until we're all drunk. You should be careful. It will be best if you can depart to Commerce Street tomorrow, and you should try avoid returning to Nebula Pavilion as much as possible in the future," Zhuoqian said. Qianlai nodded and said, "I'll see you at night." Inside the Ling family courtyard, a cool figure walked inside and frowned slightly at the lifeless Ling family clansmen inside the courtyard. "Who is the one managing the affairs of the Ling family?" "I am." Ling Qingji walked in with a dispirited look. The moment he saw the newcomer, his expression abruptly changed into shock as he exclaimed, "Miss Lu Li! The one who came was exactly Lu Jiu's top student in Dark Fiend Valley? Lu Li. She once visited Ling Town, which was why Ling Chengji remembered her clearly. Miss Lu." The Ling family clansmen closed in from all sides as they cried out in terrible sadness. "May Miss Lu take charge of the Ling family. Miss Lu, my big brother and many Ling family clansmen, have been killed by the scheme of Nebula Pavilion's Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian. Please seek justice for the Ling family. Miss Lu. Ling Qingji knelt one knee on the ground straight away while full of tears as he yelled, "May Miss Lu take charge of the Ling family." Ling Feng had also knelt down on one knee and looked earnestly at Lu Li. He hoped that she could help take revenge for Ling Ying, Ling Xian, and Ling Xiao. "I can't help you." Lu Li's expression was indifferent, and she was completely untouched by their pleas. Dark Fiend Valley has no bearing over the matters of Nebula Pavilion. Also, I am not my master and thus cannot put pressure onto Lu Yuntao or Du Haitian. Moreover, even if my master was here, I am afraid she cannot take revenge for you. Why? Ling Qingji's eyes was completely red. Dark Azura Hall's first hall master, Yuan Tianya, is in Nebula Pavilion right now. Even my master can't do anything with him protecting Lu Yuntao and the others. Lu Li stared at the crowd of kneeling Ling family clansmen and pondered for a moment before coolly saying, "For the sake of my junior sisters, I am here to inform you to leave Ice Stone City with me tomorrow morning. In addition, it is best if we leave quietly without causing too much of a commotion. Ling family is Nebula Pavilion's vassal force. If we leave silently, wouldn't there be trouble?" Someone asked. "If the Ling family continues to stay in Ice Stone City, they will be exterminated very quickly." Lu Li frowned. "As for negotiating with Nebula Pavilion, we of Dark Fiend Valley will come forward and reconcile with them. You do not need to worry." She could not be bothered any longer and said, "I will wait for you at the gates tomorrow. If you come, then we'll go. If you don't, then whatever. I will not wait for long." Once finished, she turned around, ignored Ling Qingji's questions, and coolly left. After that, she headed to Nebula Pavilion. 2 hours later, she had arrived at Qin Lai's small house. This was the second time she had seen Qin Lai. "Before I came, Junior Sister Ling had told me to look for you and see how you're doing." Within Qin Lai's simple little house, Lu Li saw him holding a spirit tablet as if inscribing something. Her face was cold and there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes. "It has only been a bit over a year, and you've actually ascended straight into the natal opening realm from the 8th level of the refinement realm." After a pause, she said with look of disdain, "Looks like you've benefited quite a bit from Junior Sister Ling." Naturally, she had thought that Qin Lai's current accomplishment was thanks to the pills and prescriptions Ling Yusher had snuck him. Qin Lai scowled and withdrew the spirit tablet in his hands. He then said impatiently, "If you have no business, then please leave. I am busy and have no time to spare you. Back at Lingtown you had even rejected my natal ordering pill. At the time I had thought you were quite the tough man." Lu Li laughed coldly while shaking her head. "As it turns out, it was all fake after all. In the end, haven't you ascended by relying on Junior Sister Ling's stashed pills and the prescriptions and spirit materials of Dark Fiend Valley?" Qin Lai was too lazy to explain. He coldly asked, "You came here to spout nonsense? Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian are about to kill the Ling family's patriarch and clansman. But it looks like you feel nothing at all." Lu Li looked at him deeply. "Should I praise you for your rationale? Or should I say that you're a coward? I heard that you've fought together with Ling Xian and the others before. Are you telling me that their deaths did not affect you at all?" "Enough!" Qin Lai abrupt stood up with a terribly dark expression. He looked like he was about to murder someone. With the same cold face, Lu Li scoffed. "I was invited by Nebula Pavilion to witness Lu Yuntao's take over the position of Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion. It's just that I happened along the way to take a look at you for Junior Sister Ling." Once she finished, she shook her head and left behind some final words. "You disappoint me greatly." With that, she left. Qin Lai sucked in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He would not be affected by Lu Li's words, and he did not want to think about Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian's complacence today. He took out the spirit storage board, focused his mind, and injected spirit energy inside it. For the past 2 days, he had stopped cultivating temporarily after testing the might of the Terminator Profound Bomb. Instead, the moment his spirit energy was fully recharged, he would pour it into his spirit storage board. Today, he had stored quite a large amount of spirit energy inside the amplified spirit storage board, one that he could absorb and use any time he wanted to. Qin Lai, the black-robed, dark and cold Gao Yu suddenly appeared outside the door. When did you come back? Qin Lai had no choice but to stop once again. He lifted his head to look at Gao Yu and said, "You look pretty well. You must have accumulated quite a lot of contribution points at the Arctic mountain range, right?" "I now have 4,000 contribution points." Gao Yu nodded and said, "In fact, I've broken through to the natal opening realm. Congratulations." Qin Lai congratulated sincerely. "Compared to you, I'm still a step behind." Gao Yu sat down on his accord after he came in. After some pondering, he said darkly, "During that year at Celestial Wolf Mountain, both you and the Ling family clansmen had stared at me with disgust. Was it because you've heard some bad rumors about me?" Qin Lai was surprised. He didn't understand why Gao Yu had suddenly brought up this matter. "Yeah. I heard people said that your behavior is twisted and perverted, and that you've tortured and killed several girls?" "Just one." Incredibly, Gao Yu actually nodded and admitted his crime. Just as Qin Lai grew more and more confused, Gao Yu said with a dark expression, "That bitch deserved it." Qin Lai frowned and waited for Gao Yu's explanation. "That bitch was originally my elder sister's servant. After my elder sister had entered Nebula Pavilion, she was left inside Gao family. She was the love of my life. I've given all my elder sisters and second elder sister's spirit pills to her, and I dedicated myself wholeheartedly to her, hoping that one day we can enter Nebula Pavilion together. But the truth was she had actually hooked up with my father to ask for cultivation spirit materials when I went out to hone myself. What an amazing method! For 2 whole years she had me and my father dancing in the palm of her hand, making us willingly contribute our spirit stones and spirit pills to her. Just before she was about to break through to the natal opening realm, I accidentally found out about the thing between her and my father. She is the woman I loved the most, and she is the only woman I'll ever have. But still, I murdered her with my own hands. Again and again, I stabbed her until I watched her slowly gasp her last breath." Gao Yu narrated calmly. A trace of tenderness actually appeared in his eyes as if he was reliving the past. "Why did you suddenly talk to me about this?" Qin Lai frowned. "I've interacted with you for a long time. Naturally, I would know what kind of person you are. You do not have to go out of your way to explain anything. You are the only friend I have. I do not wish for you to die while still bearing a misunderstanding about me." Gao Yu stood up and said with a heavy voice, "You better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, as the newly appointed Discipline Hall's Hall Master, I will not sit by idly. Congratulations on becoming the new Hall Master under Elder Ye's command." Qin Lai nodded his head and asked, "What kind of stupid thing would I possibly do?" "You know it inside your heart." Gao Yu said coldly, "You and I have fought no less than 30 times in the combat room. In battle, no matter how minuscule, I observe your every move, and I know what every one of your abnormal moves mean. I know you better than those Tuzhe and Zhuoqian people, and I know what kind of person you truly are." When Qin Lai's expression changed slightly, Gao Yu exclaimed in a soft tone, "I don't know what your plan is, but I do know that you want to kill someone, and I probably know who that someone is too. But you had better give up on the idea, or you will die and no one will be able to help you. As your friend, I am here simply to remind you of this." Once finished, Gao Yu turned around and left. Qin Lai frowned and did not say anything. A few seconds later, he resumed his efforts to inject spirit energy into the spirit storage board. On that day, witnessed by Dark Azura Hall's first Hall Master, Xianxia, Crimson Flame Association, Water Moon Sect, and many other organizations, 2MO officially handed over his position as Nebula Pavilion's Pavilion Master in front of every Elder and Hall Master. Lu Yuntao, Du Haitian, and Wei Xing were filled with complete satisfaction. They smiled from ear to ear and all appeared to be incredibly spirited. The Hall Masters and members under their command were also in high spirits, and everywhere in the pavilion, people were cheerfully chatting with much laughter. On the other hand, Kang Hui and Han Qingrue's subordinates all appeared desolate and gloomy. Those under Chu Yen had even hid themselves inside their houses, cried for Elder Chu Yen, and licked their own wounds. On the same night, Lu Yuntao accompanied Xianxia at Nebula Pavilion to wait for Shattered Ice Manor's Yen Wenyan. They were going to meet and speak a few private words. For many years, Shattered Ice Manor's Manor Lord Yen Wenyan had not come to Nebula Pavilion. Now, thanks to Lu Yuntao replacing the two family as Pavilion Master and Xianxia's arrival, he had personally rushed down from North City to accompany Xianxia with Lu Yuntao. Lu Yuntao could not walk away, so he let Du Haitian and Wei Xing book the entire Drunken Fragrance Garden to set up a feast to welcome the people from Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect. Today was the day Lu Yuntao's forces had officially risen. It was the great day they had taken over Nebula Pavilion. Everyone was celebrating. Drunken Fragrance Garden was already overcrowded around evening. Crimson Flame Association's elder, Gu Hong and Xiong Ba, Water Moon Sect's elder, Luo Wei, and Na Nuo, and Seven Fiends Valley's Lu Li and Li Zhongjing had all arrived at this lively affair in Ice Stone City. They toasted each other and enjoyed a great time inside. Tonight, Du Haitian was without a doubt the true lead of the show. Come, come, come. Let's have another cup. In front of the drinking table, his face was red as he laughed while lifting a cup. Congratulations, Vice Pavilion Master Du. Congratulations, Vice Pavilion Master Du. Inside Bright Moon Tower, opposite Drunken Fragrance Garden, sat Qin Lai, Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and Kang Ji beside the window. Bright Moon Tower was also a famous brothel in Ice Stone City, and it was situated just at the opposite end of Drunken Fragrance Garden. But its fame and level of luxury was a tad inferior to Drunken Fragrance Garden. Originally, Tu Zhe had also booked a spot in Drunken Fragrance Garden, but because Lu Yuntao had risen in power and booked the entire place, Drunken Fragrance Garden's boss had one-sidedly canceled Tu Zhe's reservation. Damn it! That old dog is another one of those snobby bastards, Kang Ji cursed. When we went to Drunken Fragrance Garden in the past, that old dog would always fawn up to us and was terrified of slighting us in any way. Now that you and the Pavilion Master are leaving and my father did not succeed the Pavilion Master's position, that old dog immediately changed his attitude and actually canceled our reservation. A businessman has to be realistic. Actually, never mind. Let's all take it easy. Tu Zhe drank quietly as he stared at the brightly lit Drunken Fragrance Garden. Across the street, they could see faint outline of Du Haitian in high spirits through the window. They were boisterously talking with each other and clinking cups over and over again with the elders of Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect. Qin Lai, you must be more careful tomorrow, Shuqian told him again and again. Qin Lai kept his head bowed and sipped at his wine with a terribly preoccupied look. He only nodded slightly in response when he heard her words. Kang Ji, are you sure the information you acquired is correct? He suddenly asked as he remembered something and lifted his head. Qin Lai, why do you want to know where the Du family members live? Kang Ji appeared doubtful. Naturally, my information is correct. Du Jiaolan and Du Fei cannot enter Nebula Pavilion, and they are at the locations I've told you. But what does it have to do with you? Can it be you want to take revenge against these two? Do you really think Du Haitian can't kill you? Qin Lai, you must not be rash. If you dare to act against Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, Du Haitian will definitely lead his hall masters and subordinates to exterminate you. Tu Zhe's expression was heavy. Right now Du Haitian is at his most powerful. You must not provoke him or all that will remain for you is death. Yeah, you must not be impulsive at this time. You must hold it down, Zhuqian exclaimed. Even I'm holding back when my father's about to be unseated. You have to hold yourself back too, Kang Ji said. Han Feng and the others also threw their own arguments into the mix so he wouldn't act impulsive to avoid giving Du Haitian the opportunity to kill him straight away. Senior Sister Lu, why haven't you eaten anything? Do you not like the dishes? Should I switch out a table for you? At Drunken Fragrance Garden in another VIP room beside the window, Li Zhongjing and a few youths from Seven Fiends Valley were also drinking around a table. Li Zhongjing looked towards Lu Li sitting by the window and had asked that flatteringly. Lu Li's expression was cool. She did not open her eyes to look at Li Zhongjing. Instead, she just coolly said, "Remember to wait by the city gates the first thing tomorrow." The Ling family clansmen should have rushed there quite early. This is also the only thing you can do for junior sister Ling. Don't worry, senior sister Lu. I will make sure to properly carry everything out and safely deliver the Ling family clansmen to Seven Fiends Valley's domain, Li Zhongjing promised with a smile. By the way, thank you for your reminder, senior sister Lu. I could not have figured out a way to please junior sister Ling otherwise. Hee, after this matter is done, junior sister Ling should treat me seriously from now on. With a cold face, Lu Li nodded. At least you're slightly more useful than that Qin Lai. Qin Lai? Li Zhongjing snorted once. What is he? How can he possibly compare to me? Such a pitiful character would never be able to enter a black iron rank power in his lifetime. What can he give to junior sister Ling? He certainly is nothing, Lu Li muttered. Haha. I guess this is it for the day. I have something else to do later, so I'll have to take my leave. At the front entrance of Drunken Fragrance Garden, Du Haitian said apologetically to Gu Hong and Luo Wei. Tomorrow, if you all are still here tomorrow, then I will definitely lay down everything and drink with you all until we pass out. Lu Ting, Du Hong, and Wei Li were accompanying the other juniors, Xiong Ba and Na Nuo, inside another Drunken Fragrance Garden VIP room. Seeing that Du Haitian was about to leave, Lu Ting and the other had also gathered around the window and looked down at the streets. Vice Pavilion Master Du is planning to receive new instructions from the First Hall Master, while Shattered Ice Manor's Yen Wan is at Nebula Pavilion. Am I right? Crimson Flame Association's Gu Hong said with a look of envy and understanding. We will surely not delay Vice Pavilion Master Du's matters any longer. Today has been a very enjoyable day. Crimson Flame Association would like to communicate with Nebula Pavilion more frequently in the future. That is true. Water Moon Sex Luo Wei also smiled and nodded. Pavilion Master Lu and Vice Pavilion Master Du's future will be bright under the First Hall Master's guidance. You flatter me. Du Haitian joined his hands in a thanks. Then, he stepped onto the street with his tens of subordinates and was about to leave for Nebula Pavilion. Will you look at his complacent look? Kang Ji scowled. Despicable scumbag. To think he used Elder Chu Yan's sacrifice and the Ling family's tragic deaths to acquire his achievements. One day he will be met with retribution. That will be in the future. At the very least, no one can touch him at the moment, Shuqian said helplessly. I would like to try. It was at this moment, Qin Lai, who had been drinking quietly and only seldomly interrupted, had abruptly stood up. A sharp aura abruptly burst forth from Qin Lai's body, causing surprised expressions to appear on Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and Kang Ji's faces. While they were stunned, Qin Lai flew over the table, went through the window, and abruptly landed on the street. Bang! His figure stabbed the center of the street like a straight spear, directly blocking Du Haitian and the other's path. He vehemently yelled out, Du Haitian, I, Qin Lai, challenge you to a fight. The windows of both Drunken Fragrance Garden and Bright Moon Tower abruptly opened all at once. Heads popped into the open from the second and third floor's windowsills. Lu Li, Li Zhongjing, Lu Ting, Xiong Ba, Na Nuo, Gu Hong, Luo Wei, Tu Zhe, Zhuqian. Everyone had gathered at the windows on both sides, looking absolutely shocked under the bright red lanterns and moonlight as they saw Qin Lai standing at the center of the street. Qin Lai! What are you doing, Qin Lai? What the hell are you doing? This kid has gone insane, hasn't he? Why is he challenging Vice Pavilion Master Du? It seems that the clansman from Lingtown and his friends are among the people Vice Pavilion Master Du had sacrificed. Who knows? I also heard it from someone else. What realm is he to dare challenge the middle stage natal opening realm's Du Haitian? Does he know how the word death is written? Loud noises abruptly exploded from the restaurants on each side of the street. Those who knew the inner details looked even more shocked by Qin Lai's challenge on the street. They all leaned over to look. Qin Lai's street challenge had ignited the fiery passion from every martial practitioner who had drunk themselves into a high, causing them to scream out like a blasted cooker. Holding the windowsill, Lu Li looked coldly at Qin Lai on the streets. An odd light appeared in her cold eyes. Xiongba, Nanua and the looked amazed. They were all focused upon Qin Lai, eyes shining with an odd light. Elders such as Crimson Flames Association's Guhong and Water Moon Sect's Luo Wei were frowning, suddenly caught by surprise by his actions. Qin Lai, get back here, Tu Zhe shouted from the windows. Don't be stupid. Zhuo Qian was also shouting. By Nebula Pavilion's rules, I, Qin Lai, challenge Vice Pavilion Master Du Haitian to a fight. May Vice Pavilion Du grant me this opportunity, said Qin Lai with a cold expression and dark voice. Unless you're scared of me, that is? Everyone's gazes shot to Du Haitian in unison. They could all see the murderous light beaming from his eyes. Sure, I will grant you this opportunity right now. Under the crowd's gazes, Du Haitian nodded before suddenly instructing his hall masters in a low tone. Go block the front of Bright Moon Tower. Do not allow Tu Zhe and Zhuo Qian to interfere with this fight. The hall masters under his command broke into nasty grins as they immediately led their men away and arrived at the entrance to Bright Moon Tower. They lifted their heads and looked at Tu Zhe and the others' position. They waited and guarded below so the others could not rush out to stop this fight. Qin Lai's going to kill himself. Tu Zhe suddenly jumped down from the window. Zhuo Qian, Kang Ji, and Han Feng's expressions had also turned to shock as they fell straight down from the windows in succession to drag Qin Lai away. My apologies, but you will not be getting over. A few of Du Haitian's hall masters and even high-ranking martial practitioners blocked Tu Zhe's path, not allowing them to interfere. Qin Lai is soon a goner. Na Nua sighed softly. What is he doing? Sending a message with his death. Li Zhongjing sneered. I know a little about Nebula Pavilion's rules. As long as no one dies, every martial practitioner inside the pavilion can challenge each other. But since Du Haitian is the newly appointed Vice Pavilion Master, even if he accidentally kills Qin Lai, there should not be a huge problem. Even if Qin Lai by some miraculous luck killed Du Haitian, he would absolutely not escape death due to his low status. His gaze was one with ridicule. He's going to die either way, but he just had to jump out and make some noise. What a complete idiot. Maybe he's looking to die in the first place? Someone interrupted. Hee, you're right. He's here to commit suicide. Li Zhongjing smiled cheerfully. While the people in the restaurants were deep in discussion, Du Haitian bent over and spat out the alcohol inside his stomach a few times. Then, he pulled out a deep blue short sword about the length of a forearm from his sleeves. If you think you can surpass my realm and beat me just because I drank more than usual, then you are sorely mistaken. The deep blue short sword was about 2 fingers wide and half a meter long, and it faintly glittered with a deep blue light. As Du Haitian poured spirit energy into it, the 2 sides of the incredibly narrow blade suddenly formed into many blue leaves. As if they were born from the very blade itself, the blue leaves appeared wondrously exquisite and immeasurably sharp. It was as if they could soar into the air at any moment, and they also appeared to be sharp beyond ordinary. The blue leaf sword, a profound grade 1 spirit artifact. Du Haitian had spent a large amount of capital to buy it from Armament Pavilion. Someone exclaimed softly from the windows. Rumors say that the blue leaf sword was crafted by Armament Pavilion's artificer Mo Hai when he was still young, and everyone knows that Mo Hai is now a profound 6th rank artificer and one of the most well-known artificers in Armament Pavilion. Isn't he overreacting a little to bring out the blue leaf sword already? He has always been careful and alert regardless of who he faces. Even if his opponent is a refinement realm martial practitioner, he would not be overconfident at all and would still use everything he had. What a scary person. The crowd talked. Qin Lai took out the wooden sculpture and sucked in a deep breath as his gaze abruptly cooled. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Strands of thumb-sized blue lightning abruptly shot out of the wooden sculpture's head. He looked at Du Haitian, his figure suddenly darting forward as if dragging a long rainbow of electricity. Qin Lai had actually been the one to make the first move. Reckless. Du Haitian's expression was indifferent as he waved his blue leaf sword. Many deep blue leaves suddenly danced out into the air from the blue leaf sword like spirit cicadas, carrying a deadly and sharp aura. They fell down from the sky like scattered and fallen leaves. Scattered like rain, murderous intent filled the streets. All the noise was abruptly silenced. Blue leaves drifted down under the cool and bright moonlight. Each leaf was glittering blue like many murderous edges. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Strands of light blue electricity wove inside the wooden sculpture to form a blue barrier above Qianlai's head. Clap, clap, clap. An explosive sound like that of firecrackers came from the deep blue electricity. Every time a blue leaf landed on it, its light would dim a little. Like gushing waves, they seeped through the electricity and caused Qianlai's body to lower as his steps suddenly faltered. Gripping the blue leaf sword, Du Haitian's expression was as calm as a millpond as he stared indifferently at Qianlai and softly exclaimed, "Overconfidence." The blue leaf sword shuddered thrice rhythmically, and 3 layers of blue ripples spread out. Each layer of spirit energy was stronger than the last, and they stacked, layer by layer, like seawater gushing towards Qianlai. Bang! When the first wave had struck Qianlai, he abruptly shuddered and his complexion instantly paled. He had used all of his energy to defend against the blue leaf that had fallen on his head, but he did not expect Du Haitian to attack yet again with another wave of spirit energy. Bang! Yet another ripple charged over, and Qianlai's figure suddenly burst backwards in retreat. His entire face was bright red, and he very nearly spat out a mouth of fresh blood clogged in his throat. This rippling wave was twice as strong as the first. Wave force. 3rd layer. Du Haitian suddenly let out a cold smile. Bang! The nearly invisible 3rd layer of the wave exploded like an avalanche towards Qianlai before he could stand still. Finally, Qianlai could not take it anymore as he was thrown backwards like an arrow while blood sprang out of his mouth. Boom! After he landed on his feet, his face turned from healthy red to pale white. It was as if his spirit had turned sluggish in one go. At the brightly lit windows on both sides of the street, the observers were all silent. Everyone could see that Qianlai was far weaker than Du Haitian, both in terms of combat experience and the refinement and wealth of spirit energy. Du Haitian's wave force struck the dead center of Qianlai's chest. His wild rush was stopped dead in its tracks as he flew back while spitting blood. It was as if he had lost the ability to fight in an instant. You've only just entered the natal opening realm and opened your first natal palace, yet you dare challenge me? You really are overestimating yourself. Du Haitian's tone was unusually calm as he held the blue leaf sword. Have you not heard that I've already opened 6 natal palaces? I have 6 times your power. There's no doubt what the outcome of this battle will be because you cannot threaten me in any way whatsoever. When he was almost in front of Qianlai, he suddenly lowered his voice. Do you really think I'm afraid to kill you? You must remember that I am the Vice Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion. Even if I did kill you, Xianxia would not dare to take any action against me, especially when he can hardly protect himself right now. The killing intent in his eyes were thick, and the blue leaf sword in his hands shone with bright light, and many more blue leaves flew out yet again. Run, Qianlai! Tu Zhe screamed from the other side. He's going to kill you! He's really going to kill you! Run! Zhuqian also cried out. Unfortunately, the hall masters and several high-rank martial practitioners under Du Haitian's command had completely surrounded them, preventing them from lending Qianlai a helping hand. They could only cry out loudly in warning. The 2 sides of martial practitioners on the streets from all kinds of forces were all leaning against the window and looking down, staring as Du Haitian closed in on Qianlai, step by step. They could see that he intended to murder Qianlai from his eyes, and almost all of them, with absolute confidence, believed that Du Haitian would kill him. This was because he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion. I know you would dare to kill me. Qianlai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly stood up. With a pale face, he watched Du Haitian close in, one step at a time, and his eyes shone with the color of madness. I'll be waiting right here for you to kill me. Come on. Du Haitian, I'll be standing right here. So are you going to show me how you're going to kill me? He waved the wooden sculpture in his right hand and reconstructed blazing electricity, blocking the falling blue leaves one after another. His left hand was hidden inside his sleeves as he quietly grabbed a Terminator Profound Bomb and prepared himself. As if noticing something, Du Haitian suddenly stopped his footsteps and coldly said, "Oh? Trying to bring me down with you." He no longer walked forward. Du Haitian shook his head and waved his sword about in the air. A thick wave of spirit energy suddenly formed into yet another wave force. He intended to kill Qin Lai from a distance. Qin Lai cursed at Du Haitian for being careful, and as he saw that the wave force was about to be formed yet again, he had no choice but to turn to the side and quickly dodge, afraid that the 3 waves of wave force would strike him yet again. He did not dare to activate the Terminator Profound Bomb he held in his left hand with thunder energy right now, so he had to put it aside for the moment. Qin Lai had thought that after withstanding a wave force, with heavenly thunder sacred body and displaying the signs of weakness, he would be able to attract Du Haitian over and attack. Then, he would activate the Terminator Profound Bomb and, with its terrific explosion, instantly murder Du Haitian. He had this perfect plan in his heart long ago, yet he didn't expect Du Haitian to be this careful despite obviously holding the upper hand in this situation. After suffering a direct blow from the wave force, he was also fearful on the inside when he saw that it was about to come at him again. Without any other choice, he could only avoid it for the moment. Bang! 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 3 dull blasts came from the stone wall Qin Lai moved away from, and after the waves of the wave force made contact with it, the thick stone wall abruptly collapsed. On both sides, the expressions of all the watching martial practitioners from Drunken Fragrance Garden and Bright Moon Tower changed slightly. Looks like this person is about to break through to the late stage of the natal opening realm. 7 Fiends Valleys Li Zhongjing exclaimed in surprise. Lu Li too nodded a little. From the looks of it, all 6 of his natal palaces should be completely filled. As expected, this person did not become the Vice Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion through plotting and scheming alone. He does have corresponding power to function as his base. I'm a bit impressed by Qin Lai's courage now. Li Zhongjing sneered. A brat who just entered the natal opening realm and had only formed a single natal palace actually challenged an enemy with all 6 natal palaces filled. He paused for a second before shaking his head. It is as Du Haitian had said. What an overconfident and reckless fool. Na Nua. Do you think that fellow Qin Lai can summon heavenly lightning to fall from the skies just like when we were at the stone forest? Over at Water Moon Sect. Little Sparrow lowered her voice and quietly asked as she watched Qin Lai escaping from Du Haitian's wave force. If he could summon a lightning strike like last time, then he may have a real chance at victory. The last time he only managed to cause a natural anomaly because he happened to break through to the natal opening realm and because he was cultivating the power of thunder. Na Nuatu suppressed her voice while standing at the window. Now that he has broken through already, it shouldn't be possible for a miracle to happen again. Otherwise, he would have summoned the thunder and lightning long ago. Why would he need to make himself look this bad? That true. Little Sparrow sighed softly. Qin Lai destroyed the soul-devouring beast back at the stone forest. You can say that he saved all of us. I kinda don't want to see him in trouble. Nanua nodded. It's a bit unrealistic, but I also wish for him to live. Qin Lai, you think to challenge me with just this? Du Haitian swung the blue leaf sword as deep blue leaves scattered across the air and fell on top of Qin Lai's head. Continuously channeling heavenly thunder eradication, Qin Lai unleashed the electricity inside the wooden sculpture to destroy the deep blue leaves while dodging in an incredibly awkward manner. While he was dodging Du Haitian's wave force sneak attack, he was also looking for an opportunity to close in on Du Haitian. However, as if reading his thoughts, Du Haitian kept distance between them and stopped him from closing in throughout the fight. You're trying to severely injure me before you die, aren't you? I fought for so many years, and I have seen all kinds of opponents. How can I be hurt by the likes of you? Sucking in a deep breath, Du Haitian's face displayed impatience. Let me see how much longer you can dodge. A terrific wave of spirit energy emanated from Du Haitian's body. Suddenly, the blue leaf sword's light abruptly brightened, and tens of deep blue leaves suddenly flew out and drifted over to Qin Lai from every direction. Each leaf will deplete a portion of your energy. Show me how your single natal palace of energy can compete with my 6 natal palaces. Du Haitian yelled coldly. Clap, clap, clap. Blue leaves that covered the sky fell down and exploded upon contact with the electricity formed by the wooden sculpture. Every time a leaf fluttered against it, Qianlai's energy would decrease by a small amount. As Du Haitian had said, since he had used thunder and lightning energy to form the electricity, every time he destroyed a leaf, he would deplete a portion of his own energy. As of now, he had already expended 3/5 of the thunder and lightning energy inside in the natal palace within his Dantian spirit sea. Seeing that the sky filled with blue leaves came at him yet again, Qianlai's heart darkened as he finally understood that Du Haitian, with his own wealth of energy, was using his weakness against him and was depleting his energy. After that, Du Haitian would be able to easily finish him off. Miss, it appears that someone is fighting on the streets. At the southwest corner of the street, a group of 2 was heading towards Commerce Street under the moonlight. One of them heard the vibrations of spirit energy and had suddenly pointed it out. He was Liang Zhong. Naturally, the person he called Miss was Xianxia of Dark Azura Hall's Department of Foreign Affairs. Both of them had just entered Ice Stone City before night had fallen. They were just about to depart for Li's shop to see if there were any new spirit gathering boards to purchase. The matter in the Arctic mountain range was done. The martial practitioners and Spirit Beast King had formed a new contract, and the soul-devouring beast was also dead. Their quest this time had ended smoothly. They were also planning to return to Dark Azura Hall the next morning. Today, Yuan Tianya is at Nebula Pavilion, and Lu Yuntao has taken over the position of Pavilion Master of Nebula Pavilion. Who is stupid enough to fight inside the city at this time? Xie Jingxian whispered as her slick eyebrows locked up with curiosity blooming inside her heart. She said, "Let's go and have a look." Under the night sky, the 2 people were like 2 bolts of cold lightning. After a few flashes, they suddenly arrived and stood at the corner of the street. "It's Qianlai," Liang Zhong exclaimed softly as his expression turned complicated all of a sudden. He nodded and said, Du Haitian and Lu Yuntao had sacrificed the Ling family clansmen as fodder, so it is natural that Qianlai would become enraged. But to think that he dares to challenge Du Haitian on the streets. Has he truly gone insane? After a pause, Liang Zhong frowned deeply and continued, "He lost. He's going to be killed by Du Haitian, and even if he won, he would not be able to kill Du Haitian without being labeled as a traitor. The whole city will hunt him down. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't benefit from this whatsoever. Why is he acting so irrational?" Garbed in white, Xie Jingxian stood like a ghost at the corner of the streets, while staring indifferently at the Qianlai as he unceremoniously dodged. After a while, she shook her head and commented, "The difference between the 2 of them is too large. Unless he can summon the heavenly lightning to fall once more, he will surely die." Nebula Pavilion, inside Lu Yuntao's study. Yuan Tianya sat at the tallest seat with a smile while talking with Lu Yuntao, Yan Wanyan, and Wei Xing Wanyan. "I am sending my men to investigate your son's death. We'll know soon enough if he was really bitten to death by the soul-devouring beast." Yuan Tianya said coolly, "As long as he wasn't killed by Xie Jingxian, I will be able to call the shots and obtain justice for you." "Hall Master, that's Xie Jingxian. Just what is her background?" Lu Yuntao asked solemnly. Yuan Tianya gave him a smile. "It's best if you don't ask about this. All you need to know is that you should not provoke her. Let's put it this way. Even if I am seated at the position of Grand Hall Master, I will still have to show her an adequate amount of comedy." The moment the words were said, everyone's faces changed. They became wary of Xie Jingxian inside their hearts. Zhuoqian was placed in Nebula Pavilion as part of her training. So is she the same and was placed at Dark Azura Hall from up there? Lu Yuntao exclaimed. Yuan Tianya looked surprised and then nodded. "Very smart. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. If your son really died by her hands, then you may as well just think of it as bad luck," said Lu Yuntao as he stared at Shattered Ice Manor's Manor Lord, Yan Wanyan, with a frown. Yan Wanyan scowled and did not say anything. At this moment, someone called out softly from outside, "Pavilion Master." I have something to report. Lu Yuntao's expression fell as he asked, "What is it?" Qin Lai has challenged Vice Pavilion Master Du Right on the streets. They are now fighting at the street between Drunken Fragrance Garden and Bright Moon Tower. The person on the outside did not dare to enter as he asked with the utmost politeness. Vice Pavilion Master seems to be planning to kill him. Do I need to inform him to hold back a little? What an impertinent bastard. How dare he cause trouble on the day I become Pavilion Master. Make sure to tell Haitian to eliminate this person. I understand. The person quietly withdrew. And so, Lu Yuntao continued to accompany Yuan Tianya and talk with him. The little episode had no weight inside their hearts. To them, Qin Lai was already a dead man. On the street, under the night sky, with the falling blue leaves above Qin Lai's head, he madly channeled heavenly thunder eradication and defended against them with great difficulty while using woven electricity. From time to time, he even had to dodge in abject fear to avoid the soundless wave force attacks. His spirit energy was rapidly consumed, and the thunder and lightning energy inside his natal palace was also depleting at an incredible rate. His expression grew more and more tired. The windows of every building on both sides of the street were opened. Countless pairs of eyes were pointed at the street and Qin Lai and Du Haitian's figures. At the corner, Xianxia, garbed in white, and Liang Zhong stood by themselves as they also watched the street fight. Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and Kang Ji were surrounded by Du Haitian's subordinates at the center. There was nothing they could do. They could only stare red-eyed with great worry. Bang bang! Electricity flashed above his head. 2 more deep blue leaves exploded, and the bits of shattered blue light fell through the web and suddenly made contact with Qin Lai's shoulders. Ryup! As if cut by a blade, 2 wounds immediately appeared on Qin Lai's shoulders with scarlet blood flowing out. Bang bang bang! As more deep blue leaves exploded, more motes of icy blue light seeped through the lightning and descended onto Qin Lai's body. Wound after wound appeared on Qin Lai's body. Fresh blood gushed out and drenched him completely in red. Everyone who saw this understood that Qin Lai had expended too much energy and was no longer able to maintain a tight electrical web. That was why the blue lights were able to fall through and inflict terrible wounds on his body. Du Haitian's expression was calm as he wordlessly waved the blue leaf sword and formed even more icy blue leaves. Seeing that Qin Lai was drenched in blood and how the light in his eyes slowly fading, Du Haitian frowned and said, "I'm surprised that you were able to hold out for so long, but in the end, you are still going to die. Besides, I really like this way of torturing you to death." Finally, he dared to approach Qin Lai once more. While walking closer, he said, "I heard that you have quite the great relationship with the juniors Ling Ying, Ling Xian, and Ling Xiao at Ling Town. I wonder if you know that your fate will be the same as theirs, to die without even leaving behind a corpse?" Du Haitian's voice gradually grew quieter, and with a tone that only Qin Lai could hear, he slowly said, "Do you know that when they died I was watching right above the valley? I watched them being torn apart and eaten alive one after another by the spirit beasts just like Ling Xianxia. Do you know how happy I was at the time?" His expression was dark and horrifying. "That little bitch Ling Xianxian made my Feier impotent. I will use the corpses of every Ling clansman to take revenge for Feier. Ling Xianxia is already dead, and the next one will be his younger brother Ling Chengji. And after him, Ling Feng and every other clansman in the Ling family. They will all die with their bodies torn to shreds just like you." Once he had walked closer, Du Haitian once again used wave force. With these 3-layered ripples, he would corner Qin Lai and murder him in a most horrifying manner. Listening to his depictions, the terrible scene of Ling Ying and Ling Xian before they faced their deaths appeared in Qin Lai's mind. When he watched wave force rushing towards him once more, Qin Lai grit his teeth and suddenly chose not to dodge any longer. Savagely, he said, "If I live today, then I swear that I will tear Du Jianlan, Du Fei and Du Heng to pieces." His face filled with madness and anger, he suddenly rushed at Du Haitian in full force as all the energy surrounding his entire body instantly turned solid. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning accompanied by the rumbling sounds of thunder poured out every one of his meridians. Even his two eyes had thunder and lightning shooting out of them. "You will die." Du Haitian's eyes turned chilly, as the layers of wave force rushed at Qin Lai in order to exterminate Qin Lai on the spot. He did not believe that the burned-out Qin Lai would still be able to hurt him at close range any longer, even with suicidal methods. He also did not believe that Qin Lai could break through the layered wave force. Whoosh! The wooden sculpture that Qin had been holding onto this entire time was suddenly put away, and a spirit tablet suddenly appeared at his right hand. The spirit storage board. With a single thought, the spirit energy that had been stored for many days inside the spirit storage board gushed into his Dantian spirit sea in an instant, causing his eyes to shine with a powerful light and his mind to eerily be filled with power again. Lightning flashed from his left arm as streaks of thunder energy slipped into the Terminator profound bomb. The dark blue thunder ball abruptly shook with thunder. Clap, clap, clap. Both thunder and lightning energy gushed out of his natal palace, meridians, veins, and blood in boiling fashion, causing his entire body to roar with thunder and be surrounded by lightning. At this very moment, Qin Lai's early-stage heavenly thunder-sacred body showed its true power. Eh! Many surprised cries came from the windows on both sides of the street. Everyone's expressions were slightly moved as they stared at Qin Lai with a strange look. Xie Jingshuan's eyes brightened a little as she said, "His aura has suddenly increased massively?" "This is?" Liang Zhong was stunned. As of now, the person rushing towards Du Haitian, Qin Lai, did not look burned out in the slightest. His sudden aura was incredible, and it caused shockwaves among the bystanders. Du Haitian's expression changed for the first time in the fight. He was currently way too close with Qin Lai, and because wave force had just been unleashed, he was in a state of exhaustion. There was no way he could dodge out of the way at all. Du Haitian decided that he would take the blow head-on. Bang! When the wave force's first layer blasted at him, Qin Lai was as steady as a rock and was not moved in the slightest. The lightning surrounding his body was not weakened at all. Bang! Wave force's second layer followed closely behind. Its power was more than twice the first's, but even that only caused Qin Lai's figure to pause abruptly and become bloodied all over. Qin Lai's aura was still as imposing as ever, and the thunder and lightning surrounding him did not stop crackling. In fact, his eyes shone brighter and brighter with a morbid light. Bang! Wave force's third wave rushed over like a rolling mountain. A terrific sound suddenly exploded from every bone in Qin Lai's body. Fresh blood sprayed madly from his mouth. His charging figure was stopped dead in its tracks. He could no longer take even a single step forward. He was just 5 steps away from Du Haitian. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to withstand the wave force and take just a step further. But he found that his legs were shaking and that they did not have the strength to make it. He could not move even an inch closer towards Du Haitian. Wave force's third layer was the true essence of the entire attack. It contained continuous and repeating aftershocks. Qin Lai was assaulted by wave force's aftershocks, and as if pushed backwards by sea waves, he couldn't get a single step closer to Du Haitian. What a shame! Xie Jingxian shook her head. I do not know why he had to get closer to Du Haitian, but in the end, he failed to do it and thus cannot execute his final move. Liang Zhong's eyebrows were deeply locked when he suddenly said, "Miss, I like this kid. This is the challenge he brought upon himself." Xie Jingshuan's expression was cool. Therefore we are not to interfere no matter what the outcome may be, whether it be life or death. This is a challenge, and as a challenger, he must have the courage and awareness to face death. The moment she said those words, dejection appeared in Liang Zhong's eyes. He understood that Xie Jingxian would not interfere with this battle. Since Xie Jingxian was not ready to interfere, then as a servant, he must not act out on his own. The only thing he could do was to quietly watch. Qin Lai! Tu Zhe roared with red eyes. It was as if he could see the ending already. Zhuo Qian and Kang Ji's eyes too become misty with tears. He is a real man. Xiongba nodded his eyes while completely ignoring Lu Ting and Du Heng's hateful gazes. If I knew he was such a tough guy back at the Stone Forest, I would have made every effort to connect with him. Sigh, how unfortunate. Not too bad. Luli frowned and muttered from another window. I suppose junior sister Ling was not mistaken after all. This is it. Du Haitian recovered and lifted his hand once more. It was yet another round of wave force. No one thought that Qin Lai could hold on any longer. Amidst the countless pair of eyes, Qin Lai suddenly withdrew and jumped backwards. It was hard to go forward, but quite easy to retreat. With a single leap, he had put out 10 meters of distance in an instant. Then, he jumped again and moved yet another 10 meters. A round ball fell out of his sleeves. Subconsciously whispered someone with a sharp eye. After that, many people also saw that there was a walnut-sized, dark blue ball where Qin Lai was standing earlier. The ball was flashing with electricity, and on the inside, there was the faint rumblings of thunder. 1, 2, 3. Qin Lai counted in his heart. Boom! A thunderous and violent explosion that shook the entire ice stone city abruptly detonated right before Du Haitian. The most terrifying shockwave, mixed with bits of iron shot outwards, and in an instant, the entire street was covered in a sky full of thick dust and stone powder. Once the dust had settled, a 30-meter-wide deep hole, out of nowhere, had appeared on the street, and it reached as far as 2 meters down into the stone ground. The inhuman form of Du Haitian laid at the center of the hole. Every inch of his body was twitching and blood flowed out everywhere. His chest had tens of bloody, bone-deep holes, and even his intestines had fallen out of his stomach. It was obvious that he wasn't going to survive. While everyone was still in shock, Qin Lai suddenly rushed forward once more and swiftly picked up Du Haitian's blue leaf sword that had fallen to the ground. Then, amidst Du Heng's earth-shattering roar of anger, Qin Lai beheaded Du Haitian in a single stroke and made a mad dash to exit Ice Stone City without ever looking back. With the crying and howling Du Heng as the only exception, every other bystander was completely stunned at the moment as they stood there stupidly at a complete loss. Du Haitian's decapitated corpse lay within the deep hole in the street. The bloody holes at his chest were still bubbling. Qin Lai had seized the opportunity to retreat long ago, and now, there was no longer even a trace of his shadow to be seen. The crowd could only hear Du Heng running down from the room upstairs all the way to Du Haitian's corpse at the center of the street while crying like a madman. "Milord!" Du Haitian's subordinates finally reacted and cried out involuntarily in pain. The faces of the martial practitioners watching the show from the restaurants on both sides of the street were absolutely awkward. Many people looked stunned, as if they still could not believe what just happened right before their eyes. Du Haitian, the middle-stage natal opening realm martial practitioner with 6 completely filled natal palaces, was actually killed and beheaded by Qin Lai. The reality of it made a huge impact on their minds. Li Zhongjing, who had made sarcastic remarks the entire time, was now quietly scowling as a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Lu Li's expression was as cold as ever. Leaning against the window and looking in the direction Qin Lai had run to, her eyes glowed with an odd trace of color. This Qin Lai is even crazier than I thought. Crimson Flame Association's Xiong Ba exclaimed in a low tone as great passion surged inside him. I can't believe he actually dared to behead Du Haitian. He will be hunted as the traitor of the entire city. Ice Stone City will no longer have a place for him. A madman with his mad methods. Na Nua's eyes were bright with amazement as she nodded and said, "Today is the day Lu Yuntao was officially taking over Nebula Pavilion and Du Haitian was becoming the Vice Pavilion Master. It is the greatest moment of his life. But who could have predicted that he would be beheaded on the spot by Qin Lai during the proudest day of his life? Teach, this is almost too hard to believe." Little Sparrow's voice was shaking slightly, and it appeared that her feelings hadn't completely calmed down yet. On the other side, Tu Zhe, Zhuqian, and Kenji were shaking as if they could not control the excitement inside their hearts. How can this be? How can this be? Zhuqian whispered with happiness written all over her face as her smile grew wider and wider. He actually killed Du Haitian. Heavens! He won't be able to get out of the city. Tu Zhe was the steadier person among the two, and after the excitement passed, he immediately grew worried. Lu Yuntao would never allow Qin Lai to live past tonight. The moment he said those words, The group, who was still deep in excitement and wild happiness, immediately felt their faces fell. Mississippi, at the corner of the street, Liang Zhong said with a face full of smiles. That kid is pretty okay, right? Xianxia frowned but nodded her head slightly. Not bad. But I'm afraid he may not be able to escape Ice Stone City alive? Liang Zhong said quietly with begging eyes. Should we lend him a hand? We can't. Xianxia sighed. If he didn't behead Du Haitian and I went out to negotiate on his behalf, then perhaps Yuan Tianya may choose to pay me respect and leave him alive. But now... She shook her head as if feeling a bit of regret herself. That damned brat. Liang Zhong cursed loudly. He just had to be impulsive. If he hadn't dealt that last blow, it would have counted as a proper challenge victory. He would have been able to get out safely. If he hadn't dealt that last blow, Du Haitian may have survived. Xie Jingshuan's tone was calm. I have guessed that he would commit murder. I knew from the very beginning that there was some kind of madness hidden inside his very bones. On a normal day, it may not show up, but the moment he is driven into life-or-death combat, his violence and madness will fully surface. Just what is this kid's background? Liang Zhong looked stunned. He shouldn't live beyond tonight. Xie Jingxian turned around and walked towards Commerce Street. If he survives today and manages to escape from Ice Stone City, I might consider accepting him into the Department of Foreign Affairs. Judging from today's performance, he does meet the qualifications. Men, he isn't too bad. I hope he can escape. Liang Zhong sighed. Nebula Pavilion. Inside Lu Yuntao's study, Yuan Tianya's group was still discussing about the future arrangements of Shattered Ice Manor and Nebula Pavilion. Pavilion Master! Came a yell from the outside again. This time, it was obviously tinged with a hint of panic and urgency. There is trouble. Lu Yuntao's face turned cold. What is it again? Pavilion Master Du was severely hurt by Qin Lai's blast, then got beheaded on the spot, stuttered the person outside. Lu Yuntao, Wei Xing, and Yan Wenyan immediately stood up from their seats and exclaimed in unison, How is that possible? Dark Azura Hall's first hall master, Yuan Tianya, remained seated. He simply frowned slightly with a trace of curiosity appearing in his eyes, just as surprised that Du Haitian would be killed by a small fry a level below him. It's true. There are many people from Crimson Flame Association and Water Moon Sect who witnessed it firsthand. The person on the outside quickly explained how Du Haitian had died horribly. With a dark face, Lu Yuntao yelled out the moment he finished speaking, Shut every gate in the city immediately, and send out every martial practitioner inside the pavilion. I will see Qin Lai's head before dawn breaks. Send a notice to Yen Du to lock down the north gate as well. No one is to go in or out tonight. Also instructed Shattered Ice Manor's Yan Wenyan. Notify Discipline Hall's Xianxia to send out everyone in the Discipline Hall as well. Lu Yuntao yelled again. Understood, solemnly answered the person outside. As the instructions were passed on, every martial practitioner in Nebula Pavilion had received the notice to scour every corner of the city for Qin Lai and to execute him on the spot. For a time, the south part of Ice Stone City was bustling with martial practitioners, and every path leading towards the city gates were completely blocked. For many people, tonight would be a sleepless night. Come quickly, Gao Yu. Qin Lai has executed Du Haitian at the street in front of Drunken Fragrance Garden. As of now, the entire city is shaken, and Pavilion Master Lu has given the absolute order to see Qin Lai's head before daybreak. Lu Yen rushed into Gao Yu's house with eyes filled with shock. Elder Yi has ordered us on an operation to scour entire city and take down Qin Lai. Inside the windowless cottage, Gao Yu's eyes glowed with eerie, evil light amidst complete darkness. Seeing them, Lu Yen felt a little chilled on the inside, but still quickly said, Why, you're not asleep yet? I am cultivating, Gao Yu answered simply with a cold voice. It appeared that he hadn't completely awakened from his cultivation. Took a while before his tone finally returned to normal. With a clouded expression, he walked outside with Lu Yen while muttering, He actually succeeded? Gao Yu, I know that you're quite close with Qin Lai, but we are a part of the Discipline Hall. That is why we should get out a little. Lu Yen paused for a moment before saying, even if it is just for show, we should still walk around the city, a little so the others would know that we are busy as well. Oh, Gao Yu nodded. Once he was out, he quickened his footsteps and said, let's split up. Before Lu Yen could react, Gao Yu flashed several times under the night sky and soon disappeared. Very soon, Gao Yu appeared outside of Nebula Pavilion. He could see with a glance that many martial practitioners inside the pavilion were gathering at the direction of each city gates, thinking to take him down there. You all underestimated his madness, Gao Yu whispered in his heart before leaving alone. He seemed to know where Qin Lai would be headed to. All Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners are to track and hunt down Qin Lai within the city immediately. This is an order from the pavilion master himself. This is his first order after he has taken the office. Wei Xing's elder, Pei En, and Fang Tong appeared together at Drunken Fragrance Garden and Bright Moon Tower before calling that out loudly. Du Haitian, Wei Xing, and Lu Yuntao's subordinates immediately departed with a murderous atmosphere in the direction Qin Lai escaped to unanimously. I'm feeling a bit unwell because I drank too much, and tomorrow I have to depart for Dark Azura Hall too. I don't think I will be of use, Tu Zhe said solemnly. Me too. I'm drunk and I can't move, Zhuo Qian also cried out. Kang Ji and Han Feng were either pretending to be sick or drunk. It was as if their feet had grown roots as they stood where they were and completely ignored Pei En and Fang Tong's orders. The people from Seven Fiends Valley, Crimson Flame Association, and Water Moon sect appeared unruffled as they continued to stand at the windows. They did not plan to sleep tonight, instead drinking while paying attention to the commotion inside the city. They were waiting to see when Qin Lai would be discovered, surrounded, and killed. They knew very well that this was a special day for Lu Yuntao, who had recently taken over the position of Pavilion Master. If Qin Lai could survive tonight after beheading Du Haitian and after he sent out an absolute order, then he as the new Pavilion Master could be said to be in complete disgrace. All the routes are covered. Why haven't we seen him yet? The gates are also locked. If he cannot get out tonight, then he will have an even lower chance later. Search. Keep searching. Cover every house. We will find him even if we have to dig 3 feet under South City. The Pavilion Master has given the absolute order to see his head before daylight. Cold-faced martial practitioners could be seen mobilizing at every main street of South City. They had begun barging into every manor to search from house to house. For a moment, all hell broke loose in the entire city, and every Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner were shouting with cold faces. They were all looking for Qin Lai to capture and kill him, but unfortunately, they could not find any trace of him. At the northernmost region of South City, there was a rather elegant manor located quite far away from the city center. The groundbreaking commotion taking place inside the city hadn't reached there yet. The people there also did not know that the South City had been utterly riled up by Qin Lai's atrocities. This place was the Du family's house inside Ice Stone City. Both mother and son, Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, the elders of Du family, and other forces had just celebrated here tonight. They were celebrating Du Haitian's promotion and that a capable man was finally born in the Du family. A leader that could lead the Du family towards the pinnacle of glory. At this moment, every member of the Du family had drunk quite a bit and had happily retreated back to their respective rooms to rest. Inside a luxurious room, there was an expensive carpet that covered the ground, and above a huge bed carved with white jade, there were 3 young and naked girls bowing, prostrating, and doing all kinds of sexy moves and poses. At the edge of the bed, Du Fei stared dead-eyed at the 3 girls with a hideous expression while looking from time to time at his crotch. There was no reaction at all. Mother, I just can't anymore. Du Fei bellowed in a low tone like an animal, his expression painful. I was ruined by the little bitch, Ling Xianxian, and I can't get a hard-on anymore. I'm a ruined man. At the table in front of the bed, Du Jiaolan glared at him and exclaimed, Take a better look at them and use your imagination. You can do it. Mother knows that you can do it. Young Master Du, why don't you let this servant service you? A girl smiled seductively before slithering over like a water snake. She stuck out a fragrant tongue and licked Du Fei's neck. Following her signal, the other two girls also voluntarily slithered over and continuously rubbed Du Fei's body with their soft, erect breasts. It's hard. I think it's becoming harder. Du Fei suddenly screamed in mad joy as his face blushed with a healthy red and his expression absolutely excited. Mother, I'm responding. I'm actually responding. I knew you can do it. I just knew you can do it. Du Jiaolan herself had grown excited. Worry not, Feier, as long as you can do it. Mother promises to capture those two little bitches, Ling Xianxian and Ling Yushi, so you can vent on them all you want and have them bleed and cry every day under your crotch. Sooner or later I will kill those two bitches. Du Fei laughed madly. Boom! A sword beam burst through the window as a blood-covered man suddenly rushed out. While both mother and son, Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, were laughing happily, streaks of electrical snakes were formed inside the house before they fled toward Du Jiaolan's body. Who are you? Du Jiaolan did not expect that someone would dare to assault them in the middle of the night and suddenly screeched out. She grabbed a teacup and flung it at the person. Zzzt zzzt zzzt. Strands of electrical snakes entangled her and climbed up her arms like vines, causing her body to suddenly become paralyzed. Blue leaf sword. It's Haitian's blue leaf sword. Du Jiaolan cried out uncontrollably as she hurriedly dodged sideways. Spurt. The short sword failed to pierce through her heart when she fled upwards. It only managed to pierce through her lower abdomen. Qin Lai. It's Qin Lai. Du Fei screamed in abject terror. Someone, anyone, come quickly. Qin Lai. How dare you barge into the Du family to commit murder? You will not come out of this alive. Du Fei exclaimed harshly, but he did not dare to actually go close to Qin Lai. Instead, he escaped outside to call other Du family members over to kill Qin Lai together. That's Haitian's blue leaf sword. Inside the house, Du Jiaolan barely escaped the deadly blow in a most embarrassing manner while bleeding profusely from her stomach. Upon suddenly finding out the sword Qin Lai was wielding was actually the blue leaf sword, she immediately screeched. Covered in beast skin armor and bloodied all over, Qin Lai wore a crazed look on his face. He reflexively frowned a little when he saw Du Jiaolan dodging to the side and Du Fei rushing out of the yard. Swoosh! The blue leaf sword in his hands abruptly flew out, and like a bolt of cold light piercing through the night, it shot towards like lightning at the back of Du Fei's heart. You dare! Du Jiaolan rushed over with a disheveled look. Unfortunately, the blue leaf sword's momentum wasn't something she could stop anymore. With a pft sound, the blue leaf sword pierced Du Fei's back, into his heart, and nailed him to a tree. Feier! Du Jiaolan hysterically screamed out, and ignoring her profusely bleeding stomach, she rushed towards Qin Lai with everything she had. The reason Qin Lai had killed Du Fei first was to incite Du Jiaolan to turn insane and lose control. The moment she charged him, Qin Lai took out the wooden sculpture and matched Du Jiaolan's movements with a swing. ZZT ZZZT ZZT. The tightly woven electricity came out. Raging thunder energy mixed within the thin body of electricity surrounded Du Jiaolan's body instantly. While she was screaming in pain, Qin Lai closed in with a chilly face as his thunder-like fists fell down like a raging storm. Boom, boom, boom. Du Jiaolan's body was struck repeatedly as the thunder energy around her exploded. Her bones were shattered, and blood flowed from every hole on her head. Qin Lai, Haitian will kill you. He definitely will. Even when her mouth was filled with blood and the light in her eyes was gradually fading out, Du Jiaolan did not forget to threaten him. He is already dead, coldly answered Qin Lai. Du Jiaolan suddenly shuddered. Impossible. I first killed him and took his blue leaf sword. Then, I came to kill the both of you. Clenching his fist while Du Jiaolan was wrapped up by the electricity, Qin Lai directly struck her heart while continuing. Your entire family deserves to die. The next one will be Du Hong. I will kill your entire family. Bang! An ugly sound emerged from Du Jiaolan's chest, and her life was ended by Qin Lai's final strike. Don't kill us. Don't kill me. Inside the house, The naked young girls were wrapped in thin clothing as they shrunk at the corner of the bed while shivering in fear. In their eyes, Qin Lai, who had barged in while covered in blood, was like a cruel and bloodthirsty demon arriving at their doorsteps. They were afraid that Qin Lai, who had already killed both mother and son, Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, would also kill them offhandedly. Qin Lai turned around and glanced around. He frowned slightly amidst the cries of the Du family clansmen. Then, his figure vanished into the shadows around the corner. Little Lon, what are you shouting about? A dozen-odd seconds later, the Du family's housemaster and a few elders loudly cried out while rushing over. The moment they arrived, they discovered Du Jiaolan and Du Fei's bodies right then and there. These Du family members cried out in shock and screamed to look for the murderer that very instant. Someone has killed Jiaolan and Du Fei. The murderer should not be too far away. Chase him down already. The Du family housemaster snapped loudly. Send someone to Nebula Pavilion without delay. Inform Haitian about this news as soon as possible, and have him lead Nebula Pavilion's elites throughout the entire city to hunt down the murderer. Patriarch Du. At this moment, Fong Tong's voice came from outside Du family's doorsteps as he led several Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners in while yelling loudly, "What happened, Patriarch Du? Hall Master Fong. You have come at just the right time." Du family's house master exclaimed urgently. Someone has barged into the Du family and murdered Haitian's cousin and nephew. We were just about to send someone to notify Haitian. Qin Lai. He actually committed murder again in the Du family. Fong Tong's face subsequently fell. How long has it been since it happened? Du Fei was just screaming just now, replied the Du family patriarch. He must still be close then. Fong Tong's expression lit up as he loudly yelled, "Brothers, we will search the area with this spot as the center. He is severely injured, and there should be blood dripping from his body. Make sure you pay attention to blood spots." "Yes, sir." "What happened, Hall Master Fong?" exclaimed Du family's patriarch. Vice Pavilion Master Du was challenged and beheaded on the streets in front of Drunken Fragrance Garden by Qin Lai. Fong Tong's expression was rife with urgency as he hastily explained before yelling, "All of you, get moving. The Pavilion Master has given the absolute order to see Qin Lai's head before daybreak." Once he finished, Fong Tong led the brothers under his command and spread out in all directions, searching for traces of blood at every path to lead them to Qin Lai's location. On the other hand, the Du family patriarch was so shocked he had fallen on his butt with a terrified expression. Haitian is dead? Haitian was actually killed? He was just seated as Vice Pavilion Master today. How could he have possibly been killed? Each and every member of the Du family also looked frightened, finding it hard to believe what they just heard. 2 hours ago, they were still celebrating the fact that Du Haitian had gloriously ascended to become Nebula Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master. They all thought that the Du family had finally raised a capable person, and the entire family was brimming with happiness and excitement. But 2 hours later, they suddenly received news that Du Haitian had died. In addition to finding out Du Jiaolan and Du Fei were killed, "How can this be? How can this be?" Du family's house master whispered, unable to accept this terrible news. It wasn't until he heard Fong Tong's cries that he suddenly woke up and yelled, "Join Nebula Pavilion in the hunt. We must kill this person. Wake up every clansman above the 7th level of refinement." For a moment, the entire Du family was also riled up as they joined Fong Tong's people to chase after Qin Lai. "Hall Master Fong, there are traces of blood here." Under the night sky, a Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner cried out, "Heavens, he isn't heading for the city gates. This blood trail is headed into the city. Chase after him quickly." Fong Tong yelled out in anger. Dozens of figures speedily swept over and chased after the trail of blood. They were in a hurry to kill Qin Lai before daybreak so they could carry his head to Lu Yuntao. It was already midnight. Following a small path along the river, Qin Lai's face was pale as he reined in the pain, grit his teeth, and swiftly proceeded onward. Blood leaked from the numerous tiny wounds on his body. They dripped through his beast-skin armor and scattered in every direction as he ran. After his battle against Du Haitian, many sections of the skin all over his body was stripped away by the blue leaf sword. There were even a few wounds that were nearly bone deep. It was only after putting on the beast skin armor Liang Zhong had gifted him and absorbing all of the spirit energy inside the spirit storage board that he recovered somewhat. After sneaking all the way to the Du family complex and killing both mother and son, Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, he had nearly expended all of his energy. His combat capabilities were getting weaker and weaker. Du Heng. There is still Du Heng left, he muttered in his heart. He was ready to return to Drunken Fragrance Garden and seek an opportunity to kill his final target. Give chase. He should be right in front of us. Out of nowhere, there was a shout behind him. Qin Lai's expression changed. He did not expect the people from Nebula Pavilion to search the inner city instead of blocking the front of the city gates. He didn't know that Fang Tong had just brought his men over to inform the Du family of Du Haitian's death and just happened to discover his tracks. Neither did he know that they had immediately followed his trail of blood and were hot on his trail. Channeling his spirit energy, he quietly probed and discovered that his Dantian spirit sea had less than 30% of his spirit energy remaining, and the thunder energy inside his natal palace would only be sufficient for 3 or 4 more attacks. Glancing about in every direction, he suddenly walked up to the little river beside him and slowly dipped himself into the river. 2 minutes later, Fang Tong led 5 Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners chasing after the trail of blood all the way to where he was currently standing. "The trail of blood has disappeared," cried out Nebula Pavilion martial practitioner from the front. "He must be around here then," Fang Tong coldly said with a dark face. "Today is the day our pavilion master rose to his position, and yet it was ruined by an insignificant worm using extremely despicable methods. If we do not promptly kill him, then the pavilion master will definitely lose his honor. Brothers, if we carry his head to the pavilion master, we will definitely be handsomely rewarded by the pavilion master." While encouraging his brothers, Fang Tong glanced at his surroundings before immediately saying, "Above and behind the trees, along the 2 sides of the stone path, and both the riverside and river bed. Search them all." The few Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners moved right away. 2 of the men gradually closed in on Qin Lai's position beside the river. One of the men glanced at the river under the night sky before crying out, "There is blood inside the river!" Plop! In a flash, Qin Lai leaped out of the river. As soon as the man cried out in shock, Qin Lai swam to his side like a river monster before dragging him right into the water. While they were inside the river, Qin Lai repeatedly smashed the backside of the person's head with his fist and murdered him with brute force. "Inside the river! Kill that bastard!" angrily yelled Fang Tong from the shore. Several people instantaneously began channeling their power and activated the powers inside the spirit artifacts they were wielding. For a moment, a multicolored assortment of lights, blades of ice and strings of fire all shot towards Qin Lai's position. Bang, bang, bang! Sparks flew off Qin Lai's beastskin armor to block all of the long-ranged attacks, protecting his body from actual harm. That's beastskin armor. It's the standard uniform worn by Dark Azura Hall generals, and they can block many refinement-level attacks. Fang Tong's expression changed as he yelled, "Aim at his head!" Due to water resistance, Qin Lai's movements were significantly restricted inside the river. The moment he heard Fang Tong's new order, his heart chilled, and he had no choice but to jump out of the water. While blocking the enemy's attacks with the beastskin armor, he continued to climb to the street on the other side of the river. Bang! The long blade in Fang Tong's hand glowed with rainbow-colored light, and it slammed into Qin Lai's back, causing him to unceremoniously fall forward. He used the force to aid him on his way to climb up to the street on the other side. However, the moment he lifted his head, he abruptly froze as his expression became clouded with incredibly mixed feelings. Gao Yu? Gao Yu stood cold and tall on the side of the street he was climbing onto while looking down on him. He said, "I knew you would go to the Du family and kill them. Gao Yu, stop him. We'll be coming right over." Fang Tong was overjoyed as he quickly led a few brothers down the river and rushed towards Qin Lai. "All right," Gao Yu nodded coolly. Vengeful spirits floated from the ogre-faced rings on his fingers, and the numerous ghosts quickly formed into a green-faced, large-fanged vile ghost. The moment the vile ghost was formed, it immediately rushed towards Qin Lai with fangs bared and claws, ready to tear Qin Lai's neck apart. "Good job!" Fang Tong shouted. But Qin Lai did not move. He just stood there staring at Gao Yu's eyes, doing nothing at all to defend against the incoming ghost. With a cold and gloomy expression, Gao Yu curled his lips before unexpectedly muttering in a chilly tone. "You shouldn't trust me so much?" Once finished, the vile ghost rushing towards Qin Lai all of a sudden floated by and passed the top of his head. Then, with a vicious howl, it ruthlessly charged into Fang Tong's men and began its rampage. Carrying an aura of chilly darkness, the vile ghost unleashed a rationale-destroying mind wave and charged right into the center of Fang Tong and the others. In an instant, their consciousness became blurred, and illusions bloomed one after another in their heads. They could not make heads or tails of anything. "Go!" Gao Yu exclaimed in a low tone. 3 vengeful spirits formed from the rank 2 Ice Soul Python's soul also flew out from his ogre-faced rings in the shape of 3 white ghosts and surrounded Fang Tong from 3 different directions. "Gao Yu, how dare you help Qin Lai and attack us? Are you planning to commit suicide?" Fang Tong's expression was severe. "Your elder sister is still in Nebula Pavilion. Your Gao family is also part of Nebula Pavilion's vassal forces. Are you going to let the entire Gao family be exterminated because of your impulsive actions?" Qin Lai's expression also changed. He had guessed that Gao Yu would not actually kill him, so he didn't really move out of the way when he saw that vile soul rushing at him. This was because he did not feel murderous, bone-chilling, killing intent from the vile soul, so he thought that Gao Yu was just putting on a show. He had not expected Gao Yu to actually attack Fang Tong. Just as Fang Tong had said, Nebula Pavilion had Gao Yu's weakness in their grips. His sister and all of the Gao family members' lives were held by Nebula Pavilion's Lu Yun Tao. So Qin Lai himself did not expect that Gao Yu would act so boldly. "If all of you are dead, then who will know that I helped Qin Lai?" Gao Yu's expression was cold, and the ogre-faced rings on his hands glittered with a green light. A few more vengeful spirits and evil ghosts formed from spirit beast souls actually materialized and locked down Fang Tong and his men like persistent evil spirits, preventing them from escaping the vengeful spirits' encirclement. "Did you think that I've only this many men?" Fang Tong's gaze hardened. "My subordinates are just around the corner. The moment they hear the sounds of fighting, they will immediately rush over. No one is coming." Like a phantom, Gao Yu rushed Fang Tong without warning even as he spoke indifferently along the way. "I scouted the area for a while before I attacked you. Those brothers of yours have long since gone to hell." While he was speaking, the mark of the demon god's shadow vaguely appeared within Gao Yu's eyes. An evil and destructive aura swiftly flowed out of Gao Yu's body. Qin Lai could clearly see that every pore of Gao Yu's body was seeping with countless wisps of cold, dark demonic energy that were as black as ink. While Fang Tong and the others looked ashen, Gao Yu dropped inside their group like a transformed demon. The moment he went inside, the aura of those vile ghosts and vengeful spirits abruptly strengthened multiple times and turned extremely brutal. They continuously charged, tore, and bit Fang Tong's men even as they attacked their souls with mind waves. Qin Lai watched from the sides and realized that Fang Tong and his men's lives were swiftly depleted in just a short amount of time. It was as if their lives were being sucked out of their bodies and souls. Soon enough, Fang Tong and his men were no longer breathing, and just like that, they were mysteriously killed by Gao Yu. "Put a bolt of lightning on them so that Nebula Pavilion will not trace their deaths back to me." While Qin Lai was still caught by surprise, Gao Yu had withdrawn the vengeful spirits and evil souls back into the ogre-faced rings. The mark of the demon god's shadow also slowly faded from his eyes and disappeared. "Oh," Qin Lai answered once before adding a bolt of electricity onto Fang Tong's body. Then he said, "You've become stronger." Gao Yu gave a cold and proud smile. "I may not be confident fighting against you, my natural enemy, but I have absolute confidence that I can beat every other martial practitioner of the same level." Fong Tong was just at the early stage of the natal opening realm. When I was at the 9th level of refinement, I could already beat him down to the ground, so naturally, killing him now is not a problem at all. After a pause, he continued, ever since I was at the Arctic mountain range, I've gradually absorbed some of the soul fragments of Demon God's shadow and learned a few things. Qianlai nodded and said, thank you, SHHK. Gao Yu did not answer right away but instead picked up a random sword and slashed a wound across his chest. Then he said, you stabbed me with this sword. Qianlai glanced at the wound once and nodded again. This pill is for you. Can help you quickly recover some strength. I found it on a dark shadow tower martial practitioner's body back at the Arctic mountain range. Gao Yu threw a green pill about the size of a longan at him, paused for a moment, and then started. All of Icestone City has been locked down, and every main city gate have elites standing by. It would be best if you hide inside the city and not show yourself as much as possible. I still need to kill Du Heng. Qianlai grit his teeth and said, when you're cutting a weed, you must take out its roots. You must kill him? Gao Yu frowned. Qianlai nodded. I must. I swore before Du Haitian that if I didn't die, then I will kill his entire family. I knew you were a madman. Gao Yu snorted coldly before putting down the bow on his back. I've prepared everything for you. That useless dog is still at Drunken Fragrance Garden. After his father died, it's as if he had lost his soul and only knows how to cry hysterically. He didn't even hunt for you at the city gates. Receiving the bow, Qianlai asked with a face filled with surprise. How did you know I would come to the Du family? How did you also know I still want to kill Du Heng? A feeling. Gao Yu thought for a while before shaking his head. An indescribable feeling. I've fought you many times in the combat room, and we've fought together in the stone forest as well. I've always thought that there was something crazy hidden deep within your bones, and that once you got impulsive you would go crazy until the very end. Keep searching. Look everywhere. It was at this moment the shouts of the Du family's patriarch came from not too far away. Gao Yu's expression changed as he yelled, go. This is as far as I can help you. I hope you can leave Icestone City in one piece. Qianlai also understood that the current situation was urgent, and that it wasn't the best idea to stay in one spot for too long. After Gao Yu finished speaking, Qianlai simply gave him a deep look before turning around and running towards inside of the city. A few minutes after he left, Gao Yu held his chest and cried out on the same spot, someone, come quickly, over there. There's someone screaming over there. Not too long after, Du family's patriarch and 3 elders came together, and their expressions grotesquely twisted when they saw Fong Tong and his men's bodies. I am the hall master of Nebula Pavilion's Discipline Hall, Gao Yu. Qianlai has just killed Fong Tong's men and injured me. He's currently heading outside the city. Gao Yu threw down coldly with a ghastly expression before unkindly ordering the Du family's clansmen with a yell. Follow me. We'll hunt down this man at the city gates. Yes. Du family's clansmen answered his call and swiftly followed Gao Yu's footsteps in the opposite direction Qianlai was heading to. Midnight, at the street in front of Drunken Fragrance Garden. The deep pit on the streets was still there, and so was Du Haitian's beheaded corpse. His subordinates had all left to hunt down Qianlai with the Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners near the city gates. Du Heng was the only one kneeling beside the corpse and weeping, traumatized. He let out many annoying low roars. Du Haitian can be considered formidable already, so how did he have such a useless son? Beside the street in the VIP room of the 2nd floor, Crimson Flame Association's Gu Hong looked at Du Heng below the window and frowned while drinking. To his side was Xiong Ba's group, Water Moon Sec's Luo Wei, Nanua and so on. At this moment Lu Ting, Wei Li, and the other juniors had all returned to the pavilion, and the rest of the experts of Nebula Pavilion had spread out to hunt for Qianlai. Therefore, the only ones left inside Drunken Fragrance Garden and Bright Moon Tower were those from outside forces such as Crimson Flame Association, Water Moon Sect, and 7 Fiends Valleys, drinking. The only Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners left would be Kang Ji and Zhuo Qian. He definitely is garbage. He should be hunting for Qianlai right now, not crying at his father's corpse. Xiongba's face was filled with disdain and he scoffed. Such a character would probably never get a chance at revenge in his entire life. If Qin Lai doesn't die this time, it will only be too easy for him to kill such a person. Unfortunately, that kid is dead for sure, interrupted Water Moon Sect's elder Luo Wei. I just received news that not only has Shattered Ice Manor's Yen Wenyen sent the order to lock down the city, even Dark Azura Hall's commanders outside the city have reached the city gates to assist Nebula Pavilion in eliminating Qin Lai. Dark Azura Hall's commanders? Gu Hong's expression changed. Aren't they leaving for Dark Azura Hall with the first Hall Master tomorrow morning? That was the original plan. Luo Wei explained. There were a lot of them, so they didn't enter the city and temporarily stayed in the few towns outside the city instead. If it wasn't for tonight's business, they would be meeting with the first Hall Master and returning to Dark Azura Hall tomorrow morning. But now, in order to protect Lu Yuntao's image, the few commanders near the city gates have already slipped inside. Then Qin Lai truly is dead for sure. Gu Hong gave a soft sigh. Any one of the commanders can easily kill either of us. Naturally, Qin Lai will not survive as well. Xiongba and Na Nua's group inside the house all felt their faces fall when they heard his words. They were almost certain that Qin Lai was a goner. Let's go. There's no need to wait for further news any longer. He's definitely not going to survive the night. In the other room, Li Zhongjing received the letter from the messenger bird's neck that had just arrived and glanced at it before standing up drunkenly. I just received news from a friend at Dark Azura Hall that a few of their commanders have gone to the city gates. They should be going after Qin Lai. Then he is already a dead man. A person stood up with 100% certainty. Lu Li also nodded and stood up. With a cool expression, she said, "How unfortunate. How can a kid with no background like him survive after killing the vice pavilion master of Nebula Pavilion?" Li Zhongjing laughed coldly. What can he do even if he gets out of Ice Stone City? Will Crimson Flame Association or Water Moon Sect dare to accept him? Who will dare to cover for him? The person behind Lu Yuntao is Dark Azura Hall's first Hall Master, Yuan Tinya. While speaking, the group got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Du Heng's cries came again from below, and Li Zhongjing cursed underneath his breath. Damn it! If it weren't for that retard screaming like a banshee, this daddy here was going to drink for a little while longer. Swoosh! The sound of a flying arrow suddenly rang out and caught everyone's attention. Following the sound, they looked to the streets. A silent arrow broke through the sky like lightning, dragging a bolt of deep blue electricity behind it and heading straight for Du Heng's neck. Spurt! The silent arrow pierced through Du Heng's neck, and the annoying cries finally ended with a start. Everyone looked in the direction the arrow came from, and then they saw the bloodied and cruel-looking Qin Lai standing in the shadow at the far corner of the street. While they were crying out in surprise, Qin Lai turned around and subsequently disappeared once again into the darkness. Nebula Pavilion. Lu Yuntao sat on top of a hard wooden chair while lightly knocking the table with one hand, seemingly waiting for something with a sullen look. Dark Azura Hall's Yuan Tianya had long been arranged to rest at the VIP tower, so the only one left to accompany him inside the house was Wei Xing. As time passed, Lu Yuntao's expression grew colder and colder. How much longer until daybreak? He said out of nowhere. 4 hours. Immediately responded Wei Xing. Today is the first day after rising to the position of Pavilion Master in Nebula Pavilion. Lu Yuntao cocked his head to his side and looked at Wei Xing. There are many people who are watching both of us. If Qin Lai doesn't die tonight, both you and I will be disgraced. I know. Wei Xing nodded. Both of them turned silent immediately after. 10 minutes later, a hall master under Lu Yuntao rushed in and quietly but respectfully exclaimed, "Both mother and son, Du Jiaolan and Du Fei, were found, murdered inside the Du family's house, and Du Heng was killed by an arrow beside Vice Pavilion Master Du's body. Qin Lai is still alive, and he is heading deeper into the city in hiding." Crack! The armrest on Lu Yuntao's chair was crushed as he abruptly stood up and exclaimed with an extremely terrible expression, "Brother Wei, please go and personally have a look." Wei Xing nodded and, without another word, exited Nebula Pavilion straight away. At a corner of Ice Stone City, Ling Chengji, Ling Feng, and the members of the Ling family were woken up by the commotion inside the city. Bleary-eyed, they arrived at the courtyard entrance and listened to the cries and sounds of martial practitioners running about. They all grew cautious on the inside. Did something happen inside the city tonight? Ling Feng frowned. Both Lu Yuntao and Du Haitian has taken the position of pavilion masters, and tonight was to be the greatest day of their lives. Are they using the opportunity to do something to establish their power? Ling family's elder, Ling Kangon, said with the utmost worry, "All of you, be careful. It will be best if you close the doors tight and ignore everything that happens outside. What goes up must come down. If Du Haitian dares to kill my big brother, naturally he won't think twice to kill us as well." Ling Chengji's face was ashen as he weakly said, "Let's hope that the Ling family can survive tonight. Then we will be able to leave the first thing in the morning and meet up with the people from Seven Fiends Valley." While they were talking, the sound of clothes flapping came from not far away, causing the members of the Ling family to turn pale. Not good. They all thought that misfortune was about to befall them. Can this be the brothers of Ling family? Lu Yan's voice came from far away, and not too long after, he could be seen running over with his brothers from the discipline hall. "Big brother Lu," Ling Feng exclaimed. "Why have you come over at midnight? Something big has happened." Lu Yan truthfully answered. Qin Lai challenged Du Haitian on the streets and beheaded him on the spot. After that, he murdered Du Jiaolan and Du Fei. Even Du Heng was killed with an arrow. Du Haitian's entire family has been eliminated by him in just 4 hours. Now, the entire city has been riled up to hunt him down. I was afraid that the Ling family may be affected, so I quickly came over to notify you. He killed Du Haitian's entire family? Ling Qingji stuttered. Yes, Du Haitian's entire family is dead. Qin Lai has gone completely crazy. Now, all of Ice Stone City has been turned upside down because of him. Lu Yan's expression was severe. I heard that the people from Seven Fiends Valley have come looking for you. If you truly have a way out, I hope that you can leave Ice Stone City as soon as possible so that the Ling family will not be affected by the aftermath. They're dead. The Ling family's enemies are all dead. Ling Qingji was no longer listening to Lu Yan. Instead, he was dancing wildly with hot tears flowing out of his eyes. He actually cried out in sheer happiness. The heaven pities us. The heaven pities our Ling family. Ling Kangon was also shedding tears. Qin Lai. Ling Feng's entire body shuddered somewhat as he tightly clenched his fists. His expression was filled with excitement. Kill! 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 An inhuman voice resounded inside Qin Lai's head as his eyes gradually became filled with violence and bloodthirsty thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder resounded again and again from inside his chest bones, and when he headed to Commerce Street, thunder and lightning also repeatedly struck his surroundings. Over there. He's right over there. 3 Nebula Pavilion martial practitioners at the 9th level of refinement were patrolling nearby, and after they heard the sound of thunder, they quickly rushed over. All 3 of them were martial practitioners under Du Haitian. In addition, they had all gone to Ling Town before and saw Qin Lai with their own eyes. The moment they saw Qin Lai, bleeding all over while running along the road with a crazed expression, they did not think twice to block his way. One of them yelled, "Qin Lai! You will die today! Scram!" A wild and rampaging wave abruptly appeared from Qin Lai's body, and as the killing intent in his eyes solidified, he madly rushed towards the 3 like a bloodthirsty beast unleashed from its cage. Crack, crack, crack. 3 light blue thunder lightning balls swiftly formed in front of his chest before shooting outwards like 3 shooting stars. The thunder lightning balls struck their target's dead center. There were 3 bone-shattering sounds, and the 3 martial practitioners at the 9th level of refinement were thrown up into the air like cannonballs before they landed on the ground while bloodied all over. Qin Lai did not even look at the 3 dead men as he swiftly passed over their corpses and continued onwards. This was the 7th wave of pursuers he had killed along the way. There were 20 or so bodies that were left behind the path he had taken. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with my body. Qin Lai roared madly in his heart with a hideous expression, his eyes filled with violence and madness. He felt that his entire body was in pain, but instead of burning out and feeling exhausted, he was getting excited. A surge of new energy seemed to be flowing out of the soul-suppressing orb little by little, and this energy caused the blood in his entire body to gush as if burning, so hot that his head was spinning and the only thing that he could think of was a mad thirst for blood. He felt an impulse to destroy everything before him. It was as if that energy had ignited him and made him impossibly excited, urging him to murder in his madness until the very end. I am Payan. We have met before at Li's shop, but today, I have been ordered to kill you. On the streets in front of him, a burly man garbed in a big red cape stood proudly and coldly yelled at Qin Lai while holding a broadsword. The 7 martial practitioners under Wei Xing stood still at both the left and right corners of the street. They all held their respective spirit artifacts and frostily stared at Qin Lai. You must be careful, Hall Master Pei. He has taken more than 20 lives along the way. Someone warned him. Look at his eyes. You can see that this guy has obviously gone completely crazy. And madmen are the scariest because they have no regard for their own life. More than 20 men, eh? Payan grinned. Interesting. I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. Come. Laughing loudly, Payan walked towards Qin Lai while dragging his broadsword along the ground. Sparks flew from the stone ground like a fire dragon being dragged along by him, lending him a magnificent aura. Whoosh! The broadsword swung upwards, and the thick flames turned into a river that was like the undying flames from the fire river of purgatory, pouring right down onto Qin Lai's head. Scram! Qin Lai exploded into a terrific roar and quickly stuck his left arm out. Boom, boom, boom! Thunder rumbled from the bones inside his arms, as if there were a thunder dragon roaring inside his veins. A terrific wave of thunder abruptly exploded from his palm. There was the muscular strength of the heavenly thunder-sacred body. As if the mountains had crumbled and the earth had split in half, the thunder energy made contact with the fiery river above him. Bang! The fiery river instantly dispersed into countless sparks. The thunder continued to rumble and rampage, slamming into Payan's chest like an undercurrent. Duong! Payan's chest resounded with a terrific dull sound as if a gong had been struck. Then, his face turned red as his burly figure flew backwards, rolling on the ground for 10 meters. A pair of deep markings a few inches deep could be clearly seen beneath his feet. It was as if they were ran over by a metal car. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound akin to the sound of beans being fried could be heard from every one of Qin Lai's joints. Qin Lai was originally thin and smart-looking, but right now, it was as if he had grown a few inches taller and was overflowing with a violent and maddening aura. The wisps of wondrous energy seeped out yet again from inside the soul-suppressing orb, and a new energy filled Qin Lai once more. Lock! His hands crisscrossed in the air and, with strange hand movements, conjured 10 chain-like bolts of bright lightning that flew out of his 10 fingertips. The 10 bolts of crystalline lightning were as thick as fingers and 2 arms long. They clipped onto Payan's large body, and as the lightning began to jump, Payan couldn't help but scream out in pain. Qin Lai arrogantly closed in and repeatedly punched Payan with his fists filled with thunder energy. Every hit landed on Payan's chest. As if struck by a huge hammer, Payan's chest immediately sank a few centimeters inward, and his entire complexion abruptly turned dark gray as the light in his eyes slowly began to vanish. Hall Master Pei. All of his subordinates were so shocked they could faint. When they saw Qin Lai rushing towards them, they actually lost their courage to stop him and quickly retreated. At this very moment, Qin Lai was like a violent beast or a god of brutality that had walked out of the ancient depths. Scram! Qin Lai yelled and continued rushing forwards. He did not glance at them. A trace of icy-cold energy flew out yet again from the soul-suppressing orb. The energy spread out from inside his body and kept him in fighting condition. Why is there a trace of the soul-devouring beast's aura inside this energy? A trace of doubt appeared inside Qin Lai's eyes. From the moment he owned the soul-suppressing orb, The orb had never provided him with any energy. The only thing he knew was that there were countless unknown seals sealing many mysterious doors, preventing him from exploring deeper within for his memories. However, ever since he had absorbed the soul-devouring beast's main soul with the soul-suppressing orb inside the stone forest, he began to faintly feel the changes inside the orb. He couldn't say exactly what the change was, and he was also unable to detect where the soul-devouring beast's main soul was. He only knew that a strange energy had slowly appeared inside the orb which he could detect but not capture. To be frank, he didn't pay it too much attention. But to his surprise, at a critical moment where he was about to become completely exhausted, he could feel the energy inside the soul-suppressing orb spreading outwards. It excited him and also caused him to regain his combat capabilities. "Miss, what's wrong?" Inside a quiet patio, Liang Zhong suddenly walked out and looked at Xianxia, who was just standing there. She should be cultivating or resting at this time. "My heart is a little troubled, and I feel like taking a walk alone. Do not follow me?" Xianxia answered indifferently before silently vanishing like a ghost. Her trail and aura had disappeared almost too quickly. Liang Zhong was left stunned and confused inside the courtyard. Half an hour later, the white-garbed Xianxia appeared in front of Qin Lai. Staring at Qin Lai, brimming with murder and eyes filled with brutality and madness, she frowned slightly before saying in a cold and hard tone, "I said very clearly back then at the stone forest. If I sensed anything that even resembled the soul-devouring beast's aura, I would not question you for a reason. Instead, I would kill you right then and there."